The time is now.
Welcome to the American Mag Show. Hated or adored, but never ignore. Live every day on NUFC Talk Radio. The voice of the Toon Army. Ladies and gentlemen, Chris, the American Mag.
Hello everyone, welcome to NUFC Talk. We are live here with another long show of the Newcastle United match day live here on NUFC Talk. Newcastle United receiving Crystal Palace. The Londoners coming up north to face the Newcastle United team. And it's going to be a really important game for Newcastle United. All of us fans know the importance of this match. 3 points must get gotten at Newcastle tonight by Newcastle United. We all know that. No matter where you stand on the Eddie Howe spectrum, you know 3 points must come Newcastle's way tonight. Anyways, good morning, folks. Don't forget to smash the like button. Welcome to the show. It's been a while. I haven't seen you in a long time. Listen, help us out. Help the channel grow by smashing the like button. Help us out. Please do so. Hit the like button. But I tell you what, help the channel grow. If you can, please consider super chatting or gifting memberships away. That's going to be a great way of helping the channel out. Please do so if you have it in you to do today. Help the channel out. Super chat right away. Help us out. Help us start the month in the right way. We got 15 super chat goal in the first 3 hours of this low show. Please help the channel out, folks, if you can do so. Or become a member yourself. Working on things for members. It's not easy, but we're working on bringing things that are valuable to members. So please become a member, gift memberships away, or super chat and help the channel that way. Please do so if you can. Newcastle United sitting right now 14th in the Premier League. Didn't move much from last week, although we got the games we need to get, but we didn't move up the ladder too much at this point in time. Crystal Palace 11th in the Premier League. They're sitting higher than us. So with 27 points, we got 26 points. I mean, to be fair and to be positive, if we win tonight, we would go into 29 points. Because of goal difference, I believe we'll be going above Sunderland. So if that's the case, then, something can be done there. But all of that is really going to be irrelevant. At this point, we just got to get points. 3 points. Get them, and then think about the next, which would be Leeds this coming week. So, it's one step at a time. We need the 3 points, and we need to work that way. Listen, bring in your comments as well. We're going to be reacting to those and see what you want to talk about. I do got my predicted what I would do as far as the lineup is concerned. Having Eddie Howe's thoughts in the mix, not just what I would do, because if it was what I would do, then clearly I would go 4-2-3-1. I don't think Eddie Howe's going to do that, so I'm going to maintain the 4-3-3 nonsense, but of course keeping some of the players that need to be playing according to me, and some of the players that I think Eddie Howe would put no matter what. So we're gonna have a good mix of everything. Shout out to everybody in the chat there, trolls right now saying I am baffled by how saying you don't need a plan B, you need a plan A to work. It's insanity. Well, I'll tell you this. That wasn't a good. He certainly he was rattled by that question. I saw us doing the presser, and that was certainly the first time that I've seen Eddie Howe be rattled by a question. It also, wherever you stand on this particular thing, as far as Eddie Howe is concerned, you've got to admit that question rattled him, and he didn't want to hear it. He didn't like the small criticism, if you will, the lead writer was sending him, the fans were thinking, according to the lead writer, and I agree, actually, fans are are voicing their concern, and Eddie Howe didn't like that. That's the first time I want to say ever that a journalist has said that to him, and he didn't react well. I mean, you can tell he was bothered. You can tell. You can tell he didn't like that question, and it brought me back to the Craig Hope that I used to know, that was asking these tough questions for the manager, and that was against Steve Bruce, that eventually got him kicked out of the press conference. I remember that. I mean, of course, Craig Hope did go at Bruce quite often, and was very, clinical about asking the tough questions, about, not worrying about the consequences, until Steve Bruce didn't want that no more. I mean, it's typical communist, don't like the questions, kicking you out. So that's what happened. Literally what happened. And I posted, is this going to be the lead writer, Craig Hope of the past moment? Is this going to be the new, is lead writer the one that going to take that torch and be the voice for the fans? And I know that that's not necessarily every fan. I understand that. But a lot of fans are now voicing their opinion, and it has nothing to do with being local or not local. Nothing to do with it at all. Everybody's voicing their opinion locally, and, not so much locally, of course. And Lee Ryder was taking a task from some of the Eddie brigade that don't want to see, or don't see any criticism. Some told him that it's only online wafflers, so not really fans. I've heard that kind of opinion here on this channel in particular. And Lee Ryder responded, I talk to people all the time, especially in Newcastle, and they are the ones voicing their opinions about this, and that's why he made that question, really. So there you go. A local journalist hearing local opinion on what's going on. There's a situation here with some local fans, some some of the Eddie brigade that say that local fans, they don't see it. They don't. They're not questioning the manager per se, and you can see it on match day because they sing Eddie Howe and they do all of this. That's their job, to go to a game. I don't understand. I don't see that as an argument to say that local fans want Eddie Howe in. If you're only using the stadium, taking the stadium temperature to gauge that, I don't see that at all. Because fans go to the stadium to chant, to support. That's what they're there to do. They're not there to go and boo the manager from, at all. That only happens if it's absolutely, unequivocally, no going back. And it's basically as toxic as the Steve Bruce era, as the Ashley era overall. You would only get that if that were to happen. And to me, that's so toxic and so far gone that you're not really going to see that when the Eddie Howe, because everybody appreciates Eddie Howe. Everybody appreciates what he's done. Everybody appreciates what he's done as a manager and where he's gotten the club, out of, you can say, relegation certainties, of course, but there is appreciation to Eddie Howe, no matter if you want him sacked or not. And I don't see people saying that St. James's Park is not booing him, wanting him out, to say that's it. Local fans don't want him out. I don't see that at all. There's a lot of fans that appreciate Eddie Howe. However, it's time for him to go. Some would say, I don't think he should be sacked now. I think that would be so detrimental to the team. And I've voiced that many, many times. But I think his time, has come. But regardless, you've got to support the manager. No matter where you're at in this situation, you've got to support the manager right now because he's the one in charge, and you want him to do well, regardless if you like him as a manager or not. You've got to support him. You've got to support and hope that he does well. And of course, if he ends up cucking it up, then you got to criticize him. Simple as that. And when he does something well, you've got to praise him. It's not hard, man. But there are also, I understand some of the happy clappers, or shall we just say Eddie in guys, that do feel like there's a faction of the fan base that only look to diminish Eddie Howe no matter what. No matter what he does, they look to diminish him and, belittle him with everything that he does. And I do believe that exists, to be fair. And I can see it. There are fans that only come on and only call and only used to come via link at the time when Newcastle United lost and when we did bad. It almost felt like some fans wanted Newcastle United to do bad. I'm not saying that's necessarily the truth, because it is quite a bit of an accusation to make from a supporter. But it felt that way because only when Newcastle did bad or when we lost a game in a bad way, they called in and you can feel their excitement. A lot of fans did that. A lot of fans only call when we lose. A lot of fans text me all the time, "Hey man, can I get on? Can I get on? Send me the link. Only when we lose. And I don't send them the link because I feel like, man, you're just doing this because there's a personal situation, personal agenda. And we don't need that in the channel. We need to be balanced. And I know people don't see me personally that way, balanced. But I do want that, and I do try to do that. Put bias aside, and if you only show up when we lose, and you feel like you're excited when we lose, and you want to come on, we can't have that. We cannot have that. This is supposed to be a Newcastle United fan channel. And it doesn't look like you're a fan when you just want to show up when we win, when we lose badly, or Eddie Howe does something that's not particularly prudent. And when we win, hey, I have to be the one that asks, "Hey man, you want to come on? Because we won. So come on, man, let's be fans." So it's weird. We're trying to cut down on that because it makes no sense to give that any airtime whatsoever. So I do understand that it may seem that way from certain fans, but we can't also go the other way and say that only the real fans want Eddie Howe in, whilst the fake ones want him out. We can't, one way or the other is not good. So there you go. Steve, of course, he doesn't like me, but he can have his opinion there. Other teams play today. Chris, you don't just count Newcastle's result in your world. Okay, I don't. That's fine. But anyway, that's your opportunity to get at me. There you go. Good job. You're famous now. Shamrock, how in? Don't need a plan B if you get it right the first time. But I disagree with that. And listen, I disagree with the simple fact, not about playing A, B. See, we like to dwell on semantics, man. Don't need a plan B, don't need a plan C, don't need a plan D. The fact of the matter is that Eddie Howe, just by that Lee Ryder question on its own, he was rattled about our simple question. He said we play more or less good against Burnley because of stats. He asked Lee Ryder, did you look at the stats? I mean, come on, man. Come on. Surely a football manager can't think that way. We play good because did you see the stats? Come on. I mean, it's just, it makes no sense whatsoever. It's much easier to just say, look, what literally the fans, everybody saw. It wasn't a good game. Even the Eddie Inners, the Eddie In brigade said it. We didn't play good at all. It wasn't good. But they always say we got to win and the win, blah, blah, blah. But at the end of the day, they all came to an agreement that says we play rubbish. Because we did. There's no need to try to sugarcoat that. It was a bad performance of football, man. It was a bad performance. So just tell the fans what they saw. You're not trying to lie, man. It's literally, it's so easy to just admit what happened on the pitch. You'll be all right. You'll be all right. Let's go to that moment if we can. Go back to that moment where Eddie Howe was questioned for the first time ever in his Newcastle United tenure. He was questioned. And by the way, I praise Lee Ryder a lot. But, and listen, that was his method to be. It wasn't like a direct, very, very no-nonsense type question. Like, he didn't go at Eddie Howe. He basically, he seemed nervous almost, from what I remember, to even ask. He stuttered a bit, Lee Ryder. So, but of course, Eddie Howe did not like that whatsoever. Let's go to that moment right there over the weekend where this happened.
When we need to.
Okay, we'll go to Lee, Craig and Luke, please.
Morning, Eddie. Obviously, one of our jobs is to ask what the fans are talking about, and one of the recurring themes has been about what they perceive as a lack of a plan B. I think it's referring to substitutions. What would you say to any fan who said there's no plan B at the minute, especially that hour at Burnley where it was an onslaught at Turf Moor?
An onslaught on?
At Turf Moor.
Well, against us?
When it was 2-0, after that, Burnley were just on top for nearly an hour.
Have you seen the stats of the game?
Well, I'm just saying what I saw with my own eyes.
Yeah, but you must have been watching a different game then. So there was no onslaught. Yes, we had moments, of course. We had moments the other way. I mean, I would never describe it as that. And I always try to be, if it was an onslaught, I'd give you my opinion and say, yeah, I thought it was. But a plan B, that's always a difficult one. Because if you have too many plan Bs, that means your plan A is flawed, and your players are then thinking of what's next rather than trying to deliver the plan A to the best of their ability. So we have loads of different ways of playing, but within the structure and the principles of what we believe in. So I see countless managers ask the same questions on plan Bs, and as I say, you have to be careful. So we have a very strong plan for every situation. We just need to deliver it better. That's sort of where I am, and the focus is towards the players and trying to improve our performances all the time.
Craig?
So, first of all, we know that that's a lie. There's no multiple way. Newcastle United don't have multiple ways of playing. So that's a fallacy. Come on. It's a fallacy. We got the same way of playing, 4-3-3, and when we feel like it, when he feels like it against the mighty powerful Leeds or Bournemouth, we put the 3 at the back or 5 at the back. That's how we set in those particular games. Other than that, against Aston Villa, I think we did the same thing away in the beginning of the season. Other than that, it's been the same thing. So there's no multiple ways. Even when we're losing, and the Eddie Inners have mentioned that many times. So there's no discussion when it comes to the way of playing. It's the same thing, man for man, like substitutions. So that is a fallacy. But he didn't like that question, did he? I mean, it was a very, very. He didn't like that question. He didn't like it. He didn't like it. But it is what it is. He doesn't have to like it. But responding the way he responded, we don't have many ways of playing. And did you look at the stats? That was his reaction, his answer to Lee Ryder mentioning that the fans think we didn't questioning with that Burnley performance. It just. That wasn't a good comeback. That Eddie Howe composed person, that wasn't him. That wasn't him. You can see it bother him. You can see it in his face. So whether you want to admit it or not, man, that's just literally what the world saw over the weekend as far as Eddie Howe is concerned. And it's the pressure is getting to him, man. And that's why all of this, stadium fans and the online wafflers and all that nonsense. we don't live. This is not the era of old. This is not the era of where the mighty wind grew up back in the in the 20s. This is not that era. Social media is a form of communication. You've got to embrace it. It's how fans communicate quickly and get around the world and get news as well. So it's a form of communication. You've got to embrace that. You've got to embrace it. It's not robots. It's not paid people trying to say something to fit a narrative. It's we tend to act as if Newcastle, the people in Newcastle don't have social media, and therefore all of those Twitter idiots are just bots from somewhere that have no voice or no concern with Newcastle United. They're just saying whatever fits their narrative. It's not real to think that way. There are fans. There are fans from all over the world, and clubs are richer because of social media. You know what I mean? So it does matter. And actually, in this day and age, you can say, back in the Roy Keane era or the Alan Shearer era, social media was rubbish because nobody cares about that. But in today's day and age, social media is a big thing. It's an important thing. Players live on social media. Players live on social media. There's a reason why Eddie Howe doesn't like it, and of course he told Miley once upon a time, stay off social media because it's not good for you. He urges his players to stay off social media. They don't more than likely they don't. It's part of how they make money as well. These players, so they are on it all the time. It is important. It is important to them. Again, it's a form of communication. You cannot diminish the importance of social media. You cannot. The club uses it to make money. The club uses it to communicate whatever they need to communicate. You're living in a very ancient way if you want to say social media doesn't matter. It does matter. It gets to players. It gets to ownership. Of course it does. Of course it does. And definitely it doesn't help when the stadium is going against you. But let's be fair, man. For Newcastle, for that to happen, Newcastle have been a battered. Just think about it. It's been a battered dog, man, for years and years and years. Right now, you're giving that. Eddie Howe gave that dog a biscuit, warm food, a place to live, shelter. That dog is not going to bite that hand, man, right now. That dog is not going to bite that hand that fed him. It's not going to happen right now. And because really, I don't even want, and I'm not in neither side of this nonsense, bedwetter, happy clapper crap. I mean, neither of that nonsense. I don't want Eddie Howe to be booed in his status as a Newcastle United legend, to be tarnished by his lack of decision making or of how good a manager he is. I don't want him to be tarnished. I don't want him to leave the club as a rat, through the back door. I don't want him. I don't want that, because he's done well by Newcastle. He's done well to his limit, but he's reached his limits. So it's good to get him a send-off. I don't want him to run and to have to be sacked and leave, sacked in the morning, not even have a proper send-off. I don't want that. I don't want that whatsoever. We did get sidetracked there for a second, but there is a match coming up, and there's a reason why it is a must-win it's a must-win game, because of the position that we are in this particular moment. By the way, we got about 35 minutes left, and then the twin crew will take over for an hour and a half, and then after that, it should be Gary and Boki coming in for the live match commentary. So please stay tuned, and it's going to be a lovely, lovely coverage. Don't forget to smash the like button, and of course, please help us out by super chatting if you can. Help super chat and help donate to fund the channel. We appreciate all of you very much for that support. Mark Sharpo says, I want to know what's up with Gordon. Something definitely up with that man. I don't know what's up with him. But he plays one good game, and all of a sudden he's back, we're back, and the whole the whole thing, and then the following week we're same old again. So I don't know what's going on with him. I don't. Christina Cage's social media is not important. You are 100% wrong there. It is important. It is important. Or else every club and everybody else, all players would ignore it. There's a reason why they're on it, and they put a lot of time on it. And there's a reason why they hire people to run their accounts. There's a reason for all of that. There's a reason why they can make the wrong post and all of a sudden they go viral and they have to delete posts. It is very important. You're living in an old age, or it just doesn't fit your narrative, Christina, alongside the mighty Wayne, of course, which you guys are very much attached to the hip. So maybe that's it doesn't just fit your agenda at the moment. If it was the other way around, if social media was going, crazy about Eddie Howe and how, it fit your narrative, you would be all over that, as the mighty Wayne would, of course. So there you go. Listen, Newcastle United right now, 14th in the Premier League, certainly need points tonight. There's no doubt about it. No doubt about it. And this game tonight is part of the 3-game, 9-point winning run that we should be getting on, which, of course, we already got one at Burnley. No matter how we played, we got the points there. No matter how bad we played, but we're going to have to perform a little bit better against Crystal Palace, I would assume. And then you got Leeds, of course, on Wednesday next week, next week on Wednesday, or this week. Some count Sunday as the first day of the week anyway. But regardless, then we got Bournemouth in the FA Cup on Saturday, and then the Carabao Cup. Next week on Tuesday. That's going to be a massive game against Man City. Can we get the job done? That's going to be a very, very interesting game, to say the least. And, of course, January 18th, we got Wolves, which is another must-win game away. Then we got PSV in the Champions League, back in the Champions League, which we are doing somewhat decent. We still need – we probably need to get that PSV game in, by the way. We need to win that game because you've kind of got to get 3 points already in the Champions League to try to already be somewhat secure on your position for the next phase, because if not, then you really have to beat or get points away at PSG. Are we going to be able to do that? I don't know. Of course, you got Villa before that, though, in the Premier League, January 25th. Those games, I'll be in the Toon, ladies and gentlemen. I'll be in Newcastle upon Tyne, traveling there to do coverage for that. We're going to be doing coverage for the Wolves game away. We're going to be doing coverage for the PSV at St. James's Park, of course, and Aston Villa. That's going to be lovely, lovely. Cannot wait to see the Toon at the end of the month. It'll be great stuff. I'm thinking of doing IRL live streams, going to get some fish and chips, going to get some haggis, going to get all of that stuff back in, they'll be in Scotland, though. But trying to get all that. I'm thinking of doing IRL streams. Let me know if you would like to see that. But, it probably would be fun to do so, if you will. But Eddie Howe, Harper says, linked to Chelsea right now, heavily linked to Chelsea. It wouldn't surprise me, It wouldn't surprise me to see him. It doesn't surprise me to see him linked to a big club like Chelsea. Doesn't surprise me at all. There's a reason why they're looking and targeting and linking to him because, of the situation going on in Newcastle United right now. And maybe a change of scenery would do him well. Maybe Chelsea does see it that way, at least. Maybe they say there's a manager in there, although he's not performing. The results are not coming in as Newcastle would like it. Maybe there's a manager in there. Let's get him in and let's see what he can do. That wouldn't surprise me. Chelsea have been known for, but they were also linked to this other guy that I have no clue who he is. I don't even know. I think everybody was shocked that the last few days there was a link to this guy. Can't even remember his name, to be honest. But nobody knew who he was. So, I don't know. It's listen. It doesn't surprise me. I think it's Eddie Howe's a decent manager, and because of what he's done at Newcastle, he's going to get an opportunity on this next, a good opportunity next. He's not going to go replace Pep Guardiola. He's not going to go replace Xabi Alonso. He's not going to replace Hamsik at Barcelona. He's not gonna do that. But But he might go to Bayern Munich though. Bayern Munich surprised me by getting Vincent Kompany. We already knew Vincent Kompany relegated Burnley and went to Bayern Munich. I mean, that was a shocker if there is one. So look, Bayern Munich might make that decision if they already made Vincent Kompany. But they seem to do all right now. So I don't think they're looking for a manager. But he's not going to go to those top elite clubs. However, at Chelsea, Chelsea might do, which is very good for Eddie Howe. I don't know if that's the case. I don't know if it's going to happen. But that is the problem now that you get into. If you're at Chelsea, for example, they're getting rid of a manager for different reasons, whatever you want to. But at the end of the day, they don't have a manager. So now they have to make a decision. What are they going to do? And that's what I don't want Newcastle United to be in right now. I don't want Newcastle United to be in a position where you need to just hire anybody, go out there and be linked with managers that nobody knows. For what? It does no benefit to Newcastle at all. So we can't do that. Some comments here. Gavin Fuller says he shows in that moment why his staff probably do not speak their mind with him being so stubborn. He seems to be in a self-imposed prison in his own mind. Steve Gotti there says it's not about not liking Mackems. I don't dislike it. Well, I don't know what they're talking about there. What proof that Christina says? What proof we got that Eddie Howe's reaching his limit? The fact that he's gotten better players and he spent money. Although he sold an important player, he got 2 important players back. The squad is better than last season, and he still manages to run around the same issues with no improvement year in and year out. The fact that he's been able to fix things or been able to get results by the skin of his teeth doesn't make an improvement. It's the same thing over and over. Right now, Newcastle seem to be, if we're able to fix in finishing Europe again, if that you call that a fix again this season, it would be about the same as last season. Even if you don't win a cup, it's not really the best. It's not really the same. If you finish in Conference League, it's not the same as finishing in Champions League. So in a sense, it would be going backwards, if you will. But even if is able to make it to Europe and do all of that, it's still about the same, if not worse, with a better squad. And he seems to be running into the same issues as always: bad in-game management, and therefore he's reaching his limit. It's that simple. It's that easy to determine. You just have to take off your little glasses and your Eddie Howe glasses and see that for what it is. It's not that hard. Let me see here. Prediction. Aid Bird says prediction for today's game, guys. Well, yeah, let us know your predictions in the chat. We'd like to know what you think as far as the predictions is concerned. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, a 2-0 win or a 2-1 win, something like that. Listen, I usually put my Newcastle. I'm not objective usually with my, especially this season, by the way, on the prediction tournament, because I won it last time and I don't want to win it again because it's going to seem like I'm doing it. I'm cheating on the prediction thing. So I basically just put a lot of 2-0s, 1-1, and a lot of 2-1s for Newcastle United. I'm usually a happy clapper when it comes to predicting. So I'll predict a 2-0 or 2-1 or whatever is on there. I'll just go with whatever I said at the time. But predictions really, it's hard, man, because most Newcastle United fans won't predict against Newcastle. It's that simple. I don't predicting a loss. I don't see it, to be honest, really. But then again, you like to hope, because I always like to think like this team is going to wake up, is going to do what they're supposed to do and do the job. But again, we might play like Burnley and get a 2-1 win, and I guess that's going to be enough to get the 3 points, and we'll have to talk about the performance once again. Blah blah blah. It's the situation that we're in at the moment in time. as far as the lineup is concerned, what I would do mixed with what Eddie Howe has been doing, I would do something like this. Let me know if you agree or disagree. I would do something like this. I would put Ramsdale. I think he's going to put Hope in. I don't think Ramsdale has done anything in particular to be taken out of the team. He hasn't cost Newcastle United points like Hope has this whole year. I don't think he's done anything bad to come off this team. The reason why I have him on the team anyway, and I wanted him on the team anyway, is because Hope was not performing. And I don't think Ramsdale, although he hasn't done excellent or great or doesn't really look to be a solution at goal, I don't think he's done anything really to get off this team. So I'm going to put Ramsdale. I think Eddie Howe will put Pope. I think he will put Pope because we know first of all, Eddie Howe didn't take Pope out because of his decision making. He took him out because of injury. So therefore, I think Pope will start. But I would do Ramsdale anyway. I think it's going to be Fabian Schär and Chow. No, not many options there. Lewis Hall on the left. I still don't think that we have, unless Livramento is ready. If Livramento is ready to play by 90%, 90% ready to play, I would put Livramento on the right because Miley's not a right back and it's not going to, it's just not going to work. But because if Livramento is not fit and no other right back is fit, then we're just going to have to do with Miley on the right. As unfortunate as that is. I'm going to maintain the 4-3-3 nonsense because I want to mix it up and see what I would do, combine what Eddie Howe would do. And Eddie Howe is never going to get rid of this 4-3-3 lineup. Never, ever, ever. Mighty Win can come on here and lie to you and tell you that we'll see. All he does is we'll see, about Eddie Howe putting in Baltamara with Wissa. And he says, we'll see. He'll never do it when he's never done it. We'll see. He always he's the we'll see guy. Well, that ain't going to happen. He's never going to get rid of the 4-3-3. I would do 4-2-3-1. And I've already shown you my dream. I'll probably do it here. We still got a time on this part of the show anyway. But anyhow, 4-3-3. Boom. Midfield, I would do Tonali, Guimaraes, and Ramsey. Joelinton is he's not performing. He's not performing. No matter how you want to look at it, he's not performing. So Ramsey, I think, let him do his thing, go back and forth, and be another solution. Be another technical guy that can run, that can have the ball on his feet, and do a job. Tonali, of course, he needs to make sure he's starting to have good performances back to back. He had a great performance against Chelsea, and then of course, the next game didn't work out, and the Burnley game, everybody didn't play good, but he didn't have a good game either. So he needs to start waking up, and I don't know what's going on. There's a report saying that there is concern. Oh, Lee Ryder put a report by the Chronicle saying that there is concern among Newcastle as to why he is not performing. Begs to wonder what's going on or what they think is going on if they put an article like that. And Guimaraes, of course, on the right, and hopefully that he starts to be consistent as well. Bruno is inconsistent. As Mighty Wins, well, there's nothing consistent. The Mighty Win is consistent at talking rubbish, so he's not inconsistent really. He's very consistent at that. But anyway, Bruno needs to wake up and have a good game as well. Him and Tonali. I think Bruno has got more meaningful good performances, if you will, this season. But to be honest, they're both really inconsistent. It feels like Tonali had a great run of games in the beginning, and then now he's going down. It's supposed to Bruno having one good game, two bad ones, one good game, another bad game, and it's up and down. That's how I see Bruno's performances on a weekly basis. So either way, it doesn't work for me with Bruno or Tonali. They're both not performing. As a matter of fact, the whole midfield that we say was one of the best in the Premier League they're not performing. All three of them, very inconsistent, very inconsistent. And maybe that begs, maybe that is the reason why Newcastle United are not performing well. Because the midfield, for the most part, they're inconsistent. Up and down, up and down, up and down. I mean, I choose to substitute Joe Linton because he doesn't have the quality. So we need to do something about that. So there you go. And up front, Harvey Barnes, no negotiations. I would put him on their left. Put him on the left and let him do his thing. Let him cook. You put him on the list and let him cook. No questions asked. Now, where I give in because of the Eddie Howe favoritism is with Gordon, of course. Gordon really doesn't deserve to start. I mean, I think Toon Nut, a good happy clapper of the channel, even criticizes Gordon. They're running around like a chicken with his head cut off. Makes no sense. It's not a positive. It doesn't do anything for Newcastle United. Running around with no sense. But I will give in with Gordon simply by the fact that, I mean, I could put Murphy in there, to be honest. Murphy overall has had much more better performances than Gordon as a winger overall. But I will give in to the favoritism because, we're mixing it up, what I would do and what Eddie Howe would do. So I would put in Gordon. And I think I would just tell him, look, just put them, try to cross, look for Walter Mata, look for the center forward, and make good runs. Of course, do your little running around like a headless chicken, but with common sense, throw the ball in there, whip the ball in there. You've done great before when you want to do it. Play for the team, and let's win, man. I'm putting you on the starting lineup. Do a job. Because the worst thing scenario, I can just put you on the bench if you don't want to play. So you want to play or not, mate? You want to play, you want to start, you got to be a right wing, a proper right wing. He's done this work before. Again, the question here is he doesn't want to be the assist guy. He doesn't want to make somebody else famous. He wants to be famous. And that's why he loves playing on the left. That's the situation. Voltemade, of course, hasn't done anything to come off this team. And because we're playing the unfortunate 4-3-3 between him and Wissa, it's plain and easy, plain and simple. No questions asked. Voltemade needs to be playing over Wissa. It's just that simple. He's got more quality. He's got more options. He's lethal in the penalty box. Give him the ball. Give him the ball. He can shoot from the outside. Man, he's a unbelievable player. I've never seen anybody like Voltemade. Again, very much like Harry Kane, the one and only Harry Kane. People talk about him and Peter Crouch. That's just because they're tall, but I don't see the correlation whatsoever. Man, Peter Crouch was good though. Not as good as Voltemade. I tell you that. Of course he did. Gordon had a good game against Chelsea. Of course he came off later. Good game against Chelsea. Yeah. Unbelievable great game against Chelsea. Then he fell off the cliff again. That's the situation with Gordon. He's not consistent. I would probably, this is my mix between me and what Eddie Howe would do. I would totally get rid of this 4-3-3 at the moment because you want to have the best players on the pitch. And try to switch something up. That's why when Eddie Howe says we have different ways of playing, come on, man. Literally, do you really, people, you don't have to lie like that, man. You don't have to lie like that. Now, the one time out of the year that the Mighty Win makes sense was a little bit late in December, a little bit too late. The first thing that made sense for Mighty Win last year, which was last week, really. It came at the end of the year when we did a show this past week. And he mentioned the Christmas tree formation, which, I like to go 4-2-3-1. But he mentioned the Christmas tree, which does make sense. So, again, it came a little late, but he did make sense to just to say the least with it in 2024. I still would do 4-2-3-1 though. I like a 4-2-3-1, but I think this makes some sense. But the thing here, you have to take out. You have to take out Gordon, if I'm not mistaken. So you can either do this up front, Woltemade up there or Wissa there, or you can do Wissa up there and Woltemade up here. Harvey Barnes there, of course. You got Ramsey, Tonali, Guimaraes. Well, you will have to make a switch here, of course. You probably put Hole in, just for the sake of it, you probably put Miley over here in the midfield somewhere, and then Lewis Hole back here. But then you probably would need some more height here. So maybe if Byrne is ready, when he's ready, not now, but when he's ready, you put him back there with the back three, and you would probably have to take out, unfortunately, Lewis Hole. But that's not going to happen. I don't see this happening whatsoever. But I think that would be a good line, a good formation. This is what I would do. This is what I would do 100%. If everybody's fit, and you put Lois Miley there for now, but when he's ready, you put a proper right back there. Tonali, Guimaraes, Harvey Barnes. Well, in this particular case, I would put just for the sake of not arguing, because everybody sees Wissa, or not everybody, but just the cult sees Wissa as Alan Shearer. I'm going to where's it? Come on, man, we gotta put Woltemade in there. We'll put Woltemade as a 10. Oh, there you go. We're gonna put Woltemade back there as a 10, just so the cult doesn't get angry. And leave West up there, whatever. Barnes on the left, and I would put right here. To be honest, where's the favorite? Let's do some favoritism, and I would put Gordon there. I think that is a fatal lineup when they're all playing good. That's a fatal lineup, man. Why Eddie Howe doesn't do that is astonishing to me. But I would certainly do that. But that would be just me being, I don't know, Eddie Howe's never going to do that, to be honest. So it's kind of Eddie Howe would never 4-2-3-1. I mean, I don't think he's ever done that. But yeah, that's why originally I did the 4-3-3. I would do the 4-3-3 because I know Eddie Howe is never going to change that, and Eddie Howe is not going to start Woltemade and Wissa together. One thing I must say about because some people says you need to have a striker on the bench, blah blah. Come on, man. Come on, man. That to me, that makes no sense. Worry about you not having a striker when you come to that situation. And why assuming that listen, at this point we need points. We can't start thinking about what would happen if we do this, if we do that. Just put your best lineup and do what you need to do to get points. Thinking of we don't have a replacement for him. Look, man, worry about that when you need to worry about it. That's what I would say. At this point, we need to get the points. We need to find a form. LUC says because Wissa and Woltemade can't play in 90 minutes every 3 days. But you don't have to. And if one gets hurt, or one has to, come off for some reason, it's not the end of the world, man. You can go back to your 4-3-3, go back to whatever you need to go back to with one striker. Matter of fact, it's so easy here because if you need to take one of them out, all you got to do is put Harvey Barnes as a 10. You got to take a winger out. You will put, in this particular case, because of Harvey Barnes is better than Gordon, you will put Gordon back at left, Harvey Barnes in the middle, and on the right, you will put Murphy again. If you got to take one out, right? If you got to take one out, let me see, where's Murphy? There you go. If you got to take one striker out, just because they're tired or just because whatever, and you take whoever out, and you switch it up, it's not the end of the world, man. It's not the end of the world. Waiting and thinking just because it might get hurt, this might happen, man. Come on, man. You've got to take some risks, and it's not the end of the world. So that's what I would do anyway. I wouldn't be afraid of what could happen, shoulda, coulda, woulda. Do and play against what's in front of you, mate, or else you are not good. Plain and simple. At this point, Eddie Howe needs to be looking after himself. LUC says, I suppose that would work, but I don't see it happening. Well, I agree with you on that. I agree with you on that. I don't think it's ever going to happen because Eddie Howe doesn't do that. Eddie Howe is 4-3-3, one striker, Gordon in the starting 11, and that's it. I mean, I agree with you. I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm saying what I would do. So, but I agree that I don't see it personally happen either. NTL says, NT Lou, never going to play two strikers when got no cover as they need change around 60 to 65 minutes with the press on and Wissat not yet fully fit. Yep. But the argument goes out the window when he doesn't even do that when we need a win or we need a goal. The last 20 minutes. So we don't even do that when we absolutely need to get a. And by the way, I'm not one of those people that think that just because you put two center forwards, all of a sudden that means you're attacking more, or that you're. I don't necessarily mean that. Just like say putting an extra center back doesn't mean that you are you're going to defend a goal and the other team is not going to score. But there are more chances of it if you set the team right. Of course, if you set the team right, that is what I would do. But again, you're going to have to be used to the 4-3-3. 4-3-3 is not going anywhere. That is set in stone. Shamrock says, yep, Chris, exactly what I said in the chat the other day. Switch out for a midfielder. We know Barnes can hit the target, and he's played Gordon up front. He certainly has. You've got to utilize these players more than the same old man. I think Barnes can do a job on the right. I mean, if I have to put him on the pitch, I would do that. But I don't think Barnes is the question here. If you're gonna try to fit Barnes and Gordon, the question should be about how do I fit Gordon in this team if I want him so bad. It's not about where do I fit Barnes, because Barnes needs to be on the team on the left because he's played better and earned his spot over Gordon. If you really want Gordon, you think that he's a great player in the inside and something's going to happen and you keep putting your faith in him, then you've got to figure out where to put Gordon, not where to put Barnes. Where do you put Gordon? That should be the question. You can't jeopardize. You can argue whether that's a good way of managing the team, by the way. But every manager has a favorite. Every manager does that. To be honest, the player that they really like, and their fetish player, if you will. But it becomes a bad thing when you are jeopardizing the team over that player. So you don't need to take Barnes out of the equation just because you like Gordon and you think he can do something. Keep Gordon where he's supposed to be, and then fit. I mean, be honest. The only place he could fit him is on the right wing. If he were to play just for the sake of fitting Gordon in, if he puts him as center forward, which he has done before, by the way, with Isak and lack of Colin Wilson at the time. You remember he used to put Gordon up front. He did it this season as well, by the way. But at least you can say we didn't have a striker in the team in the very first part of the season. But before he would move Gordon to the middle. And when he wasn't having a good performance, it was like he was trying to get him to score a goal and feel good and have a good performance on paper, if you will. It didn't work out last season whatsoever. So the only position that I got for him is on the right. And I think he can do that job, by the way. I think Gordon can do that job. It's just that Gordon needs to put it in his mind to say, look, I need to be a player for the team, and I need to perform for the team. And that's just going to have to be it. There's the only two choices here. That's what I would tell Gordon. Because if Gordon starts throwing a fit, says, "Look, I don't feel good. I feel better when I'm have a shot at goal or whatever." And look, man, Barnes is playing in an unbelievable way, and he's the one that needs to be. You got to earn your stripes here, man. But listen, what's worse, being on the team on the right or being on the bench? Which one do you like? Sometimes you just got to talk to these players straightforward, man. The nonsense babying around these millionaire footballers, man, it's making no sense to me. It's making no sense. Snacks on says, good time to see what Glasner can do today, auditioning for the NUFC job. Well, listen, again, as much as criticism as I can give Eddie Howe, I don't think he needs to be sacked right now. And I don't think Glasner should be auditioning for no job at Newcastle United. He needs to be a manager that can take Newcastle to the next level, man. Glasner did a good job. I'm not going to lie, though. He's doing a good job. Things are falling off a little bit, though, with Glasner at Crystal Palace, to be fair. But regardless, a good manager, but that's not going to get it done for me. That's not going to get it done. Gavin Fuller, if he doesn't want to change anything, at least tuck the wingers in and give a midfielder a license to push us closer to the striker. Thank you for the super chat here from Trapaton. Says he never does two striker even when we need a goal. Exactly. Thank you very much, mate. He doesn't. He doesn't. And again, there's something to question that. We're in the same situation, man, this season as last season, and so on and so forth. What's the guarantee that this isn't going to happen next season? And then we're miraculously going to finish in Europe, and that all of a sudden enables Eddie Howe to stay in another season, and that makes some people you're running around like a hamster. You're not moving forward. And at some point, you have to make an executive decision. At some point, you have to make a decision to say, look, we're not moving any forward. We're not really seeing improvement. So it's not about he's a bad guy or for you to get the sack, you don't have to relegate a team, by the way. We know that, right? For you to make a move and make a change, the manager doesn't have to make the most atrocious decisions ever. It just might be as simple as we're not moving in that direction that we need to be moving on. So shake your hand, proper send-off, and we're off. It doesn't have to be Eddie is evil and he needs to leave our club and all that. It doesn't have to be that. It doesn't have to be that way. But it just doesn't seem right now that we are moving forward. At some point, this is running on hope. You're going to have to see the facts in front of you, man, and make a decision. That's what I'm basing my nonsensical decision, I guess, if you will, or not nonsensical. I don't think it's nonsensical, but like my decision has no weight, obviously. But my decision of not thinking Eddie Howe can take us forward is because of that. Because I see that no matter what he does, it's going to be the same old, same old. We're so badly performing right now that it feels like if we finish in Europe, then that's it. We fixed it, right? We're back. And it's not really. It's not. If you really look at it literally, if we finish in the Conference League and don't win any cup, then you're taking a step backwards, actually. So that's my issue with this whole situation. Listen, thank you to the super chat there by Waza. He played Wilson and Isak lots of times when fit. Not lots of times, but he did play them together, but very, very rarely. Listen, don't go anywhere. It is the Toon Twins coming up next, folks. Don't go anywhere. The Toon Twins taking over right after this one.
NUFC Talk Drive Time with Tim and Peter, the Toon Twins, weekly live on NUFC Talk Radio, the voice of the Toon Army.
You all right? Tim, you muted. Yeah, here is now. Yeah. Cheers, Chris. Cheers. Thanks, Matt. And welcome to Match Day Build Up with Tim and Peter. We've got another special guest on the way as well. He's not quite here yet, but he is Sutton's most famous Toon fan, so I'll say that much. From what I can gather anyway. Let the housework cometh. So if you like what you're watching, give us a thumbs up. Keep your comments coming. We'll pick up as many as we can. If you want to guarantee it, give us a super chat. If you want to become a member, hit the join button for a small monthly fee. You'll get access to exclusive content. So if you can do that, if it's something you want to do, by all means, give us that support. But whether you're a member or whether you're just simply watching, we do appreciate all of your support out there. So today we face Crystal Palace, the Holmesdale Enders, but it's at St James's Park today. So hopefully they'll be letting in a boatload of goals at the Gallagher end instead. How are you doing, Peter?
Doing good. Hope everyone in the chat is well. Like you say, thanks for joining today. And I am doing all right. It's quite a big game today, I guess. You know, when I think about how the season's gone so far. So I'm looking forward to it. I think it's a good fixture to have today off the back of the Burnley win. So we'll get into it.
Good stuff. Yeah, and we'll get the opinion of our guest who's on the way, I gather. Speaking about Eddie Howe, Chris was speaking there about Eddie Howe and about the press conference. And I haven't seen a lot of the press conference myself, but I did catch what Chris had on there. And it was that clip when Lee Ryder, have you seen this, Peter, where Lee Ryder says to Eddie Howe?
I've read it.
You've read it, okay.
Transcript. Yeah.
So Eddie Howe, Lee Ryder, first of all, says that one of the criticisms from fans, and that it's his job to ask questions that the fans want to be asked, essentially. And one of the criticisms is that fans don't think there's a plan B. They think there's a plan A, and that's that, and there's no changes that are proactive, essentially. And once it went to 2-0, there was a bit of onslaught from Burnley, and there was no changes. What do you think about that? And yeah, just before I ask you about that, Peter, Toon for reals, thanks for that, mate. Appreciate it. £2 super
Nice
chat. At this point, I don't care how we win results. So don't care how we win. Basically, it's all about the results. I mean, the thing is, and I'm going to just make a note of that because I want to come back onto that and ask you about that, Peter, as well, and speak about that, because that's something I was mentioning and we were discussing after the Burnley game. But what do you think about Eddie Howe's reaction? Because he came back and said, well, what onslaught? And then Lee Ryder said, the Burnley onslaught, essentially. And Eddie Howe then said, have you seen the stats? As in, the stats don't convey an onslaught. And that I do have different plans, but you've got to be careful not to veer away too much from your identity, basically, is what he was saying, and have different plans within your identity. What do you think?
I think like, fair enough. You might not see it as an onslaught, as in it was 2-4. It was back and forth. That second half was a bit like basketball, kind of, up and down from one end to the other. But to be fair, though, I mean, obviously we watched it and we were watching that second half, and like it just felt inevitable that they were going to score purely because of the openings they were creating. So whether you want to call it an onslaught or not, they were creating like what seemed like gilt-edged chances to get the equaliser at 2-2, and it was only really bad finishing that let them down, and that meant that they didn't score again. There's so many times we were watching it when we were going, oh, it's in, they're going to score. Like the ball comes over, the cross comes over, and it's that final header, final shot that Burnley couldn't convert, and they were really woeful in trying to do so. You could tell why they hadn't scored so many goals. Not too many goals this season. So yeah, I think like that was I'm kind of surprised he didn't mention that based on that question. If he's going to be asked about, whether you want to call it an onslaught, like I say, it was still what Lee Ryder's getting at is that second half, Burnley looked like scoring on multiple occasions, and it kind of felt like a matter of time. Now, thankfully, they didn't, obviously, and we got the third. But yeah, it's kind of surprising that he kind of like, I understand he's got to defend his position, defend his ethos. Yeah, but we kind of got a bit lucky with some of their finishing in that second half, with the way Burnley kind of missed their chances.
Yeah, I'll come back to that as well. Myself, right? Good to have you, DX. All right, mate.
Hey, how's it going? Yeah, it's good.
Right.
Good myself.
Yeah, good.
Happy
how are
New
you?
Year. Yeah, good to see you guys on here.
Nice one. Thanks for joining. Appreciate it. So we were just speaking there about Eddie Howe and his reaction to Lee Ryder's question in the press conference. Have you seen that?
About the Plan B, was that the one?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I haven't actually seen it, but I've heard all about it. So
okay,
I know the drill.
So what do you? Having read it, what do you think about? I mean, I have seen the clip myself. What do you think about it?
Well, I think I'm a bit concerned about it, to be honest. Like, I do think it's a bit of a strange comment. I feel like it was overly defensive. He's normally a bit more diplomatic than that. So for me, it just, I think it came across like maybe the pressure's starting to tell on him a little bit. I don't know, but it was unusual. It was an un-Eddie-like comment, really, wasn't it? It felt like he was sort of defending himself in a way that it just didn't sound good. Maybe it came out the wrong way or something, but just to say we don't have a plan B, that's a bit worrying, really.
Yeah. I kind of agree, and my take is that maybe the word onslaught was a little bit clumsy, if you like, or inaccurate, and Eddie Howe has latched onto that. But I think the intention from Lee Ryder was understandable. The question was understandable in the context of essentially Burnley were putting us under a lot of pressure.
Yeah,
like you said, they hit the bar, they missed countless chances that other teams would have normally put away. So on that basis, whatever term you want to come up with, he's asking, were you not thinking about changing things? Because he didn't. So I think it is. Maybe he could have, said, okay, I don't think it was an onslaught, but I see that, where you're coming from, and that yes, we were under pressure, etc. And that happens obviously in most football games to an extent. And I agree that I'm surprised he was so defensive in that he went straight down the line of, well, no, have you seen the stats and stuff? It's like, yeah, well, the stats say one thing, but your eyes also tell you something else. And Burnley, at the end of the day, they should have scored. I'll just say one thing about the press conferences is that I do think that there's too many press conferences. And you remember back in sort of, what was it, 20 years ago now? There didn't used to be a press conference before a match, every single match. There'd be a press conference before, like a big game or, a particular cup game coming up. Yet now it's like managers are forced to sit in front of the press before every Premier League match, and kind of, I understand that would be very tiresome, and you they're waiting for you to trip up, aren't they, the press, with this amount of coverage. So I personally don't see the need for all this, coverage every single pre-match. I would just have it where it's selected games, personally. And just one thing on what he said as well is, I don't, I do believe him when, I don't think he's sitting there lying when he says, well, no, we have other plans, etc. I do think he believes that. And I do think he has other plans. And I think in his mind, he does make those changes. But the problem is that those changes are tweaks. They're not wholesale changes. Therefore, it looks like he's just being, docile and not acting whatsoever. I don't think he's acting nowhere near enough. But I do think in his mind, these tweaks, are things that can help. And he thinks maybe are helping. But I think that comes back to being too conservative. You know what I mean? And I think he should go further in the changes that he does make. Do you agree?
Yeah, no, totally. Yeah, it's it's a strange one, really. I agree with DX, like you say. I didn't expect Eddie Howe when I was kind of seeing the headlines and I was reading, reading the transcript of what was said. I was surprised, like you, DX, like that was the question that was asked that caused him to be that defensive, really, in his response. Because it was so open that second half, and we were just waiting for Burnley to score. So but I also I totally agree with the press conference. I mean, it used to be the case that they would be reserved for, I think it was FA Cup games, and I mean, I don't think you ever really used to have them for Premier League games. I mean, I think it used to be, obviously, like I say, cup games, European games. But I think it was around about 2015 or maybe slightly earlier, sort of 13, when I think the Premier League enforced this, as a stipulation where it's like, it's an official kind of setup by the Premier League that all managers have to kind of adhere to. And it's overkill, isn't it? It is overkill. But we've said about how open we've been this season, Newcastle, and I think I'm just glad they got it over the line against Burnley, because that second half was very open. But to be fair, I said to you after the game, Timmy, like, they got the win, and obviously first half they looked like the better team. Second half was a bit more, was a bit more lax, and Burnley came back into it, which we couldn't control the game again. But I think I'm just pleased they got the win, because it gives us the chance now, a platform to go on that run that we've talked about all season. If we can just go on a run and get back up the table, similar kind of thing like last year when we went on that long run, that winning streak, and this now gives the platform for that. So that win, however they've got it, should give them that confidence now to kick on. So I mean, at least we looked threatening as well. I mean, that's another thing about that match against Burnley. The Man United match, and Newcastle were toothless. It just never looked like scoring, did we, really? So whereas Burnley, like, at least it looked like they had the shooting boots on. And I mean, what a finish by Joe Linton. I never would have expected that, to be fair. But they looked like scoring more often than not when they went forward. So hopefully that's going to continue in today's game.
Yeah. Well, one thing I just respond to is the mighty win there in the comments. Good to see you, mates. And Waz is in there as well. Queen of Hearts, Gavin Fuller, good to see us all in there. So the mighty win says Lee Ryder stated, quote, Burnley onslaught for an hour, 17 shots to 16, and XG one more on target for the Toon. So, like you say, it was a basketball game. It was back and forward. So, yes, I understand Eddie Howe kind of being a bit like, well, it wasn't an onslaught. We were in the game as well. But obviously the sentiment is also understandable from Lee Ryder. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's where you say, I think I'm surprised that Eddie Howe didn't kind of then say, but I acknowledge where you're coming from, in that, yes, we were under pressure. It was just a stone wall. Well, no, it wasn't onslaught, and that's that. So Crystal Palace today, Mark Gahey playing for Palace, the one that got away.
Well, we got Chow.
Are you good?
Yeah, not too bad.
Sorry?
We got Chow instead, didn't we? So not too bad in the end.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say, DX, like, are you disappointed we never got Gahey? How did you feel about his suit?
Well, I'd love it if there was any chance we could still get him, to be honest. I just think that we had that summer we were desperately trying to buy a player, weren't we? One player. We were fixated on this one player, and the bids kept coming in, but then they kept moving the goalpost. Palace, and I think they're quite a hard club to do business with, because they do maximise the value of all their players, which is, good business. And was it Ross Wilson? Was he would have been the sporting director then, wouldn't he? So if he'd known,
Dougie Freeman, was it?
Oh yes, it was Dougie Freeman, of course. Yeah. I was going to say, if Ross Wilson had been there, he could have done us a deal if he'd known he was going to Newcastle. But yeah, so I would love it if we'd got him, just because I think he's obviously a class player, isn't he? He's fantastic centre back. I'd say him and Chow are similar in some of the things. Chow's a bit taller, but they're both good on the ball. They're both very comfortable centre halves. He'd be a great Fabian Schär long-term replacement, wouldn't he? But I mean, he has scored those 2 own goals for us since that broke down. So he's helped us out a little bit. Make it a hat trick today. We'll be happy.
You were saying, he's in a hat trick.
Yeah. Has anyone ever done that? Anyone ever scored a hat trick? Has anyone ever scored in 3? It can't have happened. It can't. 3 games in a row at an away ground. Surely not.
Yeah, it's a good question. If anyone can find out in the comments, please let us know. But that would be crazy, really, for that to happen today. I was saying though, DX, that it's going to be the other end, isn't it? Typical us. Well, he'll score hat trick, but this time it'll be in the right end.
Probably. Well, hopefully. I mean,
so hopefully not.
Even though he's in my fantasy Premier League team, I'm hoping I wouldn't mind him getting an own goal today, just to rub it in. But I think
you'll take the hit.
Yeah, I'll take the hit I'll take it for the boys. But I think obviously he's a very good player. Is Mateta available today, or is he away?
I'm not sure.
I assume he's fit. He played the last match against Fulham.
Oh, okay. Well,
so I assume he's fit. I mean, just on Gahey, he actually does like to bomb forward, doesn't he? Like, it reminds me when Bramble used to do that for Newcastle. I don't know if you remember that. But yeah, like he likes to kind of in open play get into the box. If there's an attack on and it's a fluid move, he will join that attack sometimes. So he's actually a threat.
One of their biggest threats was that Muniz guy, wasn't he? But he's at the African Nations, I think, or is he one or the other anyway? So I'm glad he's out, because he was absolutely killing it at fullback. So that's quite nice.
Up and down that right, wasn't he? Yeah, he was. He scored in the cup final, didn't he? I think, or at least set the goal up. I think he was involved in some way. But yeah, he looks quality. I mean, with Gahey, we're not going to get him now, are we? Do you know what I mean? He's on a free at the end of the season.
No chance.
We're not going to be able to compete.
Do you think Liverpool?
You've got.
Do you think Liverpool will get?
Well, it sounds like it's between Liverpool and Real Madrid.
Real Madrid.
I'm sure they've been mentioned. But yeah, they have been linked. So if either of those clubs are in, obviously we're not gonna get them.
Yeah, they're building an English backline at Real Madrid, aren't they?
Exactly.
It's strange that just bought the Bournemouth defender. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I don't know what formation they play.
Aye, Howson. But I think Joao was obviously a quality player. I'm more than happy with Joao as a replacement, if you like, for Gahey. Like you said, going forward long term, it would have been nice to have Gahey as a successor to Schär, no doubt about it. But let's look at the players that we do have. So looking at today's game and kind of going back to the Burnley game as well in recent form. And I've spoke about him many times, but I'll continue to speak about him because it's relevant. So Anthony Gordon, where do you stand on Gordon, DX? How do you think he did against Burnley? What would you do with him going forward?
Against Burnley, I'm trying to think how he did against Burnley. I don't think he did much against Burnley, did he?
Tell you if you want.
I think he was pretty shocking, wasn't he, in that one? So I how do we play him? It's a difficult one, isn't it? It's a dilemma. But for me, what I would like to see at some point, and I don't know if today's the day to do it, but I'd love to see if we just tweak the formation a bit and we have like Barnes and maybe it would be Barnes and Visser. I don't know, Barnes and Voltemade or something like that, playing behind Visser, for example, and have it as a front three, but Barnes a little bit further in than playing on the wing, because I'm not sure that with our system, with the strikers we have, that wingers work as well anymore. I can understand it with Callum Wilson and Isak, because it seemed like getting supply into the box from wide was really effective with those two guys. But maybe with Visser it might be different. But even with Visser, he used to play with Mbermo, who used to cut in a lot and kind of come through the centre, come through the middle. And a lot of their play and their interplay was through the middle, not wide and into the middle. So I would love to see if we just tuck them in a bit. Then Gordon for me would be super sub if you want for a bit, but just try, because one thing is we don't seem to score many goals, especially away from home. And I feel like if you had Well, the only midfielder who scores any goals is Bruno, so he'd be in the team. But then you'd have Barnes, Voltemade, and Visser, they're all goal scorers. I wouldn't mind that. I'd give that a go, tuck in a bit more narrow the formation, and just give it a go. See if we can bombard them through the middle. Because there's stuff with the wingers. I mean, what are the stats? What have they got apart from Barnes from open play? Gordon's got. Is he scored from open play? I don't think he has this season, has he? And he's got a couple of assists now, but not many.
Yeah. I don't think he scored in the league from open play. He has in Europe.
In Europe, yeah, Barcelona, of course. Yeah.
Aye. So you'd have Voltemade and Visser both starting, yeah?
If they were both fully fit, the only downside with that is that Asula's not fit yet, I don't think. So we'd have nothing on the bench striker wise. And we'd need to know that, and we've got so many games that this would have to happen after this mad run of games, I think, at some point. But this could be a future thing. And also we need another striker or Asula to be fit that you could go, right, come on, hoik one of them off after 70 minutes. You could even try Gordon in that position for half an hour at the end of the game if Barnes is tiring. So yeah, that's how I would be playing. I just think for now I just think Gordon's probably. I think he's frustrating a lot of people, and if we're going to play with wingers, try him on the right then. Just try him on the right, because Barnes deserves to play on the left. He scores goals. He looks a threat. He's not going to do it every game. He's not world class. We're not looking at like prime Laurent Robert, who was fantastic, but he's very good, and I do think he gives us more of a threat. So yeah, I'd like Barnes to start on the left today. I don't think he will. And I reckon it'll be Murphy on the right and Gordon on the left. I think that's how Eddie will go out today.
Yeah. Peter?
I agree. I mean, with the left-hand side, with Gordon, it's strange because it's like he has to play there. He has to be on that left-hand side. So, and I could understand that, like a year ago, where you persist because of that season he had in his first full season when he was really effective. He was immense. But so I understand, like, okay, the next season he's a bit off the boil, but you want to persist. You want him to get back to his best. But it's been so long now where there's this refusal to shift him from that left side. I mean, I'm not, people might say, yeah, he plays up front, but we know that doesn't work. So,
that's a disaster.
Yeah. Like, why not, like you say, and we've said this before, like shift him over to the right hand side. And it just seems like there is zero kind of inclination that is ever going to happen now. And it's never looked likely for months, really, for pretty much all this season, that would ever happen. And why? Why is that? I don't understand why that wouldn't be something that you would maybe look to utilize. Because even when Barnes does come on as a sub sometimes, you could do it then. And that's happened before, where Barnes just came on as a sub and Gordon stayed on the pitch. But Barnes would go to the right and Gordon stays on the left. And it's just, it's baffling. And obviously we've mentioned this quite a lot now on this show about Gordon. But it's baffling. And I'm sure you're going to come on to this to me, but against Burnley, he was doing that thing again when, he's playing for the foul. He's looking for the free kick. And he's holding his knee, he's holding his leg. And there was one time when he done that in our own half. And I think it was Kyle Walker who went in on him, and it wasn't a foul. But he just stayed on the ground, and I noticed Burnley got into our box, nearly scored. And if you look at Gordon's on the ground, and he's actually looking up. So he's watching the play continue to see what's going to happen, whether Burnley are going to score or not before he actually gets up. Yeah. And it's just a tactic of his, isn't it, to try and get free kicks all the time. And it's like you said, it's annoying me, and it's probably annoying a lot of people, that kind of thing at least. And yeah, why not shift him to the right? I would love to see that. Him on the right, Barnes on the left.
it's weird, isn't it? Him and Tonali seem to do that a lot. They roll around, and then as soon as it's like, oh, okay, I'm not getting a foul, they're back on their feet, and I think it's too obvious sometimes. It's like they're falling over when a guy's just tapping them, like, or even breathing on them, and it's kind of embarrassing to watch sometimes.
It is.
I hope like someone has a word with them about that. I understand that's part of his game. Yeah, if you get contact and you want to go to the ground, fair enough, but some of it's just pathetic, like people leaning on you and stuff. Is
Exactly. Referees get wise as well, and there's a clear difference now in the amount of free kicks they're giving to Anthony Gordon compared to the amount of free kicks that he used to get in the past, because referees can see that it's his tactic, like you say. It is embarrassing, honestly. Like, it's so frustrating. Like, that is so cheap to play like that, where you're going down the line. And yes, obviously, it's part of the game and that you draw the foul. I get that, obviously. You know, it's, you can have really good play that way, where you can draw the foul and win dangerous free kicks. So I'm not naive to know that that is, you know, part of a winger's package, if you like, to draw the players in. But the amount of times he just looks for that and relies on that, like I say, it tells me that he hasn't got the faith in his own ability, you know, to actually do something with the ball and take on the fullback or whip in a quality cross. It's just, honestly, like the Geordie journos, they described it. One of the lads described him as pretentious a few weeks ago, and I agree. I think that's a perfect word. I think he comes across as very pretentious, as if he thinks he's, you know, a special player. And confidence is great, and you need confidence, and you need that belief. But there can be a fine line between confidence and delusion. And I think he is kind of veering towards the latter at the moment. And I don't see why he's given special dispensation to be having these games out on the left constantly, where, yeah, don't get us wrong, he's great at times against Chelsea first half. I'm not denying that. He was quality. And if he was like that sort of at least even half the time, to be honest, then you could kind of give some kind of pass. But I don't think it's even been half the time. If you look at the last year or so, most of the time, in my opinion, he's put in poor performances over the last year and a half. So, yeah, it's just one of Eddie Howe's faults. And like you say, the obvious thing to do is to put, if you want it, Chris said before on the show about trying to fit in a player. If you're going to fit a player into the team, like he's trying to fit in Harvey Barnes, because he knows Harvey Barnes is a good player, does bring a threat, but he doesn't want to play him on the left. So he's fitting him in on the right. If you're going to do that with any player, it's Anthony Gordon, who doesn't deserve to be in the team, but you want to shoehorn him in. So, okay, you're going to go on the right. You don't want to play there, but that's where you're going to be if you're going to be in the team. But yeah, I mean, but why isn't he asked about this? I don't understand why the journalists don't simply say to Eddie Howe, is there a reason behind the reluctance to play Anthony Gordon on the right, especially considering Harvey Barnes' form on the left? Be interesting to see the response to that.
I think as well, again, I went back to it. As soon as I go back to it, Anthony Gordon against Arsenal last year, that cross from the right-hand side, you know, you could reference that. If you're a journalist, you could say, look, we all saw how effective he was on that right-hand side when he played there. So more of the same, you know. Why not try that again? Is that an option? Ask him that, yeah.
I think the frustrating thing is you do see those flashes with him, don't you? Like you said, he's got kind of like was it Leverkusen? He had a really good game against Leverkusen. You see these odd performances here and there, or half against Chelsea, or 20 minutes against blah blah blah. And you think, God, he is a. It reminds you of what he was playing like consistently a couple, like 2 years ago, and now you watch him and it's kind of like, oh, just little moments like that. It's like watching I don't know, like someone has a bit of clarity for a moment and then they go back to being in a fog, and he's just like that. He's frustrating, and actually that's more frustrating. If he was terrible all the time, you like Obertan or someone. Well, Obertan had like 2 good games, but like mostly terrible like that. Or even Alanga's been pretty poor most of the time. You kind of go, oh, shove him on the bench, he's awful, or get him out of the squad for a bit. But because of those flashes of a half against Chelsea, a Leverkusen game, this 20 minutes, this thing he did, you kind of think, oh, and I'm sure it's playing on the manager's mind. Oh, maybe he can get back to that level that he was
Yeah.
2 years ago, but he hasn't strung 3 performances like that together. In
Yeah. The thing is, sorry, go on, DX.
No, I was saying in a year, like since I think it was since that red card against Brighton, wasn't it? He just never got back to the same level after that. He had a couple of
Yeah.
injuries, and then he hasn't looked the same player. He's looked more like the Everton version of Anthony Gordon.
Yeah. I mean, I would understand it more if we didn't have anybody else for the left wing. That kind of makes it worse for me, where you've got a player who has been in form, who hasn't really let you down in Harvey Barnes on the left. That just compounds it, doesn't it? Gavin Fuller says there, can anyone tell me the last time Gordon turned up away from home in the Premier League? Obviously, it's not the Premier League, but you mentioned there, is it Leverkusen? You said, yeah. So Leverkusen, and I agree, you know, in one of the, I think it was the full game, well, the second half it was, I think, in the main, where he set up Miley's goal. Yeah, he was good. And
he hit the bar as well. Was that the game where he came inside in the 25-yarder?
That was Murphy, wasn't it? Was that not Murphy?
No, no, there was one where Gordon hit the bar. He came inside. It might have been Chelsea. I can't remember now. There was a game.
Burnley at home. Oh, yeah.
Was that? Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
so
he hit
I think Burnley at home was quite good as well, to be fair. Like, but again, that was against 10 men. It was sat back. It's just a free hit, really. Well, not a free hit, but like.
You're right, though. He has got a quality cross on him. He has. He's got that in his locker, and he's got a good shot on him as well. At times. He's got it in his locker. Even on his left foot sometimes. I've noticed he can wrap his left foot around it and put in a good ball. He can do it. But it's just been so infrequent, and like we've said about the kind of antics of going down all the time. That's the mix, and then like you said to me with Barnes is there, he's been more reliable. Yeah, it's frustrating, but I think it's fair to say that he'll just continue today. Gordon will probably play that left hand side today again, but it's funny you say there about formations, DX. Like, I was just thinking when you mentioned there about what you were saying you would think about doing with playing like Barnes behind 2 strikers. You don't really see any. Well, to be fair, I don't really watch a ton of Premier League football, you know, these days in terms of like if there's a game on TV, yes, I'll watch it. But from what I can tell, you don't see a lot of changes formation-wise from anyone. I would say for most managers these days, it seems like this. Well, you call it sort of 4-5-1, 4-3-3. This kind of formation with the 2 wide men as the attackers, it's just set in stone, isn't it? And back in the day, remember when you used to see 4-4-2 was the main formation, but you would always see the odd time it would switch sometimes to 5-3-2 wing backs. That would sometimes come in. I remember Robertson done that. He had that spell. Robertson in his 3rd season, I think, where he tried 5-3-2 for a good few months, and with kind of mixed success. But he tried it, and it's just something you rarely see now in terms of formations. You don't. I would like to see a return to 2 up front, or like a striker with someone behind the 2 strikers, someone in the hole. Use the fullbacks for the width if you have to, you know?
Yeah, sure. And I think our fullbacks particularly, because we've got, when Tino and Hall are available, we've got 2 players who can just do that side of it. I mean, Tino's final ball in or shot is not brilliant, but getting forward, he's really good. And that's something he could work on. But yeah, I think it would be interesting to try. I mean, I was watching the second half of Bournemouth Arsenal yesterday, and I'm not too sure what formation Bournemouth were playing, but they were just so open at the back. And I guess that's the thing, isn't it? You've got to find that balance. But I mean, I just think if we played like that, it would be suicidal. But I think with the 3 up front, having Voltemada and Visser and Barnes, you know, playing off them a bit, it doesn't change the back line too much or the midfield. You can still, and I would definitely have Miley in the midfield when Tino's available. So still the rest of the team's still as solid as it was, but it's just tweaking that front bit because the wingers aren't really scoring, apart from Barnes, aren't scoring any goals in open play. and we need something. We can pad stats and say he scored. And by the way, I don't mind Anthony Gordon taking penalties. I'm not one of those people who's like, oh no, you shouldn't, because he's scoring every penalty. So okay, fine. If he misses one, give him to Voltemada. But he's putting them all in the corner.
I think stick with Gordon.
Yeah. So, but it is sort of clouding some people's judgment. They're like, oh well, he scored 5 goals, 6 goals. Yeah, but he's not really threatening that much from open play. So we need to see more.
Yeah.
With Voltemada, I'll come on to that in a second. Just one, and then I will shut up about Gordon in a second. But Win made a good point in that you said about the Everton version. And actually, because Win says in the comments there, the reason we bought Anthony Gordon was because of the Everton version. And while he was probably, less consistent for Everton than what he was for us in his first full season, when I think about it, actually, I do agree in that he was spiky, he was aggressive, he was lively for Everton, and that's what I miss. And like I say, he's there seems to be this pretentiousness to him now where he himself and seemingly the coach and staff seem to view him as this kind of David Ginola type left winger where, he can do this, he can do that. And he's this philosopher all of a sudden. And look, I'm all for that because I think a lot of the game is in the mind. I think it's kind of fascinating how the mind works in that when the pressure's on in these, high stakes sports, how do you cope and how do you be your best self, if you like? So I understand all that. Like, yes, I think it's great to look into that, but I don't see any substance on the pitch from Gordon. And I'd rather he just got out of his head and went back to the spiky, aggressive version. And I think that would cause more damage.
But with more impact, because Everton barely scored a goal, did he? So
yeah, that's true.
This would be, by the way, this would be his 100th Premier League appearance for us if he plays today.
Okay.
I only just found that out, so
we definitely didn't. With Voltemada, right? For me, he's a number 10. He's a Dennis Bergkamp, and I just don't like the idea of him being
going to get
number
roasted
9.
by Connor in the comments, by the way, if you say that.
That's sorry. It's all about opinions. I just think, would you play Dennis Bergkamp as a 9 back in the day as the focal point? Would you have done that?
Not really. No, he was a great conduit between the midfield and the attack, wasn't he? Really great sort of.
Yeah.
Number 10. He was world class.
Yeah. Would you be saying to Bergkamp, look, I want you to press their defence constantly, up and down, left and right. I need you to be running to do that whenever they've got the ball. But I still expect you to do X, Y, and Z. You wouldn't. Obviously, you wouldn't. And I think because Voltemada is tall, he's looked upon as an out-and-out striker, whereas in reality, and we can get mixed up with terminology and stuff, I think these days we get bogged down sometimes in it, and that it's about the profile of the player. And just like Dennis Bergkamp, Voltemada is a player who wants to be in that hole, who wants to, like you say, link the play between midfield and attack. And that's where you're going to get the best out of him. So I understand the reluctance in a way where you haven't got a Sula fit to play both Voltemada and Wissa together because there's nothing off the bench to change the game. So I get that side of it. But I think long-term going forward, that's where I want to see Voltemada. And in the meantime, I think it's kind of a waste to be asking him to press. I know he's great against Chelsea, obviously, first half, but second half he burnt out. So I think for me, Wissa is the man to be the number 9 for now until you switch things up.
I agree. I think if we're playing the press, I think that's the way we should play it, because I do think that Voltemada, that's not his strength. We know that's not his strength. He's got lots of great qualities. Technically, he's lovely to watch, scores some amazing goals. But I just think making him do that job, it just, like you said, burns him out. It doesn't. And second half, he's always fading in games. And I just think let's have someone up there if this is fully fit, and I think that'd be a really nice partnership, actually, the two of them.
Yeah.
And they can interchange. You can always have little flips and flops, and he'll come, Voltemada then goes further forward for a bit, and there's no reason why you can't do that.
Mm-hmm. I think those two could be lethal to see them two combine. it's a shame we're probably not going to see that because, like I say, I think football in general, people will say Eddie Howe is, and he's very stubborn in how he doesn't change certain things, but it's also football, Premier League, sort of English Premier League in general. You just rarely see two strikers, and I really wish, and I hope it will come back round someday soon where it does become the norm again. These things do often come back round where you see a 180 in terms of trends and what's the norm, and 4-4-2 was the norm, and or at least just two strikers, 5-3-2, whatever. So hopefully that will come back round at some point. Yeah, I think Wissa. What I would say about the Burnley match is there was a moment with Tonali. I know Tonali didn't have a great game, but there was one time in the first half on the halfway line where he received the ball with his back to goal, facing his own goal. And I think it was first time he just pinged it round the corner, round kind of over towards where Wissa was. And it was in this like sweet spot where this uncertainty, like you said to me, corridor of uncertainty, where the defender then suddenly had Wissa on his shoulders, and it was a bit of a 50-50 as to who was going to get this bouncing ball. And that's the difference. Yep. Where having Wissa in the team, because of his mobility, he's flighty, he's fast, he's nippy, those kind of balls, I thought was really intelligent ball by Tonali. You don't always have to play it to feet. If there's space there and if they've pushed up, you can play a percentage ball in behind. Round the corner. And if you've got someone like Wissa, they're likely going to struggle, or at least it's going to be a challenge for that defence. You're asking them a question, you're posing the question, can you deal with this ball with him on your shoulder, hunting you down? And obviously, Wissa, like you say with Voltemeda, he's not that kind of player where he's going to latch onto those kind of balls. So, yeah, I think Wissa as well with the experience, fox in the box sort of thing. We saw that against Burnley. He should have scored another. I mean, he missed it easier. Well, yes, yeah, the header was. I mean, fair enough. People will say the goals are tapping, and it was, but right place, right time. The header, yeah, I'm surprised he missed that. I was just waiting for the net to bulge. It was strange, but yeah, he just offers a different dynamic. And in an ideal world, like I say, you would see both of them up front. They would combine.
I don't think there's any problem with tap-ins though, because that's what we've kind of been missing. We don't seem to score enough of those kind of goals. Like if you look at a compilation of Gary Lineker's goals, they're all 3-yard tap-ins, headers from the far part. Then there aren't that many where you go, God, he smashed that one in from 20 yards. No, I don't mind if we get a player who scores 20 tap-ins a season. I'll be very happy with that. God, we haven't had that in a while. I mean, trying to think of someone who did that. Well, Remy, they weren't really tap-ins, were they? But yeah, so I think that's a good asset for the team to have someone like that.
Oh, and we've seen times this season where balls have been put across, into the box, sort of in front of the defence, and no one's got onto it. We've seen that quite a few times this season.
Yeah.
So someone like Wissa hopefully will kind of be the missing piece in those kind of scenarios.
I think you can be, and I think Connor said there in the comments that if you give Voltemeda the service, he will score goals. And I don't doubt that. I think he would, but I just think it's about getting the best out of that individual player. So he would score goals, but ask him to play this way. Will you see truly the best of him and his potential going forward? I think there's a even better player in there if we don't ask him to do some of these things, which kind of harm in a way his natural game.
And he naturally drops as well, doesn't he? If you watch him play, even if he's the main striker, which he's been in almost every game he's played, he does just naturally gravitate towards the midfield a bit, and that seems to be where he wants the ball, where he likes having it. And I think that you're right. That's how we're going to get the best out of him, and hopefully he can become a player like Harry Kane plays up front, but he drops deep and plays a different kind of way. So, I think, I'd see Voltemeda. I think Bergkamp's a good comparison. If he could be like Bergkamp, then my God, we have a hell of a player.
Yeah, definitely. And there's a Mackham there in the comments. I think it was Sean there. Let me just have a look. So he's basically saying that he thinks that we went stale. So yeah, he's came in peace, and good to have you on board. We're welcome to any of the fans out there, any other opinions, as long as we keep it sensible. Yeah, Mackham here. Think you guys have gone stale. Great team last season, well deserved, but lost way. And I think stale is the word for me. That perfectly sums up my feelings as to where we are and where we have been this season, unfortunately. So Tonali, DX, what's going on?
Well, I know that Roy has a theory that it was when he was put to right back, but I don't agree with that. I think I've got a funny feeling, like, because of his age and stuff like that, he's nearly 26, and or 26-ish this summer, I think. He's got to that point maybe where he thinks, right, this is my peak coming up. And like with Isak, if I'm going to get a big move to a big Newcastle, a big club, but like a big club in Italy again, which is where I think he'd like to be really, then this is the summer to do it. But so I think there's something going on psychologically, because it's just too many bad performances. Like, unless his confidence is shot, which I just don't think it would be. He's a quality player. It does concern me. I don't know if what it is with him. Like, we're just not seeing that class player that we've seen before, that absolutely top player. And at the moment, if Tino's fit, I'd have Miley in and Bruno in, and then there'd be a question mark on the third midfielder, like Joe Linton or Tonali. So, and that would not have been a question a couple of months ago. He would have been the first or second name on that team sheet. So, yeah, it's concerning. It just has been a strange season for him, and he seems to go missing in a lot of the big moments. Like Sunderland, he was I know 9 out of the 11 players were terrible, but he was terrible there. And Burnley, yeah, I mean, not a good performance in a game where I think he should have thrived. He should have dominated the midfield and didn't really do anything. So, yeah, I'm a bit worried about him, but I hope his head hasn't sort of gone somewhere else. And I hope it is just a case. Maybe he had a virus. People are saying that he had a virus. He wasn't well for a bit and he's still recovering from that. But that was a month ago, over a month ago, 6-7 weeks ago. So desperate to see him there. And I've heard he's linked with Chelsea now. And I mean, that's, well, who knows? Who knows if transfer talk's part of it? It could be anything, couldn't it?
Good points. I mean, I agree in terms of there's probably that speculation. Who knows what's going on behind the scenes? And any player who has played the way he has in recent times is going to get attention. So that wouldn't surprise us. But I would still say, like, look, you're a professional player, you're a top level player. You should not be getting affected to this extent. So it is frustrating, and I agree. Another frustrating thing is the fact that we've got these injuries with Tino and with Trippier, because I would have had no qualms about putting Miley in midfield and sitting Tonali on the bench for a little bit, and you can bring in Ramsey or Joe Linton with Bruno if needs be, because I think you need that culture where it's not the end of the world if a player is on the bench. And it's not saying they're going to be on the bench, until for the not like forever. They're going to come back in, but they just need to be taken out the side. We're a big club. We're not minnows where we have to kind of skirt around these things. So you need the right culture where, you know what, if you're way off form, you're going to be having a spell on the sidelines. Nothing personal. It's just the way the game is.
Absolutely.
And the way the game should be with squad management. What do you think, Peter?
Yeah, I mean, I think, is it Picker in the comments there said the pasta must not be very good in Newcastle. So maybe that's all it just comes down to, the bottom line.
I've always been elsewhere other than Wetherspoons since that time.
Yeah, maybe that's the problem. But yeah, I agree. He's been poor, really poor for a good few months, really. I would say a couple of months. So yeah, it's a strange one. Who knows, really? We're speculating what the reasons are. I mean, Is he not comfortable in that middle three anymore? Is he lost in terms of what his role is? Does he prefer to attack? Does he prefer to kind of sit? He's a bit of an all-rounder, isn't he? He's got an engine on him. But you mentioned before, DX, that Bruno is the only one really who tends to score from that midfield area. So do you play Tonali further forward? But at the same time, he doesn't score. Like, he's very reluctant to shoot, isn't he? A lot of the time when he does get near the sort of the box, on the edge of the box. So I'm not sure. I mean, maybe they need to sit down with him and just sort of assess what his role is and redefine what his role in the team is. Is he there to kind of mop up, or is it just a fluid thing where everyone's doing a bit of everything in that midfield? But like you said, Timmy, I would have no hesitation to put Miley in there and just say to Tonali, "You'll be back just for this game. You're on the bench, and we need you to be ready to come on," because he actually could be a good weapon to bring off the bench to unleash because of his energy and the way he does get up and down the pitch. Especially if we're looking to control the game, then him coming on could really help with that when players are getting tired in the middle of the park. So it'll be interesting to see if he does play today. He probably will, but I've seen in the comments there, the Yam was saying that Tino and Trips apparently I've seen kit bag in hand at St. James.
Didn't they say Botman as well?
Yeah,
Botman
as well.
Yeah,
That's interesting.
Mm.
And
Aye,
I was thinking about Arsenal yesterday. They had Saka on the bench. They had an amazing bench, and Eze's been on the bench for the last 4 matches. So sometimes, they're top of the league. So sometimes you can. It doesn't mean we don't rate you. You're rubbish. You're on the bench.
Exactly.
You're using the squad. You're right. Okay, at the moment this guy's not at the top of his game. Let's mix it about. And Tonali, but in terms of playing Tonali as at the front of as the main attacking midfielder, his record for Italy is 3 goals in 30 matches. His record in Serie A is like 1 in 10 or something. He's not really a goal scorer, whereas I think Bruno does chip in with. He's got 6 goals and 4 assists in the league this season. So,
I
hard
do think if we had more redefined or defined roles within the midfield, I think that could help in that. I would say to Tonali, look, you might want to be more up and down, but for now, I want you just to sit a bit more and to read the play and use your intelligence to mop up these passes and cut off these passing lanes for the opposition and also help us start attacks. I would just try and simplify things that way, personally. Christina says that she would like to see Botman at the back with Thiaw or Cher at number 6 position, and Tonali and Bruno at 8 would be worth a try. What do you think?
I think we tried it before, didn't we? At one point, did we try Cher in defence? I think maybe it was when Rafa was the manager. I can't remember. He didn't look as
A long time ago.
quite as effective there. I think he plays it sometimes for Switzerland, doesn't he? But what an indictment that would be on the midfielders we have. There, we've got 6 central midfielders, and you're putting Cher in central midfield. So I don't know. I think there must be a way of getting it to function without shifting central defenders around.
I wouldn't shift Thiaw.
Go on.
I wouldn't shift Thiaw from centre half. He's too good there. But maybe I can understand looking at Shaw and thinking maybe he could do a job in the midfield. He's coming at the end of his career, and he's really good with the ball at his feet. So maybe it's something to consider.
It's his legs, isn't it? And I know he'd be sitting, but he'd have to very much be sitting because his
has
legs
he got
would carry
the
him.
stamina to compete in amongst all of that? Yeah. True.
Speaking of Crystal Palace today, what do you think of Adam Wharton?
Oh, good player, isn't he? He's a player we were linked with continuously when he was at Blackburn, and I know they were raving about him, the Blackburn fans. But yeah, he just looks class. I think he's another one who picks up a few injuries. I love the way he's on the ball. He's got a great left foot, and he just sort of glides over the ground. He is quality. Like, he is an absolute quality player. Well, he might be a little bit injury prone, but I actually think he's a more talented player. This might not go down too well than Elliot Anderson. That's just my opinion. I think he is. So, yeah, I mean, I'm sure putting a good performance today. He's always, but hopefully not too good. Hope he might pick up a red card. Who knows?
Yeah.
I think just by all accounts, we might not have much of a chance anyway, in that it does seem like other top clubs are in for him, and potentially to clubs who will be, higher up the food chain, if you like. And I agree, like, he just oozes class on the ball. And I do think he is better than Elliot Anderson. I think he gives you more quality. I think from what I can see, he gives you better, more incisive passing, potentially. I would just say, though, in that my reservations is that, what is he? And it goes back to also players like Kobbie Mainoo, because I really like Kobbie Mainoo as well at Man United. Perhaps not as good, but I think he has a potential to be a really good player. And ordinarily, I think, and I was saying earlier in the season, I think we should be in for him. But I think you kind of go back to the midfield issue, where I think we need a 6. And we've got enough 8s, if you like, who can go up and down. But would either of those players, or Wharton in this instance, would he be a 6? I think he wants to be up and down, doesn't he? So as much as I love him, do we need maybe somebody who will sit more and mop things up and read the play? Because we are overly exposed in midfield. There's no doubt about that. What do you think of that?
Look, I'd love a Declan Rice. He can do both jobs, can't he? But of course, there aren't too many Declan Rices out there. So, I mean, watching him yesterday again, it was one of those things of, geez, this guy's some player. But yeah, I can't. I mean, we were linked with that Edison guy, weren't we? The defensive midfielder who plays in Serie A. So I don't know what's happened with that. That seems to have gone very quiet. But have we been linked with Wharton recently? Then I didn't catch that one.
I only heard something. It was like a year ago. I haven't heard anything since. And like I said, it's probably unlikely now because of the amount of clubs who'll be interested. What do you think, Peter?
I mentioned before about Tonali when he played that ball round the corner, and Wharton does that all the time, where he's mapped out the pitch in the back of his head. He knows, he knows who's where, what's what. So when he receives the ball, often you'll see him play those passes round the corner. But normally it's, he knows who he's passing it to, and it's like really kind of smooth transition up the pitch that way. So quality player. I mean, what I will say is Fulham played Palace. So that was their last match at Selhurst Park. And would you say that he's supposed to be sitting there? I know he's got such good technique. You want him on the ball. You want him to kind of progress the move in possession. But if he's supposed to sit, then I mean, Fulham got behind him because they had a I've forgotten his name now, but attacking midfield player who scored on the edge of Palace's box the last match, and Wharton was kind of ahead of the ball. So I guess if he's supposed to be a sitting number 6, then it's not watertight, because he does have an attacking mindset, I think. But no, he's a quality player, and like you say, so good to watch on the ball, and just to start those moves off. I think he's probably going to go somewhere like big. I think next summer, I'd imagine a lot of clubs will be in form. Maybe January, maybe this month. We'll see.
He doesn't look like an out-and-out 6 to me. I mean, if you could be converted, if you like, into that, then great, because like you say, he's got the class and the ball to start attacks from deep. But it looks like he wants to be a bit further forward, but I will see. Today, we've got obviously Palace, then 3 days' time, we've got Leeds. And then 3 days after that or something, we've got another game. So I think it's a case of squad management. Aye. Wolves. So you look at the midfield. Who would you be playing today in midfield? With that in mind.
Yeah, with the squad management side of things.
Yeah.
I think a lot of it depends on if Tino's available and fully fit. He needs to be fully fit for this to happen. But I think we need Joe Linton for the Leeds game. That's just what I feel like that would be a good game for him.
Yeah.
going to have Longstaff in there. It's going to be a bit of a battle and all that kind of thing.
Exactly.
So I would hold him back. So I think Bruno has to play. I think Bruno's the one who can play pretty much every game and not burn out. Miley, if Tino's available, I'd have Miley in the middle. And I would probably give Tonali a chance today. I think Palace might be a good game for him. And then maybe bring Ramsey in for the Leeds game. But is Ramsey and Joe Linton, are we then... They're not that similar. I think Ramsey's a bit better on the ball and Joe Linton's a bit more robust. So, yeah, I'd probably mix it up like that. And then I think the game after that's Bournemouth in the FA Cup, isn't it? And they're such an open team, Bournemouth. The way they play football is like Cavaliers, like having Big Ange in charge. I think...
Go bad to be.
Yeah, good to watch, but they don't ever win a match. But yeah, so I think like in that match, maybe try and get those midfielders to push forward a bit more. So I wouldn't have Joe Linton for the Bournemouth game. I'd try it and mix it up a bit and have maybe Willock, might be a good one for that one. It sounds weird, but because he does go forward nicely with the ball and they leave big gaps in the centre, it might give him the space to actually do the things he does well. So yeah, I think we can rotate a bit. And one thing's for sure, though, these are games we have to be winning now. This is the sequence of games where the first time where I've gone, oh yeah, this is... Don't take them for granted, of course, but these 3 home games in a row, and then we've got Wolves away, and then, okay, Villa at home's hard, and PSV at home's hard, but they're all games you go, oh, you would want to win that, wouldn't you? You'd want to win that.
Aye. I had also earmarked Joe Linton for the Leeds game as well, because Leeds are combative, tough, really well organised, really well compact and athletic. So I do think Joe Linton is suited to that game more than this one. So I would save him, I agree, for Leeds. And for this game, I think play Ramsey. Play Bruno, I think, and like you say, give Tonali another game, see how he does today. I think I would go with that and then bring J7 back in. I agree about Bruno, he's the one who can play him more often than not without that much of a rest, although I think maybe one of the games coming up, he could have a spell on the bench just to keep him fresh. And then Willock. I mean, the thing is with Ramsey and J7 for one of the games, they both like to be on that left side, don't they? So it's a bit awkward in that way. But I agree though.
If you bring
but Miley can come in on that right side, like you say. If the fullbacks are fit, that's one of the great things. So I'd be looking to have Miley on the right side for one of these games as well. Like one
Just if you were to bring J7 back in after today's game, so you're saying you wouldn't play him today, but you'd play him against Leeds. Who do you then drop for Joe Linton to come back in? Before you answer that, to me, we've got a super chat there from Wazza. So pick your strongest team.
Yeah.
Always 3 points equals morale lift. Yeah.
But I think you've got to, when you've got a squad, you can't just go, well, we'll pick the same 11 because that's our best 11 every week. It would just be a disaster.
Exactly. What do we say about being proactive instead of reactive? I think that applies to team selection as well. And I get I get where you're coming from, Wazza. I get that. But I just think when you've got this amount of fixtures, you can't ignore the potential burnout that players can have. So I just think you've got to manage your squad.
Can I just add the question for you, Tim, just because Peter asked you something which you're going to answer in a bit, but just to add to that, if Lewis Hall was an option in the centre of midfield, if we had another left back, do you think that's somewhere we could put him? But I'll just add that to what you're going to say anyway.
Yeah. Well, I'll come on to that first. So with Lewis Hall coming at midfield, I've always been like really reluctant to kind of consider that because I've just thought he's a quality fullback, and you don't want to be messing players around, moving positions because it confuses them potentially, especially a young player. And it can be good experience here and playing different positions here and there, but in the main, you want them settled somewhere. So I've just thought he's class at left back. Let him develop. I would say probably the last few weeks, I have thought about that actually, and I've thought, you know what, it is very tempting because you look at how he plays. He's so good in the ball. He keeps the ball so well. He's got a pass on him. His technique is just spot on. So part of it is actually tempted to try him on that left side. But I mean, if you want a definitive answer, I think I would still be kind of saying, well, just keep him left back, and let him concentrate on being the best left back he can for now.
You see, yeah, I would, just to answer that as well, I don't think it'd be a good idea because one of the reasons why he is so effective going forwards on the ball is partly because he's coming from deep and he's got that momentum. And we've had this discussion before. I remember years ago, Timmy, we were talking about Ashley Cole, and Ashley Cole was class, right? And again, not just defensively, but like going forwards, he was mint. He was, really threatening down that left-hand side. But that's partly, again, because he's that momentum. When you make that run, whether you're kind of coming on at the ball or whether you're kind of seeing a pass that's on in front of you, it's a different dynamic doing that compared to if you are already in that midfield area and you're not having that space to run into like you do from fullback. So I just think it's a different dynamic, and you're not going to then suddenly see the same thing from Lewis Hall that you would see from that left back position. So yeah, for me, it's like it's too much of a change of dynamic, and I would keep him at left back, keep him doing what he does best.
Mm. Yeah, I agree really. And you asked about who would I play against today against Palace and then play against Leeds.
Aye, because you're saying you would bring J7 back in for Wolves. So who drops out
Leeds
then?
game.
Sorry, for Leeds, yeah. So versus Leeds, who drops out for J7 after today? Do you look at today?
Well,
Do you look to see who plays well today? Who,
well,
who keeps the jersey?
I would play Ramsey today, and then I would play J7 against Leeds. That's what I would have in mind.
So Bruno, Tonali, and Ramsey today.
Yeah.
And then you drop Ramsey probably, or would you just look to see who plays well today? Maybe Tonali drops against.
It is a difficult one, because like if Ramsey has a worldie, then you're kind of reluctant to take him out against Leeds, then aren't you?
Yeah.
But I think it's also about man management, not just squad management. So you're looking at the fixtures here. So you got, I think the FA Cup game is after Leeds. So I would, and it's quite robotic, and I understand that maybe you don't want to manage too robotically because you have to reward players when they play well. But because this is such a hectic period, I would really plan it in that I would have Ramsey in today, and regardless kind of what happens really, I would have J7 to replace him for Leeds, and then for the FA Cup game after, I would play Ramsey. Because, like you say, DX, Bournemouth are kind of kamikaze. They're full on, and Ramsey could well get the space in behind to actually show what he can do in the final third. And then after that, you've got Wolves away. So again, I think that game, certainly Ramsey could play in that as well. I think it's a bit of a toss-up in one way because Bournemouth are very physical, so J7's physicality could be well suited to that game. But I think either way, the Wolves game is really good for Ramsey because obviously Wolves are rock bottom. You should get chances against them. They don't look the most physical side to me, so I don't see any need for J7 in that one. So you've got 4 games there where I would be splitting it between them. They'd have 2 games each, and then maybe after that run of games, you can then have an outlook as to okay, who's in a rhythm, who can hang me hat on going forward for a more consistent run. That will be my thinking.
Aye. Well, we've got a question there in the chat to me from Connor. So Tino, Botman, and Trips are back. Do you think any of them start today? So personally, I think Tino will start. I'll put that out there. We'll find out very soon, but I would say he probably will start.
Does anyone find it weird? He never plays a reserve game. From what he might have, maybe I'm wrong, but he never seems to play a reserve game before he comes back in the side.
No, you're right. Actually, I've never heard of him.
True, but do many players do that though? These days,
maybe it's the thing.
Not as often, but some do. It's not as often.
It used to be the norm, but I think these days, I'm not sure. Mid-season, when I don't know. I can't remember reading about any kind of other players doing that as well. To be fair,
Whistle did, that's for sure.
The one I'd like to see back actually is Botman, because I think the balance of the central defence isn't right with Shah and Chow. And I don't think it would be right with Burn and Botman either. You have to have one of the right siders and one of the left siders for it to work. So I think Botman and Chow for this game, and then we might have to revert to Share and Chow for the next one, because I don't trust Botman to play 2 games in a week. I just don't think he can. We tried it earlier this season. He broke down again. He's down out for 2 months. Mm-hmm. So if he's fully fit, if he's properly available today, I wouldn't mind him starting today, and then by default have to bring Shah back in for the next one. But then I don't know if there's a way you could say to Botman, look, we want you to be available all season, and you do too. You don't want to keep getting injured. We've got a game every 3 days at the moment, all this kind of stuff. We're just going to have to rotate you in and out. And it's not that you're being dropped. It's that we're trying to look after you and keep you fit.
Yeah.
So, and it would be better if Burn was available too, because then you could sort of rotate Burn and Botman on the left. And I think that would be great. But I wouldn't mind seeing Botman back today. I think it would bring a better balance to the back line.
I agree about Botman. Go on, Peter.
Him and Chow. So drop Shaw. Is that what you're thinking?
Yeah, Shaw, because I think Chow, he's been so good this season. And I just don't feel like him and Shaw as a partnership works very well. And I think if you're going to drop one of them, it has to be Shaw or one of the two.
I think with Shaw and Chiao, I think in terms of the profile of the players, there's nothing that should be stopping them two from playing well together, in my opinion. I know, like you're saying about they don't go well together, and I've heard people say it's not the right pairing, but I just think it's really, I think Fabian Schär's been off it, and it's more an individual thing, in my opinion, because I think there should be a good dynamic there between them, and obviously, I think Schär's just been way off of it. Certainly, Man United game, he's kind of composure turned into casualness. He was caught out with balls over the top far too easily. Burnley, there was some dodgy moments as well, although he did clear one off the line, and that's what he's good at in terms of reading the play. But I agree about Botman. Like he is, some would kind of be a bit more reserved about him now these days after his injuries. But I think him at his best is potentially, top class. And I really hope we can get him back in and being a regular so he can sign a new contract and be our rock at the back alongside Chiao. I think it's got all the hallmarks of like one of the best pairings in the Premier League.
I think in a weird way, all of his injuries have probably put all the top clubs off anyway. So all that, if he'd been fit the whole time and he'd been outstanding, by now there'd be all these clubs buzzing about, maybe even last summer. So now I don't think any top club would really look at him and go, oh yeah, he's a viable option right now. He's just injured too much. So maybe that helps us to keep him for a bit, but then he's got to stay fit. We don't want another Jonathan Woodgate situation where he's brilliant, but he plays like 20 games a season at most.
Yeah. No, I agree. Right, we've got the teams announced. Let's have a look, see what's what. Okay, so Schär's in.
No changes. Visser up front.
Murphy's back in for Barnes.
Interesting. Baltimore on the bench.
Miley's right back still, I think. So Tino on the bench. I thought Tino would have played but
the bench is good.
Yeah, it is. I mean, Miley has been brilliant right back. You can't dispute that. But so I can kind of understand that. But yeah,
but I'm pleased in a way because I don't like. Who am I to say this? I'm not a physio. They've got the data, but it just seems like whenever Tino has got fit in the past, he's thrown straight back in and he's just playing game after game after game.
Mm.
And I would like us to take our time a bit with Tino because he's a young player and he is like on his day vitally important. So I just think give him some minutes as a run out first before you actually start him. So I don't mind that because Lewis Miley's been outstanding at right back. So it's not a long-term thing, I think, for me, Miley there. But for now, he can do the business. And then maybe the next game, Tino can start after getting maybe 20 minutes today or 30 minutes today.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing, and we don't know how far along their fitness journey they are. These guys, so to throw them in if they're not fully fit, especially Botman, I think, or Tino, well, Tino as well. They're both quite injury prone. Maybe we do have to just be a bit patient. But is that the same 11 that started against Burnley? I'm trying to figure out.
It is far from
Murphy. So
far from Murphy, yeah.
Murphy,
Barnes
yeah,
started
right. Barnes,
against Murphy on the right.
Yeah. So and we're a broken record, aren't we? But like again, Barnes is the fall guy, and you only have to go back 4 weeks or so, and Barnes was we were hanging our hat on him because he was the one player who looked like he could do something. So he wasn't letting us down in that way. Then you fast forward, 4 weeks later, and he's out of the picture, and it's just very frustrating for me because I really admire and respect Eddie Howe for what he's done for us. And I really want it to work. I want him to pick things up. I want us to finish the season as strongly as possible with Eddie Howe. But I think it's a very valid question to ask about the treatment that Harvey Barnes has received, considering the output that he's given us and the output Anthony Gordon isn't giving us.
Well, in home games, maybe Eddie thinks, home. Well, I'm second guessing the manager here, but like, does he think maybe that's the better lineup for the home matches to have? But then I thought Voltemada maybe in the home games might be more effective than he is away from home. So then it shows what I know really. Murphy's record, I think Murphy's got a pretty good record against Palace. I think he's scored a few goals here and there, hasn't he? And maybe got a couple of assists. So maybe that's part of the thinking.
I mean, just on Palace DX, they play for right back. They've got Klein, and he's getting on a bit now. Surely, yeah. So he's actually still pretty good from what I saw against Fulham. He set up their goal, and it was a really good cross. So he's actually still pretty good going forwards. But defensively, you would think with him getting on a bit that he could be a weak link. And if Gordon's gonna have a good game, surely today's a good opportunity, a good chance for him to get back on form, because he should have the legs on Klein. But again, just like we've said before, I mean, I said this the last show. You mentioned there about Eddie Howe to me, like it is frustrating because he himself says that players are picked based on kind of form. Really, he said that, hasn't he? When he gets asked about what do players need to do to keep their spot. I think he was asked about Jacob Ramsey a few weeks ago because Ramsey wasn't, getting a look in, and he said when they do get a chance, they need to take it, and that's how they keep their place. And I agree. I think that's a good principle to have in general. And I felt like that's how he has managed things a lot of the time. But it just seems like he says one thing and he's doing another, just with that particular selection of Gordon and Barnes. It's strange because I wouldn't say Barnes has done anything to warrant not keeping that jersey, But
I'd strongly expect Barnes to start against Leeds then, and if he doesn't, then we know that's then I think it's a bit of a concern. Unless Gordon bangs in a hat trick today, and then of course, fair enough. But if he doesn't have a fantastic or good game today, and he gets picked again to start against Leeds, and Barnes is on the bench again or shoved on the right wing, then. If I was Harvey Barnes, I'd be kicking the manager's door down after that.
Yeah, doing it, Douglas Ferguson.
Yeah, exactly. A bit less than
Yeah, true.
I think it comes down to principle with this situation, in that at the end of the day, Anthony Gordon hasn't done it, and I think it's about setting the right example. Just what you're saying, Peter. I think. In terms of that, you kind of play what's in front of you for this game, and then you rotate as as you see fit afterwards for this position. But first and foremost, I think on principle, you've just said about squad management, about rewarding good performances, about setting the right examples for this game. I think Barnes should have been in. And at least, even if you think that Gordon is kind of like showing signs, at least you're keeping him on his toes then for the next game. But it just seems like he's given just far too much leeway, and perhaps that's not helping him in terms of, everything going to his head and rolling around on the ground constantly, and he feels like he doesn't have to run back at times. So it's not a great situation for me. And yeah, Leeds are winning 1-0, by the way, against Man United, and that won't be an easy game because, like I say, they are combative, they're tough, they're organised. So yeah, that won't be an easy one.
I mean, that's kind of their derby, isn't it? Really, in the Premier League.
It's 1-1 now, actually. Aye.
1-1 already. Bloody hell! I thought they were going to beat them today, but they might do. Yeah, I think what I'm quite interested to see is Murphy and Visser, how they link up, because Visser is closer to Isak. They're not quite the same player, but they, in terms of the being pacey and making those runs in behind and all that. And Murphy had an amazing relationship with Isak. So I think this could be interesting just to see how those two kind of link up and play together.
That was mentioned in the comments there by Jopper, and I agree. I think Murphy, I think, to be fair, I can see why he's put Murphy in for that supply line for Wisser. It's just, the issue we're talking about really is Gordon hasn't warranted the jersey, but yeah, I've got no issue with Murphy coming in.
I think you're right on Gordon. I can totally get where you're coming from with that.
Yeah. I'm the same. Murphy puts good crosses in, even if he's having a bad game. He puts quality crosses in at some point. So I'm not against Murphy being in, provided he's fit. I don't agree with playing players if they're injured, but if he's fit, then yes, have him in on the right side.
I think that's very likely. We'll see a goal today, assisted by Murphy, scored by Wisser. I can just see that. So
everyone you bank on, wouldn't it, out of that selection?
Aye. So to be fair, I think that's a positive that he's in there in the team sheet, Murphy.
I mean, on paper, that's your strong. That's the strongest midfield that he could have picked, right? And then obviously with Miley at right back, because you can't kind of have Miley in midfield if there's not another right back in the team. So I think that he's gone with the strongest midfield he could have picked. Probably the strongest defense, because if the other guys aren't fit, and then he's just punted a bit on what he thinks is the best.
Yeah, it like you say, it is the strongest midfield on paper in isolation. I just think when you look at the games and you look at this game, J7 will be more suited to playing against Leeds because they are so physical.
I agree with you on that.
So again, it's about like game management and that man management, or squad management, really, I should say. And I'm kind of just looking at him like, look, Eddie, I don't quite get what you're reading. It seems like you're picking players not with the game in mind, if that makes sense, the opposition in mind. You don't want to think about the opposition completely, but you've got to recognize who you're playing. And look, I'm sure he does, and that he's got all the details and he works out this and works out that. But to me, it just seems like, Leeds is the obvious game for J7 to thrive in, as opposed to this game against Palace, where Ramsey could thrive more. That's my opinion. What do you think of Glasner, the ex?
I do like him, but I think his what's the word I want to use for this? His progress or his progression is a lot of it. There's some parallels with Eddie Howe, if you want to say that. He won the FA Cup. Okay, that's slightly better than the League Cup on paper, but I don't know if that. I rate him as a manager. I think he's a good man. You're not talking about him replacing Eddie, are you? You're just saying as a manager in general.
Both, mate. Both.
No, I think he's a good manager. I think he's done very well with Palace. They haven't had a great deal of money, and he has to sell top players every season. So, I think he's done really, really well there. And they all seem to get managers who do well, don't they? Roy Hodgson, not Ray Houghton. Roy Hodgson was like a really good manager for them, and they've had a few that have gone, wow, okay, that guy's good. So yeah, he's another one. He seems like he's very savvy. He's very decent guy. He talks a lot of sense in the interviews, in the press conferences. So yeah, I think he's a really good guy. It'd be interesting to see who they pick today, because they've got 10 players out, I think, for various reasons. So
just quickly, you're going to say that Cuff was saying that it's harsh that Gordon should be dropped, if that's what we're advocating, because he's got assists in the last 3 assists and 3 goals if you include Champions League games in the last amount of certain games. And Jobadoni says that he can also go down the outside and cross. Barnes doesn't do much. Barnes also hits a goal and can stop, whereas Gordon never does. Gordon continues running until the following day. I respect your opinion, but I just don't really agree in that Gordon continues running. I think, again, you talk about principles. I'm seeing a player fling himself to the ground at the point of contact, faking an injury, seemingly, looking at the referee holding his ankle while the game's continuing is not my cup of tea. And that is not the right example, and that is not, putting everything in for the shirt. I think on principle, he needs to pack that in, and he needs to be told to pack that in and taken out the side, One question before you go, DX. Ask this to the good doctor when we had him on. What's your favourite, and it might be an obvious moment, but maybe more something that's personal to you that is obvious or is not. What's your favourite moment as a supporter of Newcastle United?
Actually, there's one I remember where we were in the Champions League against Feyenoord, and we had to win. So I'll set it up a little bit further back. So when Sir Bobby was the manager, we got into the Champions League, first time since Dalglish was the manager, and we lost the first 3 games. We lost Feyenoord at home, which everyone was like, oh my God, Juventus away and Dinamo Kiev away. So we had 0 points from 3 games. And then we won. We beat Juventus and we beat Kiev. So we were back with a chance. But the only chance we had is if Juve went, they'd already qualified. They had to go to Kiev and win. And we had to beat Feyenoord away. And it's like, oh, okay. So we went 2-0 up. They come back to 2-2 and they're all over us, dominating and everything. Yeah. And in the 90 or 91st, 92nd minute, Dyer breaks away and he beats a couple of guys. And he fluffs his shot straight at the goalkeeper and he saves it. Bellamy smashes it in off the goalkeeper. And that was like one of the last kicks of the game. We got to the next stage of the Champions League because of that. And that was, I just remember just like jumping up and down and going nuts as I was only a little kid. But I was just like, I loved it. It was just it was an amazing sort of scenario. It was fantastic. So that one, that sticks in my mind. That was just an incredible adventure, that whole Champions League campaign.
Yeah. No, I'm sure we've probably got that game on tape in the garage somewhere, because we watched that and we used to record the games as well in those days, and it was class. I was the same, DX, like we were watching that and just going crazy when Bellamy got that one in. And like you say, the scenario that we had to navigate through with you. So Juventus having to win, we had to beat Feyenoord, and also what made it so dramatic was that we were 2 up against Feyenoord, and then they come back 2-2.
It's typical.
Like, we've thrown this away, and then that was partly what made it so dramatic then for Bellamy to get that winner. So that's a good one. That like.
We would win one as well, because if we drew, then we would be in the UEFA Cup, as it was, the Europa League. So we were kind of hanging on. It looked like we were just going to try and take that, and then suddenly this break out of nowhere, Kieran Dyer and Bellamy, and wow, everyone went mad.
Borgie, Gary, how are you doing?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. How are we?
You all right? Good. Yeah, all good.
Good in the head, boys.
Yeah, fabulous. It's been an interesting conversation that you guys have been having regarding the wingers. And it's very difficult for anybody to be able to pick from very poor wing play. if I'm honest with you.
Mm.
I just wanted to throw something on while you guys are on, because this is what Eddie Howe has to go by. And everybody, if you have a look quite comfortably at your XG, because that's what you've got to be looking at with assists. Even though he's obviously playing below par, at this present moment in time, Anthony Gordon is the one in the Premier League that's creating more chances for himself. So he's at the minute 3 goals behind his XG. Harvey Barnes is 2 goals behind his XG, and the same as Jacob Murphy. So none of our wingers, if I'm honest with you, are performing at any level. So for a manager to sit down and say, I'm going to put Harvey Barnes in because he's better, it's factually not true. Because none of them are actually performing to the levels that their XG and assists are showing them. So, what do you go with? And again, against Crystal Palace, if you think the last time Palace beat us at St James's Park, memory serves me right, was 2021. We lost 2-1, and I think it was John Joe Shelvey that scored for us. And again, you talk about stats and everything else. It was a game that we had lots of chances, and unfortunately come away on the losing side. And that was an interesting conversation that you guys were having about Eddie Howe saying, "Do you look at stats?" Well, you should look at momentum as well, mate, because at the end of the day, if you look at stats alone, it doesn't show you how the momentum swung massively in their favour for a good 15 to 20 minutes in that second half. And we were hanging on to grim death, if you like. So all I wanted to highlight here, you're not wrong, but I don't think Eddie Howe is wrong either. Because when you look at, 1 for 1, none of them are performing well. So I think Eddie Howe is looking at somebody who can potentially break lines with pace. We know Harvey Barnes, as good as he is from the 18-yard box in getting a shot off at goal, against a back 5, because I think that's how they'll set up today, with Klein and Mitchell being their wing backs. I think he'll be looking more at pace to get in. We know very well when they play this box midfield, if you like, Crystal Palace, Lerma and Gaye play is the number 6s. They both push onto the halfway line, and Lacroix will sit as the anchor man, if you like, at the back. So again, I'm hoping and praying, because we're at St James's Park, we have a little bit more ball play, and we look at Anthony Gordon getting close to Wissa and trying to break that line. And I believe, if I'm honest with you, that's the reasons why Wissa's starting today, because they should play that high line if they're on the offensive, Crystal Palace. So it's like I say, it's like getting putting all the names in a hat and saying, you know what, let's pick one out of the hat for your wingers, because none of you are playing well. So what do you do?
Gary. Just quickly, I think you're right about pace. Go on, put it to me. I think about Gordon. That is, I can only think a massive part of it is just purely based on the pace that he possesses. Yeah. That alone can get him behind. Getting behind teams, getting behind the fullback. So, he's playing against Klein today, and you would think you'd have the better of Klein, given that he's getting on a bit. He's been around the block, but you said, do you want to sort of a clean kill, or do you want to send a message today? And I think let's send a message and play some good stuff. I think it's a good fixture to have after that Burnley win, and hopefully,
I think you can see it as we've got a run of games at home, and I think what we've got to do today, and you can highlight several players, is when we've got momentum. And again, I've looked back at what Eddie Howe was saying during his presser, the lads did on Friday, and some of the conversations that he had with Lee from the Chronicle was very. Again, trying to protect players. It wasn't trying to throw people under the bus. It was trying to protect them. I think he realises now that confidence in the Newcastle side is low. It's at our weakest point. And I think these next run of games, especially these next 10 games, you are looking, the majority of them being at home, is where you can get some momentum. And again, it's a case of when you've got players that are underperforming regarding XG and assists, then you've got to try and put out your strongest side. Now, Murphy, again, we know Murphy sometimes can give you something totally fantastic. He can also give the ball away a lot. So you've got to have, you've got to try and build from that. And I'm hoping with Miley dropping into the 6, it will allow the likes of Joe Litton and Bruno Guimaraes to go on and play in the half spaces that Crystal Palace will give us. The one thing we've got to be careful of with Crystal Palace, I mean, I like Munoz for them. He's not playing today. Obviously, he's picked up an injury. He was the one that always gets in at that back post for me. But they've just got Brendan Johnson from Tottenham. And he has been an Achilles heel for us in the past.
Yeah.
So, again, he's been thrown in because, again, if you look at Crystal Palace's form since he has turned around and said he's not going to renew a contract, has there been a lot of confidence knocked this season? Barnes has 7 goals this season. But you're talking Champions League as well. You've got to just look at Premier League because Champions League performances are totally different.
Gary,
I agree with you, Simon. Go on.
That XG, is that telling you that Anthony Gordon, has created those chances for him to score?
No, the XG it's like his performance solo. So it's about creation as well as his own ability to score goals. So all of our wingers at this present moment in time are underachieving what they should be on. So that's, obviously when you're looking at assists, you're reliant on people up top to get you that. And again, when Anthony Gordon plays through the middle, we know your XG, I mean, you could say Elanga's XG should be, or for his assist, should be higher than it actually is. So you've got to look at it as a whole. It's creation as well as individual.
Okay. So he's created that amount of chances for himself and for others.
Yeah.
On average. Okay. I mean, it is surprising, to be honest, that he's above Harvey Barnes and he's that high up, if you like, considering how lax I think he has looked, even though he has had some really good games as well. To me, I just think with what you're saying there, Gary, the fact that all our wingers are playing poorly, in that instance, in that scenario, what you do then, in my opinion, is you fall back on the basics. You fall back on principles. And the principle of, like you say, use the eye test. And you look at Anthony Gordon against Burnley. And Wynne said there, you also not only get the pace, but you get the pressing from Anthony Gordon, and that's why he's in. Yeah. I get it to an extent, but you can't press when you're on the ground, holding your angle, wanting a free kick all the time. And frankly, I think it's a bit of a myth that he tracks back as much as he does, as people say he does. So I think that isn't necessarily I love you, Win. I'll have a good time at the match today, but I just think like it's not as solid an argument for Anthony Gordon as some say in terms of this hustle and bustle. I think he just goes out of games at times. I think he doesn't want to know at times. And based on principles, you bench him. And you bring in Harvey Barnes, who, whatever you think of him, does not play with that attitude. He tries his best. He's not great at times, but at least he tries his best. He doesn't go on the ground holding his ankle one free kicks all the time.
Yeah, you see, for me, I think you've got an absolutely... for me, you've got a bang-on home player and you've got a bang-on away player for me, where you're looking to build up slower away from home and it's more about ball protection, ball, progression, and not trying to break lines all the time. And for me, it's about controlling games. And I think, like I say, with Anthony Gordon, he gives you that burst of pace. You get that extra 5% of him at St James's Park. Like you say, he's always the one who wants to break lines and close that space down. With Wissa, you've got another one now. Unfortunately, Voltemada hasn't got that pace. So what you actually got for me is two players with Voltemada and Harvey Barnes that I would throw in every away game because they both can control the ball a little bit better and combine. But again, you need runners. For me, you've got to have players that are willing to break lines. And what I've seen at the minute of Tonali and Bruno is they always want the ball facing the opposition goal, right? So what they don't want to do is break lines. We've seen it from Tonali at times where he's gone a little bit late and he's running to the half space he's behind. More last season than we've seen of anything this season. It's as if he's either been told a different role to play this year. J7's done it well, but what J7 does again, he gets to the 18-yard box and then stops. He then comes back on himself because he wants the ball laid back from the byline, if you like. So he's always hunting around the penalty area. And I often find our midfield really never give us that option to play the ball in behind. So when you've got players like Harvey Barnes and Voltamada that like to drop in deep, slow the game down, that's when you've got to start having runners going behind. And I think the likes of Ramsey is probably the better choice. But again, I question why we bought Ramsey in the first place. And I've still not seen anything that blows me frock up to say that he's going to take us any further forward than we've already got. But listen, I've been doing a lot of work behind the scenes. There's a hell of a lot of youngsters in and around the 20 million mark. If we are looking at future-proofing the club, that would be an absolute choice. And, you're talking about players now. I mean, Bournemouth again. You look at what Bournemouth have just been and picked up with Krupi. He was in my 60 junior players to look at. He was absolutely on fire in Ligue 1 last season. They've picked him up for next to nothing. And he's a type of centre-forward that he's like an Alan Shearer of back in the day, where he'll just shoot from anywhere. 20 yards, 25 yards. He just puts his foot through it. And again, he scored again yesterday for Bournemouth. Have a look at this lad, Krupi. He is such an excellent talent. And for me, if I was going to go and throw money anywhere, it would be towards him.
Can I just do this super chat, Gary?
You can.
From WhatsApp, Bogey, lovely Bogey. Why are you not at the game today? 2 reasons, mate. I couldn't get a ticket. And the second one was I wanted to spend my afternoon talking to you.
Hey, there you go. How beautiful is that? Brown nosing already. I love it. Yeah. Apologised on the show. What's going on with Quinny there in the background? I'm getting behind the yum.
I don't think that's one to get into, Gary.
No, exactly. I don't know what's going on there.
Yeah.
There's obviously something being in the chat. But it's like I said, I think what we've got to do now for Newcastle is just get on the front foot and really try and get at these boys. And like I say, the argument between why has Barnes been dropped, there isn't one. And the argument for Gordon coming into the team, there isn't one. And I think this is why Eddie Howe at the minute is feeling a little bit of pressure from the press, because there is underperforming across the field. It's not, I mean, I'm not being funny. If it wasn't for our back line, and you've mentioned Miley dropping into that right back, and again, it's nice to think that Miley has done a really great job there in that right back position, because it does allow T now that recovery time. It's lovely to see Trips at the, coming up the field this morning on his way to the dressing room with his kit bag. The same with Botman, and it's nice to see them all in the squad. But again, rather than being forced into the team, it's so nice just for them to be, given the last 10, 15 minutes just to get that match sharpness back, that match mentality. Because, boys, we've got 15 games in 50 days. It's going to be a hell of a jaunt this January going into February. So there's a lot of football to come our way, and it is about rotation. And these lads have just got to try and find form. They've got to believe in what Eddie Howe is trying to do. And at the end of the day, I made a New Year motto, if you like, and I said I am not going to allow the form of Newcastle spoil my love for the club. And literally, I am just going to back them. Whatever happens on the day, it's a case of, it's Eddie Howe, his choice, his team that's out there. I mean, I was listening to you guys about the 4-4-2, why we don't go and change formation. Now, I've been watching Newcastle since 1971, and I'll be honest with you. I've been to 74 of the 92 clubs in the football leagues, if you like. When I couldn't get a ticket, me and my granddad used to go and travel to other teams and watch them play. Everything has been tried and tested. Every formation in the land has always been played and tried and tested. They've had fluid 4-3-3s, 4-4-2s, 4-5-1s, 5-4-1s. Everything has been tried. Everything has been tested. Some days it'll work, other days it won't. There's not something that Eddie Howe can bring to this team that hasn't already been done previously. And that's why I keep saying, the only thing that Pep Guardiola has brought to football is playing from the keeper. Everything else has been done.
Yeah.
We've
There's
seen
nothing
teams
new under
in the
the
past.
sun.
There's nothing new. No, there's nothing new. And that's what I said. I think Newcastle have to start Now we've got a foothold in the Premier League, if you like. We're never going to be a top 4-5 on a continuum until we future-proof the club. And I think the only way they're going to future-proof the club is by bringing in quality wonder kids that will grow with the club, grow with the mentality of the crowd and the fans that support them. And that way you will have that longevity. At this present moment in time, because of the age of this team, you're going to have high points, you're going to have low points. And that's what I said. Over the Christmas period, I have looked back over the last 4 or 5 years and seen, we keep saying we can't look in the past, but it certainly made my Christmas better than it was having a look at the good old days of when we used to play football under Eddie Howe and we used to go and really get at the opposition. Now it just seems as though everybody knows what we're doing. Something needs to change, and I think it's personnel. I think it's not. I'm not saying management personnel. I just think the team needs a refresh, and it needs new impetus of blood.
Yeah, I think football in general has kind of
need a plan B.
Yeah. No, I think everyone needs a plan B. I think it's a fair point to make, and I think football in general as well needs a bit of a shake up because I mentioned earlier about the formations. It's just gone stagnant, isn't it? Like you just don't see managers. Like even you just go back to the 90s or 2000s, even managers would change formations. They would change, to go 3-5-2, 4-4-2, or
but we've done that though,
5-3-2.
Pete, haven't we? And we criticise because we go negative. So, in a point, I actually understand where Eddie Howe comes from because you have to concentrate on the attacking side, especially at home. So the plan A is to get the goal. And I think the biggest problem, if you ever look back at, especially this season, where we have been, and you talk at the start of the season when we didn't have a centre forward, the momentum was totally on Newcastle's footing, if you like. We were behind them. We were in the final third, getting lots of shots off, not always on target, but we were getting lots of attacking momentum. What we didn't do was get goals. And I think if you look at where we could have been, and again, we go back to the amount of points we've lost in winning situations, is because we've gone to a plan B. We've gone to a defensive formation, and sometimes, like I say, going against. My own motto is the best way of defence is attack. Don't change your system, change your personnel to get solid. And that means sometimes you have to go a little bit narrower. But when you start throwing a defensive unit on there, then all you and the Arsenal game for me was the one, when you go 6 at the back and you're just allowing teams just to throw balls into the middle of the box, then all of a sudden you are under a lot of pressure.
I understand mid-game, you're going to be more reluctant to change formations mid-game. For me, it's just like before the match starts, with the way teams are set up, and just in general, not just Newcastle, but just in general, managers don't seem to veer too far from this 3, 2 wingers and 1 striker. Like I can sort of understand, like I say, as a manager, being reluctant to kind of shuffle the pack too much mid-game because it would naturally, it's going to be harder for the players to adjust.
It looks confusing for us sometimes when you see a lot of changes on there because, especially with the 3 players coming on, it takes good 10 to 15 minutes for them players to get involved in the game and the game goes, doesn't it?
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, in terms of just controlling it, like we've said before, I think we could always do more often than not. If you look at the games this season, we could have done with someone just sitting, whether it's Toon Army or whoever, just sitting in front of the back 4 when we have a lead to hold on to. And to me, that's not defensive. That's like, you can call
controlling.
It's you're taking the kind of a stronghold on the game. So you're actually a positive move.
I tell you what was really good for me, and it's a game that like I say, I've been back and watched yesterday, in actual fact, because I just think sometimes, when we played against Barcelona, and like I say, Rashford scored that second worldie, and you looked as if their heads were going to drop. But what that did was actually give Newcastle a bit of a kick up the backside. And we obviously got that goal with Anthony Gordon. It was a fantastically club goal, if you like, a team goal, built going backwards, if you like, retaining the ball. And then it was 1 to 2 touch football up that right-hand side and a lovely ball into the back stick Franklin Gordon to miss kick and get a goal from it. But what you saw then was how to control a game from Barcelona. And the way they actually just held onto the ball. And our lads were running, as much as they could between players to retain that ball back. And it just wasn't happening.
Weren't we?
Yeah, absolutely.
Even how desperate we were, there was nothing we could do.
No, I mean, look the way De Jong just literally, graced the ball, if you like, and everything was just relaxed. There was no pressure on them. Unfortunately, we haven't got players like that. And that's what I said. It's a mentality thing. It's not as if they're not professional footballers. They are. But they're runners. They're not progressive and possession-based players. And I think when you're comfortable with the ball, and even the likes of Bruno and Tonali, if you look at Tonali over the last year especially, when he's got some pressure on him from the opposition, he's given the ball away over 65% of the time.
Jesus.
So again, it tells you the type of player he is. Great when the team around him are working well because it lifts him, and then you start getting that confidence with the ball and everything seems to go really well. But when the team is on the other foot and we're not holding on to the ball, we're under a little bit of pressure, it goes through the whole team. It's like a wildfire. And, how many times have we all said, why can't we make 5 or 10 yard passes? We just do, sometimes you just don't seem to be able to find a black and white shirt for some unknown reason. And again, that is just the mentality of the team because how they're asked to play. It's all pace, it's all fast, it's all quick football. Don't hold on to the ball too long. And again, we've seen lots of players running behind, but not the player on the ball with the ability to deliver the ball. And I think that, again, is something that we need desperately to look at going forward. Fabian Schär, I love him. I think he's been an absolute stalwart for this club and a great bargain. Was he £11 million?
3 million.
And what we've got from 3 million. Brilliant. It was Burnley was 11 million, wasn't it?
That was a bargain too.
Yeah. And again, you look at what these lads have bought us, but Byrne will openly admit, he hasn't the ability to do that, so he'll pass it to somebody who can. But again, I think Shaw sometimes plays too much of that percentage football. And again, it's easier to give the ball away when you're trying to hammer it. But again, it's that mentality. And it's same with Chow. What I love about Chow, he's pushing the ball through the middle of the park, actually along the floor. He's very much, as DX was saying earlier on, he is our Mark Gay to a degree. He plays in that similar form of Mark Gay where he'll progress the ball up to the halfway line. And instead of going over the top, and he has got that ability, but he's looking to play the ball in the middle, on the floor, where you've got a lot of player then to aim at rather than a 50-50 when it goes in the air. What I love about Shaw is his ability to throw the ball left to right or right to left. The problem is when he plays left of centre, his left to right balls always seem to go towards the keeper because that's the shape of the ball. They never really get the direction as we do playing right to left. So, listen, there's lots of opportunities. And at the end of the day, there's still lots to play for. Even though we sit 14th, I'm still positive that we can get a few wins going now in the new year and we can start climbing the table. But this is the problem with the table. The table, as we speak, as we look at it now, I mean, it's 1-1 with Man U and Leeds, right?
Yeah, that's finished.
Every team is taking points off everybody. That's why, like the likes of Aston Villa have put a run together now, look as though the world beaters because they have put a few runs together. Man City get a draw against Sunderland. All of these teams that are high up the end of the field will go back and go, how did we not win that? Because that's exactly what we've done. We've dominated in matches where we just haven't scored goals. And if we'd have got them wins when we'd dominated those matches that we unfortunately didn't, we certainly wouldn't be sitting in 14th now.
It's kind of make or break now, isn't it, the next month or so? I think. If we put that run together, then we can get back up there and we're kind of set in for the next part of the season. But if we don't do it now over the next month, it's going to be very difficult. Because like you say, the chance is there because it is so tight and it's quite deceptive. Being 14th league. I really hope we can get some confidence to do it, like we did last season, obviously a bit later now this season. So, like, fingers crossed, Gary, like you were saying, that, you want to be positive and you want to just maybe hope that, that becomes a reality and not be too down. And we'll all be chuffed if it does happen, if we get some European football at least, and maybe another cup. That would be obviously amazing. So it is all possible. So, like, fingers crossed. Well, I think after a month, we'll get a good understanding, I think, as to what exactly is possible.
What's
I
achievable?
mean,
Yeah.
I've just watched Manchester United there play Leeds, and I must admit, I haven't seen anything, even though they beat us through putting like 8 at the back. I haven't seen anything that makes them look a fifth position,
No.
team. And that's what confuses me in this league. And that's why I go back to when Leicester won it in 2016. Everybody was beating everybody apart from Leicester, who just seemed to take it on board and run with it. And that's what it needs now. It needs, again, I don't think Arsenal will be caught now, if I'm honest with you. They seem to have nailed that door completely shut.
Man City are always a threat, though, aren't they? When they're in the
They are. I mean, you can't say never, but again, if you look at how these teams are playing, and again how poor, and again, I think it's mentality. I think against Sunderland, you look at Man City against Sunderland, and it's like, how have you not come away with 3 points?
Yeah.
It doesn't make. I mean, don't get me wrong. Their keeper, Sunderland, the Mackham's keeper, had a worldie. He had a great game, but sometimes you have performances where you just can't put your finger on it. Why have we not won this game? And how many times have we said that on this channel this season when we've actually dominated games and you just come away going, how have we not come away with 3 points there? It doesn't make any sense. And again, I just think you have these peaks and troughs as a coach where whatever you try and do, it just falls against you. And that's why I think we need to freshen up with some players, some youngsters, somebody who's just going to go out there and enjoy the game and not be put all this pressure on. Because at the end of the day, don't forget, these lads that won the cup have got their name in the book, right? They've got the name in that book forever, their history book forever and more. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of pressure on these boys now to take us to that next level. And unfortunately, with that pressure comes the negativity. And as we've seen by a lot of players and a lot of people now, the negativity is starting to take hold like the wildfire. And you're starting to see players now starting to speak up. We've seen Joe Litton come out now in social media and have his point of view. We've seen Bruno do the same. Tonali now is looking as though, Juventus could be the one club that come in for him in January, if that's the case, with players and a little bit of cash. There's only one player I'd take from Juventus, if I'm honest with you. But, I mean, at the end of the day, like I said, what we've got to do while we've got this team is go out there and perform. And if we can perform and get the goals, then there's no reasons why we can't get up that league. It is so close. Three wins, and you're up in the top 6, aren't you?
Yeah, it's salvageable. This season, for all that we've talked about the negatives, like you say, you're right. It is all to play for, and the league table is such that you put a run together, and you will be up there again. So I just hope this is the start of that, and let's hope. I mean, I hope for Eddie Howe that he can turn it around because of what he's done for the club, and everything he's done since he came through the door. I want this season to be a good one for Eddie Howe as well, so that whatever happens maybe in the summer, whether even if it is a transition, then it might not be. But either way, come on, I don't want it to end, in a way where it goes sour and it starts getting a bit, poisonous in the stands or whatever. So let's hope that they can, if they do put a run together starting today, because like I say, the Burnley win, for me, you get the win, you get in, you get out. We can debate about the manner of that second half. It was worrying. It wasn't great, but still, we got the win, and they were clinical with the goals. So hopefully today, I think today's a good fixture to have off the back of that game. Palace at home. If they can win today, suddenly, the mood changes.
Absolutely. And again, it's like, you've got players coming back now that we know are ideal for competition football. The likes of Trippier with that, that management style of football that he plays. He's also got that voice on the field that will give you a bit of a rollicking if you need to do so. And for me, it's getting the players back at the right time, and it's the ability now to actually transition this squad into rotating and getting levels of football. And again, for me, the biggest area of concern is wing play. We haven't actually got any wingers that you can actually put your finger on and say, you should play. because none of them are actually performing very well. Even though, for me, like I say, I think you have got the ability to move this forward. Anyway,
lads, I must go. And,
Ronnie Turnbull, if anybody can put that in the chat, for Ronnie's saying there, 3-2 Toon win. Thanks, mate. We'll put that down for you. I'm sure somebody will put that if Queenie or anybody's in there.
Can I just quickly do this super chat before you guys get away? From Wazza, Christina, we's knees are these knees. I don't think it was right accent, but I'm not quite sure what it means.
Is there an accent required for that?
Well, it's meant to be Sunderland, I would think.
Ah, okay.
Aye.
Enough said then. Gentlemen, thank you very much. Enjoy the game. We'll see you on the flip-flop, on the rebound.
Yeah.
Have a point for me the second half.
Nice one. How are the lads?
I'll have a cup of tea now. But thanks, DX, as well, for coming on, mate.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Nice to do the show with you. Take care, guys.
Cheers,
Yeah,
Cheers.
great show to start us with. Anyway, boys, have a good
Appreciate it.
afternoon.
See you later, lads.
See ya.
See you, Boggy.
Right then, matey. Let's crack on with this one and see where we are off to. We'll have a quick rerun of the teams. I am going to move everybody around because obviously we've got lots of bodies and everything else going on the screen here. I don't know what's going on. We'll remove that one and we can remove mine because now we should be just me and the lovely Boki. There you go. Look at that.
Two of us.
So there you go. We are all ready to go. We've got about 28 minutes before kickoff. So we'll have a bit of a look at what's going on in the squads. So this is the team as it stands, the way I've got it down anyway. And like I say, I may be wrong in the formation for them, but it very much looks as though Devaney for Crystal Palace has been removed for Johnson. So they'll play like a box formation in midfield with Wharton and Hughes dropping in. And obviously when they become on the offensive, I would imagine Johnson would go out there and that'll stop Klein from wanting to travel down that line. But when they do like to play, especially when Devaney was playing, to play in this box formation. And what you get was Mateta, dropping in very much like the Voltamada into the half space, and Pino then would play in off the shoulder just to get in and around. So it's something that we have to watch with these two. But with Johnson coming in, like I say, that may change a little bit because, like I say, we all know Johnson likes to go out onto that right hand side. So again, it's not us looking at this and saying Lewis Hall needs to get down that wing and get Klein 2v1. I'd like to see it a lot. We just have to be careful of Johnson. And like I say, he may be the weak link in this side as he's literally only had one training session with them. And he's been thrown in deep end, like I say. So it is going to be interesting. Boki, if you can see what's going on in the chat, we'll do some chat work. I'll put the teams. Yeah, I'll put the teams up on the screen, like I say. So that to me is how they're going to play. Like I say, there's going to be no difference with Newcastle. We know that. And like I say, we'll get to everybody's chat in a minute. So like I say, don't worry. We will have Boki's going to have a little bit of a flick through all of the chat there. We'll get to that very soon. Let's have a quick look at our two lineups then, because I have bookmarked them here. And this is we know Crystal Palace are. What have I done there? Just lost them for some unknown reason. Crystal Palace will be, as stated. I'm going to put it on the screen so everybody else can see it. Apologies if it's a bit short because they've got it literally on their main page. So there you go. Let's put it across there. So for Crystal Palace then, we've got Henderson in goal, Klein, Lerma, Lacroix, Gahey is the captain, Mitchell, Wharton, Hughes, Johnson, Pino and Mateta. On the bench, they've got Benitez, Uche, Esse, Canvo, Sosa, Rodney, Devaney, Banamar and Drakes. Thomas. Again, like I say, they are struggling for form. They haven't won in their last 5 games, I think it is now. Drawn a couple, lost 3. So again, according to their coach, they are going through what's the word he says? What was the words he said? Not recovery time. Rebuild. I think it was. They're having a quick rebuild, and we have to start getting points on the board. And again, you look at where they are in the league. They're still in the top 10, and all of a sudden, Glasner's worried because at the minute they are literally on relegation form. So he is worried that that's going to happen. Like I say, keep an eye out on anything that's worthy of dropping up. What's Steve saying there, Gary? You do what everybody else does, 2 or 3 wins and we're in the top 6. Does the rest of the league stop playing? No, it doesn't. Like I said, but what you are reliant on everybody else taking points off everybody else, Steve. And I think that is the thing, because that's the type of league this is. You're reliant on other teams to do a job for you. But the way it's looking at the moment, they're doing that job for you. So it's a case of they're not stopping playing, but we can't manage what everybody else does. We can only manage what Newcastle does. So if we go ahead and do them wins, what we've got to be looking at the minute is 6th place, because you don't want to go and project yourself to 5th, because that puts a little bit too much on you. So if you go and say, we are 6th, that's Europe, regardless. Anything else that's still within touching distance is a bonus for me then, because of where we are. But it's still there, and like I said, this is a strange season this season where everybody, and it doesn't matter who you play, and that's against us as well. We've seen it this season where you've dominated the game, and unfortunately, you've just not got the points that you required or should have got. And again, I think that's something that Newcastle need to be better at during those dominant possession-based games, where they're not scoring goals and then we get hit on the break or something silly like that, like we've done very much at West Ham. It was crazy, because at the end of the day, if you look at stats, we absolutely nulled West Ham. We just didn't do anything with the ball in the final third.
A couple of super chats, Gary.
Go for it.
Just try to be happy if we win. I'm always happy if we win, mate. I will see what the performance is like as well, but always happy if we win. And another one from Wazza here. Knees referring to players having 2 knees, 1 leg.
That was Christina. Yeah, that was Christina, wasn't it? When I said he was looking at his having a scan on his knee, and I found he's got 2. And Christina come back, bless, and they said, "What, in the same leg?" Oh, that was that literally crippled me. Absolutely crippled me. And a quick review of the Newcastle team. Like I say, it's exactly as you thought. Paul Shaw, Joe Tonali, Wissa coming in for Tamada. Gordon, obviously, again, keeping his place even though underperforming. Chow, Murphy, Bruno G and Miley. Like I say, for me, performance so far this season has been Chow. I think he has been an absolute godsend for Newcastle going forward. He's continued his form. He's never really let us down. Made one mistake against Chelsea that cost us the 3 points. But you really can't blame him on that. It was just the way the game goes, I suppose. But again, I always look at, why didn't we just have somebody backing him up? Steve got his just that's classic. If we win, I'm going to drive to the petrol station for a double-decker and a Costa. That's how much that means to him. I love it.
Still get double-deckers. I've won in years.
Oh, yeah, they're still out there. They are still out there, matey. So let's, what's your thoughts, Marky? Because you've been sat in the background listening to me banter on. What's your thoughts today then, mate?
Yeah, I think it's a start of a good run of games for us, isn't it? So, if we get the win the day, and then it's another, they have quite a few games at home. Wolves away is the only one in between. So, I think if it's a good chance for us to go on this run that we've been talking about all season, but never quite managed. Team selection. In regards to the team, I do think Barnes is going to have to go and knock on Howe's door and say, look, what have I got to do to keep in the team? If I've been playing pretty well, better than all the other wingers, why is it me that's always hooked out? Why is it never Gordon? You never play me and Murphy together and pull Gordon out. And I do think if Barnes wants to progress with his career, he has to do that. He has to be the one that goes in, maybe, and says, "Look, this isn't right. I want my chance."
Yeah.
Baltimore as well, I think, will be a little bit disappointed, and because again, it seems Wissa's got fit and Baltimore is just being popped on the bench, and it's a bit of a worry how quick Wissa's starting to play full games. We were told that it would take a little bit of time for him to get fully match fit, but all of a sudden he seems to be first choice now, and you'd think the day was maybe the day where you could have rotated around. But I mean, the team is probably, apart from Barnes, is probably the best that he could have put out. And in regards to the defenders starting to get back, that's only a good thing for this run that hopefully will go on, because obviously that gives Were so many more choices now at the back. I just hope he pushes it. Once Tino into a trip to fate, he does push Miley back into midfield and gives the lad a chance in midfield. He's done well at right back, but he's not a right back. And because he's done that, I think he deserves a chance now to show what he can do in midfield.
Yeah. It's interesting though, because like I say, I think sometimes we forget, we all know that Bruno leads by example, if you like. And if you look at his XG and assists, he's on the same as Voltemade at the minute. And if you think Voltemade has scored 7, so you can see that driving force from midfield. But unfortunately, it literally is only him. And like I say, when you've got your skipper, if you like, he's nearly triple what the wingers are doing, which are higher up the field. So Anthony Gordon's played less games. He's got 3 goal involvements. Harvey Barnes, like I say, with 6.2. Harvey Barnes has had more games and he's on less XG and assists, if you like, with 5.3. So again, when you say knocking on the door, if you go back then at what the gaffer said about looking at the stats, so obviously he's a stats man himself. Is this what he's putting in front of the players and saying, listen, he's had less games than you, and yet he's contributed more, even though you can't see it all the time, and yet his XG and assists is higher than you, and he's played 4 less games. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So there's a driving force behind it, isn't there?
Well, that is, but then again, you've got to look. Again, we can go off all these stats, but you also have to watch the games themselves. And I mean, a big point for me the other day was that I think one of the twins I mentioned earlier on, when Gordon lost the ball and went down in midfield, then just lay there. Obviously, wasn't injured because he sat up and looked to see what was happening. If that was a player that was really, really going to play for the team, and I think if it was a Gordon of a couple of years ago, or a year or so ago, he would have jumped up and been sprinting back. But he didn't. He just lay there and watched what was happening on the pitch. And I mean, what happens if there's a second phase of play there and he doesn't do anything about that? I don't want to call players out before the game. So, I mean, hopefully he has a brilliant game today. But I do think in regards to that, it is a little bit disappointing when you're seeing players doing things like that.
Yeah. I mean, listen, I think what Connor's saying here, Barnes has scored since Gordon's last open play goal, which was April? Barnes has scored 11 goals since then. So there's an argument either way, whichever way you look at it. So, yeah, I'm not saying, it's a gimme. Because like I say, I think, you look at our wing play wholesale. And it's not individually saying Gordon, Harvey Barnes, Murphy, or Elanga. It's wholesale. None of them are performing well. Our right side is absolutely terrible compared to the left side, and that's just the way it is. And you're quite right. The lads were quite right in saying, if anybody should be changing, maybe it should be Anthony Gordon playing out of position on the right hand side. If it's one of them things where he wants pacing behind, why would you take somebody out of the team that, like you say, scored 11 times since Anthony Gordon's open goal game? So there's lots of arguing, and I understand that. There's lots of question marks over his entitlement to be in the first 11 all of the time, because what does that show anybody else?
But Gary, do you see any reason why Eddie Howe or the coach staff don't swap around the two wingers at times. I know
No.
I've mentioned this loads on the channel, but as a coach, is there any reason why you wouldn't do that? I mean, I dare say you could maybe mention defensively, but apart from that, is there any other reason why you wouldn't do it?
Relationships.
With
It's like you
fullback.
swapping your missus for win. You know what I mean? It's different. It's a different relationship. No, build-up play sometimes is the one. Eddie Howe likes continuity, right? We've seen that with the back four, Pope in goal. He likes that continuity, the same faces, so everybody knows their role within the team. And I think that is unfortunately the way he goes, even though we class it as favourites, and I'll put that in inverted commas if you like. I think it's more continuity. He gives everybody a role to play within the squad. And if you're then swapping over your wingers, and I don't get me wrong, I am into that massively because, again, it gives fullbacks something to think about. And again, you know, when they're on the crossover, you've got then three players very narrow as targets as well. So you cause confusion on that crossover to the 2 6s that sit back in the opposition. There's lots of positives for a changeover. Apart from, like I say, continuity, because then you're building another relationship up with the fullbacks in your own side.
But does it not play on the opposite? I don't even quite mention this, but it plays on the opposition's mind as well. Because if you're seeing the teams swap around and be interchange, and you could maybe even do it with the central midfielders, the Bruno and the J7 rule, swap them two around as well for little bits of games, and just give the defending players. I mean, Bruno and J7 are completely different players, absolutely massively different games. And I get it when we've had to be playing Burnett left back and things like that keeping J7 on that side because of his defensive abilities being the option. But now we've got players coming back and that's not so much of a concern. Again, maybe switch them around because it would give the two players defending against them completely different challenges to what they get. But we just stick with the very rigid team that we've got. We don't seem to do that, and a little bit at times I say it just makes you think, well, why? What as you say, maybe it's relationships a little bit, but apart from that, I really don't see any reason why we wouldn't do it.
No, it's like I said. For me, I think movement in any game makes the opposition wonder what's going on, because you not only do you then move players around a little bit, as in the opposition players, because if they are on a man-to-man marking defensive zones, then you'll pull one out of position on that first initial move, and then he'll just wait for the other player to come in. But what that also gives you, like I say, a narrowing of attack. You get an arrow point, if you like. So if you want to then throw the ball up the middle when you've a certain point, if somebody else gets the ball, I want you to do a swap over, and it can be trigger points through the game. It doesn't necessarily need to be every 10 minutes. It could be a trigger point at a game, like you say, on 20 minutes, we're going to go 10 minutes on a swap, right? So you come over for 10 minutes, and then on 30 minutes, I am going to go back to my normal position. But for that split second, if say you've got somebody who is going to go and play, I don't know, J7, then it becomes your target man. Rather than being on the left of centre for the target from a kick from Pope, go more central. So when you've got the crossover, you've got more players then that can look for that flick on ball. So there's lots of things that you can throw into it. Again, I just come down to the fact that Eddie Howe doesn't put too many instructions out there, because at this present moment in time, the lads are confused, or confidence looks low. The more you hammer at them, the more they have to take in, the more confused they're going to get, and that's when the game can slip away. For me, it's about controlling the game. That's the important thing. If we can control the game and try and get behind them in plays, build-up plays, again, it doesn't always have to be pace. It's about that quality on the ball and give and goes. And I think sometimes we lack that little bit of quality. Once we've passed the ball on, is the movement behind that can get us the result. And again, I think we're lacking at times. Do you want to do, as we've got 10 minutes before kick-off, mate, do you want to do some of the stars and some of the chat in the crowd?
Give us a second there.
Hey, can I just, Tony's just there. I'm 58, mate. I'm not 57, Tony. And I've never used Just for Men in my life. As you can see, my beard's grey, but my hair's doing really well, mate. I've only ever used baby shampoo, if that helps you. I've never used anything with anything in it, any detergents. I only ever use baby shampoo. There you go.
Kim Khan's saying it's a good time for the Toon to steady the ship and have a convincing win. Definitely, and if we get that win, it can only help with the games that are going to come up and help we'll go on this run. It's also going to be only the second time this season that we'll have won 2 games in a row. Question: happy with the team squad? Any changes for today? I think the squad's all right. The team is I think we're both. I think what I've said, I would have had Barnes in, but apart from that, I think it's probably one of the strongest teams you could put out. You've maybe got Ramsey, who you could have brought in instead of J7 for this game. But I think at this point you've got to give Eddie the chance to pick the team he wants to pick, because he is under a little bit of pressure. So he is going to want to pick the best team he thinks he can to win games. So we've got to go with the manager at this point in regards to games. I don't know if you feel the same, Gary.
That's what I said. I mean, you know, we can all look at it and go, I'd want this, I'd want that. Like I said, there's 52,000 managers at St James's Park as we speak, and they all look and feel that there's going to be, you know, a change somewhere along the line, and I think that is the difference. And like I said, it's easy for us to sack a manager, easy. It's very hard to find a replacement that's going to do as good. As you've seen with Chelsea at this present moment in time, with Maresca going out the door. They're now looking at, you know, there's Eddie Howe now being penciled in, and they're looking down the line now at a Red Bull manager that's had very little, like Rossini's had very little management skills. So, like I said, it is difficult. So for me, you've just got to trust what he goes out there. And that's what I said, my New Year resolution is don't let the form of this team lower my support and love for the club, because it's not going to. I don't support Eddie Howe, I support Newcastle.
Murphy and Gordon are senior at the Bonds. How like senior loyal player and treats players accordingly. I don't quite see how Barnes is. I can kind of understand Murphy, but I don't see how he's more senior than Gordon. They're both. I think Barnes is actually a little bit older than Gordon, isn't he?
Yeah.
But to be fair, with none of them 3 players, do I think any of them are part of the leadership team or the senior players in the squad? I understand the point, but in regards to how maybe Howe thinks, but it wouldn't be how I was thinking. Why can't we play Wisser and Nick up front? Because we don't have a plan B.
It's not. It's because we haven't got anybody else on the bench that can play up top. So you've got, like I said, you've got 15 games in 50 days. You play both of them continually throughout this session. Who do you bring on once one of them gets injured? Or, you know, what do you go to then if one of them gets injured and you've set up this team to play this 4-2-3-1? And again, I still don't think you've got the best 2 6s in the club to play a 4-2-3-1. So again, you're playing with fire. Who you know, at the end of the day, who goes and gives your who would go back now, right, and try this 4-2-3-1 with the players that we've had previously? Because again, that's what you've got to work with. Eddie Howe has set up a style of play because of Isaac, right? Now, unfortunately, because Voltemada was the only choice that we could bring in, and he's done absolutely fantastic. He's a different player. Like I said, Wisser plays a similar role to Isaac, and he will be a little bit more front-footed than Voltemada. But to have Voltemada in when they've got a bit leggy, he gives you that little bit more height, he gives you that little bit more control up top. There's 2 different styles of player, and for me, he is the perfect guy to come on the bench if you are chasing the game, and you do need that extra forward on board. Because for me, when we used to see Isaac and Wilson up top, and you never really saw a lot of difference between the 2 of them because they ran in the same channels, these 2 are totally different. They are opposite poles apart. So for me, you've got an option of playing then that system where you play the hybrid and the striker.
That's an interesting one, Gary. Whoever deals with a cold condition better wins. Does that make any difference to today's game?
No.
Because it is freezing up here.
Well, absolutely, but I mean, like I say, you know, it did when before we had undersoil heating, but it's like playing on carpets these days. You know, temperature. I mean, all these players, yeah, it's a couple of degrees warmer down south, but trust me, it's -4 down here today. You know, so it ain't, you know, 2 degrees difference ain't going to make a massive change to how they play. You do get effects individually because some players cramp up a lot easier. If they haven't, you know, warmed up correctly and things like that. So you can get a little bit more on the muscles regarding that. But you also get as I often say, you know, what do you do with a pulled muscle? You put ice on it. So sometimes the cold actually supports you.
So it doesn't affect players whatsoever.
Not in this country, no. It does if you go into like the altitude and stuff like that. That's massive.
Yeah, the heat and things like that.
Yeah.
That was it of the chats. We're just about at match time, aren't we?
They're just coming out the tunnel. Yeah, we're good. We've got another 3 minutes yet, mate. So if you see anything worth pulling up, we'll go through a couple more. Let's say the lads are just coming out.
Walter and Wissa have much better injury records than Wilson in the
absolutely.
Yeah, 100%.
But again, that's typical Newcastle this season, and I think that's why I'm trying to get at. When you look at all of the negative vibes that I'm getting, you know, from a lot of fans now, we've just had a lot of really bad luck as well this season. Because, like I say, the one Wissa never gets injured, got a cracking career history of being injury free. Signs for Newcastle, and what happens? You know, he's out for 3 months. So all of a sudden, you know, you start questioning where this season's going to be and what it would look like if cold does affect you. Say what you like, says Michael. Oh, okay. Well, like I say, I've played in the cold, mate. It didn't affect me when I played in the cold. In actual fact, I used to like it.
I suppose if you've got a cold, it affects you.
Well, yeah, if you've got a cold, there's a bit of a difference. You wouldn't be bloody playing.
With the link, just a quick one I was thinking of this morning before I came on. Do you think the crowd today might be, I know we can't hear Gary, but might be very much chanting for Eddie Howe in regards to the link to Chelsea? I know it's a very, very, false link basically, let's be honest. But do you think the crowd might help the crowd get behind it by the fact you start to think, fair enough, it hasn't been the greatest of seasons, but we do want to get behind you.
Yeah, I think it's like I said. The worrying thing for me is if Eddie Howe sees Chelsea as being an option because you know he's not getting the rewards here. They are future-proof, Chelsea. You know, if you can get it right at Chelsea at this present moment in time, there is a young team there that I can see under the right management and the right guide can be Premier League champions in the next 5 years. You can't really say that at Newcastle, right? So again, I'll go back to, is Eddie Howe the man? Well, potentially no. But if he has the option to go and he sees what Chelsea have got, because of the youth side of things, the young team, you know, they are future-proof compared to us. They have got depth of squad as well. It's a good pull, mate. You know, it's one of them that you have to really think of and say, what can I achieve with these guys? So, like I said, it wouldn't surprise me if that did come his way. He doesn't think long and hard about it. But I think at the minute, like I say, there's still a lot of jobs to do at Newcastle for him even to be, you know, thinking to move anywhere else. Unless, like I say, the big hammer comes down and it's time to go. Right then, we are ready to go. And we are ready to pull in that right direction. Hopefully we get a good start. And Glasner on the bench again under a lot of pressure at the minute. You see his form recently. It's been good. So Crystal Palace look to kick off. We're playing right to left as we look across at the east stand. Bruno, G, Gina, everybody up there just before Referee starts the game. He's just looking at his officials to get us underway. All the teams are in their traditional colours. Again, just waiting for Palace to go, and we're off. And go straight back to Henderson. And again, looks to go long, going up towards Mateta, but it's cleared by J7 towards the halfway line. That's going to go out for a throw into Crystal Palace on the halfway line there. And they just literally dropped the ball. Lerma for Klein to have the first throw. Throws it back to Lerma, who again just gives it straight back to Henderson, who's been in some good form, Henderson, to be fair. Certainly vying for the England #1 squad. Well done for Anthony Gordon there for closing that one down. The ball has ricocheted to Mark Gueye, and again, Anthony Gordon's endeavour to win that ball back. He gets a good deflection on it, and again, it's high up the field of play, but it has gone to a Crystal Palace throw. Again, halfway in the Crystal Palace half, it's thrown in, and Will Hughes volleys it forward. It's a good controlled volley down to Tonali from Miley. Tonali now driving towards that touch line, and the ball has gone out of play for a Newcastle throw now. It's the same position as it was before Crystal Palace, halfway down that touch line in the Crystal Palace half. And again, you've just got to keep on the press here, get them tucked into that corner. Ball's come back to Miley. He's gone back to Malik Chow, who's gone straight away square, just inside the Newcastle half to Shaw. First time ball to Hall. Again, just looking for options down that line. Some movement backwards and forwards. Back to Shaw. Straight out to Marley on just inside the Crystal Palace half. And again, all the forward passing is closed, so it's easily given back to Pope to rebuild and set up again. Shaw back to Hall. Hall looking again to go down the line. Decides to come inside. He gives it back to Pope. Again, there's a half press from Crystal Palace. And again, the one thing with Pope, he hasn't got a left foot. So really struggling there. There's a ball, diagonal ball into Bruno. There's a great ball from Tonali though. And there's a chance here for Anthony Gordon to get onto this. Anthony Gordon now on the edge of the box. Coming onto his right foot. It's squared for goal. Oh, Wissa has a shot on goal, but unfortunately it's straight down Henderson's throat. But it was a great football from Newcastle. Lovely close control between Bruno and Tonali, who gets the ball out to J7, who squares it off to Gordon, squares it off to Wissa, and Newcastle get the first shot on goal, but unfortunately it was just too close to Henderson. So great start for Newcastle. What do you think about that one? I was a bit scared at first, but it was good football. You're muted, Bowker. I can't hear you, mate.
Sorry, I'm saying that it's been a good start. They did drop back a little bit, but they kept hold of the ball, and it was possession football. And
yeah, sucked them in, didn't they? And then broke.
Yeah, it sucked them in, then sprung forward. Whether that's a tactic or
well, like I say, I mean, like I said, Fulham, Crystal Palace still have this habit of playing. Will Hughes and Wharton do like to play a little bit higher in the eights. And it allows Lerma and Gueye to come into the sixth position, if you like. So they do try and, box that midfield out. And that could be an advantage for Newcastle, especially if they play that type of style of football, like you say, squeeze them in and then just, two quick balls out. And it's given straight back to, I'm going to say, that looked like a Crystal Palace throw to me. It was a poor ball, wasn't it, from J7?
I think the big team news is Gary Gordon's not wearing an Alice band today. It's a ponytail.
yeah, he's got rid of the sweatband. He's got into a pony. Yeah, I love it. It is an interesting setup at the minute.
This is going to be a hell of a long throw.
Yeah, this is where we've been a little bit susceptible. So we've gone Newcastle now defending this long throw. It's hammered in towards the 6-yard box. It's headed up by Chow, and again it's head tennis. Anthony Gordon gets it clear only to Ward's ball again on the diagonal back into the Newcastle penalty area. Crystal Palace do get that second ball. Wharton now picks the ball up and again dodges past 2 or 3 players, and there's a bit of a challenge there from J7 on Wharton that everybody was questioning, but it doesn't seem as though it's gone any further than that. Yeah, that was a close one, if I'm honest with you.
Let's hope VR don't look at it.
No, I'm just going to have a quick look. I mean, he did well there, Wharton, to be fair. And it was right on the edge of the box. There was a coming together between Wharton and J7. But the referee is just saying,
I don't think it was anything, was it?
Yeah, nah, nothing. I mean, it was a coming together of bodies. But again, it was poor play from J7, wasn't it?
It was.
Ball up from Popey, again, picked off quite comfortably by Crystal Palace. And Lacroix, Gay now. Out to Wharton, Hughes, who's been struggling with a little bit of a hamstring recently, Hughes. So be interested to see how long he lasts. Some nice play now. Hughes plays the ball down the line again. Crystal Palace looking to get into that near post. There's a couple of missed tackles here, and it's fired into that back stick. And again, it's headed behind for a corner to Crystal Palace. We look a bit dodgy again defensively, don't we, mate?
We just can't get the second balls again. We're just not picking up the second balls in the box. It's been a little bit of an issue all season.
Oh, here we go again. Lerma with this long throw into the box. It's like a corner. Oh, it's a throw-in. It didn't go out for a corner. No. Right close to the corner flag. So Lerma now with this long throw. Again, it feels like a corner to that. Crikey, he done a half large one, doesn't he? And again, half-hearted shot there. And there's a chance here if Gordon can get out of his feet.
Oh, you're kidding.
We had two runners and Gordon just couldn't get the ball out of his feet. Wharton again dinks the ball back into the box up towards Mateta. Plays again, Gay really high line. And Newcastle hold the line and Mateta was offside there. It's a shame that because we had runners beyond Crystal Palace there. And Anthony Gordon just couldn't get that ball off out of his feet to lay the ball off. Ball out from Popey to Hall, who again is giving the ball away cheaply. It's poor, if I'm honest with you, defensively at this early stages of the game, mate.
We need to be careful with these throw-ins as well, giving away cheap throw-ins because we can already see this guy can chuck them into the box. Probably better than corners at times.
Absolutely. Like I say, he's directing them really well. Like I say, Lacroix, you've got Mateta in there, you've got Gay in there. So they are like crosses, these throws. Again, aimed in towards that near post, and Shaw this time with the ball out for a corner. Again, Newcastle under pressure from these throw-ins.
We had that one good chance, and then we seem to just have dropped back.
Yeah, I think it's more defensive laps, mate, to be fair. Like I say, Crystal Palace are high, with Klein and Mitchell playing really tall. So they're not allowing the fullbacks, especially Hall on that left-hand side. J7 and Hall have been laps. Ball comes in, the ball's come out from the defensive header. And again, Crystal Palace pick the ball up into the Newcastle half, but decide to go all the way back to Henderson, who hoofs it forward, looking for Hughes, who stayed tall, managed to stay onside. And now it literally is just a bit of a battle. Hall again under a little bit of pressure. And again, luckily, it's gone out of play from Brendan Johnson, who's obviously trying to get himself on the good books of the Palace fans in his first game for Crystal Palace. Causing himself a bit of a nuisance. Go on, mate.
A little bit trying to win that second ball, Gary. That's what we seem to be really struggling with. The build-up play is good, but then the build-up play is good, but then when they lose it, we can't win the second ball.
Yeah, but if you just have a look there, they're playing this like 4-2-4 system. They're two lads, like I said, because of this box midfield that they like to play. There's four up top nearly all the time, with Pino and Mateta as the middle two, and you've got Mitchell and Klein then, Wharton and Hughes at times will go up and push on that forward line, and it squashes Newcastle back. And again, because they're blocking the passing lanes, and that's a good ball out to Murphy. If he can pick the second ball up, the clearance has only fallen to Bruno. Plays the ball into Murphy, who was coming back from an offside position, and that's easily given back to Crystal Palace. So, yeah, like I say, we are looking very awkward at the back and looking dodgy, but it is the system of play that Crystal Palace are dominating at the moment that's making us look very weak and lax. It's nice to see him in his ponytail, Anthony Gordon. Maybe it's the go faster stripe down the side of his parting that we're going to get an extra kilometre an hour out of him. Long ball again from Henderson, looking for Mateta. Again, Miley and Chow underneath it, but it falls to Hughes. Plays it down the side to Mitchell. Mitchell again, first time looking for some movement, and Johnson allows again in that open space. Sorry, that's Pino in that open space that he likes to develop play. Picks up that ball. The ball's come back to Wharton again. Johnson headers it forward to try and get Mateta involved. Again, Chow there just dings the ball out, but it's to nobody in particular, and Crystal Palace are able to pick up that ball again. Again, just Gahey slowing the game down, doing what he does well. Plays it into Wharton. Again, Wharton got lots of time and space. Goes across to Lacroix. And Lerma. Back to Lacroix in the middle. Out to Will Hughes, who seems to be playing left-hand side at the moment to support Mitchell going forward. But again, poor ball from Crystal Palace this time. He allows Newcastle to get the ball back. And again, the ball inside from Murphy is giving it straight back to Crystal Palace. And again, Crystal Palace trying to do something that wasn't there. And the ball's back with J7. Now Hall's got a bit of space to build and give it to Gordon. Gordon now, again, being jockeyed by two players. Has to go back to Shaw. Shaw just, again, all of the Crystal Palace players go back into their own half. And Chow now decides to go out to Miley. Miley sees a little bit of a run from Murphy. Murphy now at the byline, gets the ball into the box. It's high, looking for J7. J7 pulls the ball back towards Wisser, who can't control. And it's half cleared by Crystal Palace. The ball comes out to Hall. And again, Mateta gets a harm to that. And it's going to be a free kick to Newcastle. Again, Lewis Hall trying to play through Mateta, but luckily Mateta's arm was extended. And that's given the ball straight back to Newcastle and a free kick. And Crystal Palace player at the moment down.
It's just come off, hasn't it?
Yeah, I think he's just had his heel caught and his boot has just come undone. Again, Glasner's just going back to the analyst and having a word with what's going on. This is the worst run that Crystal Palace have been on since Glasner's come on board without a winning six. So, like I say, it's nice to see him under a bit of pressure because he seemed to be that 5% blight when he come into the club. And like I said, they've been on a hell of a run, Crystal Palace, with cup runs and wins and things like that. So, like I say, at the minute they're struggling. Ball into the box. Again, Murphy just loofs the ball into the centre. It's coming off Bruno to no direction. And again, half cleared by Crystal Palace. But it's only come to Murphy again, who finds Tonali. Back to Murphy on that touchline. Played inside to Bruno. First touch to Miley. Miley now trying to beat two players. Again, heavily marked because the way this formation is from Crystal Palace. They took these boys in and double up on the full-back situation. Ball out and played in, but it's far too heavy from Bruno, and it's straight out of play this time for a goal kick to Crystal Palace. Sloppy at times, matey, in the final third.
Definitely. There's something there when we're in the final third. You can see we're getting chances in this game, but at the minute we can't string 3 or 4 passes together without them challenging one. But we're getting quite close to the ball. Maybe it's a difficult one at the minute for the team because these aren't a bad team actually when you're watching them.
Like I say, when you've got players that can play three, again, Brendan Johnson finding some space, but it's a poor ball into the box from Brendan Johnson, to be fair, under a bit of pressure from Hall, and it's out of play for a goal kick to Newcastle. Chow now picks the ball up deep in his own penalty box. Miley plays the ball inside to Bruno, again being pressed. Everybody's got a player on them at the minute. Newcastle play it. So again, there's no easy way out at the minute. J7 takes the ball on the left-hand side away, lets Hall carry on his run, plays the ball back to Shaw, who goes out to Miley on the halfway line on that right-hand side for Newcastle, up the line to Murphy. Murphy inside again to Miley. Miley again got options with Bruno. Bruno sees an option to get over the top, but again it's cleared by Crystal Palace. Only to Tonali though, who's now adopted that right hand. He's marked by Gahey, deflection, and it's out of play off Tonali from Mark Gahey for a Crystal Palace throw-in.
Our midfield have been very not in this game up to this point. The three central midfielders. Bruno's had a couple of touches, but the other two I can't really remember having much of the ball.
No, like I say, there's it's like I say, it's very much man marking in the final third, and like I say, what Crystal Palace aren't very good at, as you've just seen there, is trying to force the ball forward because they're so defence minded. So because the two fullbacks, or wing backs, if you like, are too deep, sometimes with Pino and Johnson narrowing that attack, when the ball does come out wide, there's a bit of a gap between them too. So Newcastle can take advantage of that. Like I say, if they want to play narrow, then they have to play narrow. J7 plays the ball back again through a gap, and he does well. And now Miley's got a bit of a run from that pass from Malik Chow. Plays the ball out to Murphy. Hasn't started the game very well, Murphy, and again gets tackled and gives the ball away. But well done, Miley, for getting his foot into that one. He's given the ball straight back to Newcastle. Newcastle now with Tonali up to Gordon. Gordon now on the outside gives it to Bruno. Back to Anthony Gordon. Plays the ball into Murphy. Murphy tries to get the ball in, but it's a goal. Now it's out for a corner for Newcastle. Better play there, but again, Murphy just plays. He's a little bit weak at times in the challenge. He pulls out of tackles, and it's something I don't like to see. You get more chance of getting bloody hurt if you're pulling out of tackles there.
Again, Tonali had a chance to put his foot on the ball there as well and just didn't take it. He just, as soon as he gets it, it's like the ball's a hot potato and he just wants to get rid of it. Sometimes you just need to take a little bit of time and assess where you're at.
Yeah, again, Newcastle with this corner, Louis saw with the in-swinger go from the back post to the near post. But again, the ball has come under Henderson, who flaps at that one. And it looks like it's going to be, again, Wisser keeps it in play and pulls the ball back to Tonali, who again, first time into that back post. Henderson with a punch. It's come back out to the middle. It's a shot from Luke Shaw, a header. Again, Henderson gets his hands behind it, pushes it out from that corner into another corner for Newcastle. It was good play. Hall from that corner pulls the ball back to the edge of the 6-yard box. And if it were to go anywhere else, if Shaw didn't get that much head on it, I think that was a goal. He gets too much contact, and Henderson was recovering from his front post, was able to readjust his body. But another corner again for Newcastle. Hall again with the ball to that back post, headed clear by Crystal Palace. And again, it's Wisser who picks the ball up on this left-hand side, runs back towards the halfway line, gives it to Tonali. Tonali's got options, but he decides to go central, and it's straight into Henderson's hands, who again, first thing is to get Mateta on the run. Tonali lets the ball bounce, manages to get it under control, and again drives centrally, and he takes on two players, passes them with ease. And again, there's an option here for Newcastle to go forward quickly, but they've gone backwards to Chow. Chow decides to go down the line for Tonali. Tonali inside to Bruno. Bruno sees the option to put the ball into Wisser. Wisser's through on goal. He goes square to Anthony Gordon. Anthony Gordon! 1-0 to Newcastle. Anthony Gordon, unselfish play from Wisser. Squares it to Anthony Gordon, and Anthony Gordon gets the goal. Well done. Woohoo!
Hear that?
Yeah, we lost a little bit of control there, but then all of a sudden it was like, Tonali's run through the middle, set all that up. Then we went again a little bit negative, but we were able to control that ball, get it recycled back through the centre. Great ball through the middle from Bruno for Wisser. They're probably looking at this for offside.
I was going to say.
Yeah, it could be offside, to be fair, from Wisser. Then it was a square ball, and I thought that was going to be too long, but Anthony Gordon manages to get his foot around the ball to put it into the net, but this could be offside. So I suppose I got too early on the celebration there, but we'll see.
I'm just using the lines on the pitch, but it looked like Wisser's head was offside.
Yeah, I agree. I think it was. Again, it's going to be a close one.
Seeing that, see where we are. Indicating they're looking at it.
Yeah, well, like I say, it does. By the time they get to the centre circle, they have another look at it, and there you go. It'll be a wait and a delay now in the centre circle to see where they go with this one. A debate going on to see whether the goal should stand. Here we go. Check in now, and again, if you can look at, like you say, you look by the lines. it does look like his body, and again, you go by the underarm, if that's where they're marking it from. But
He's
it's where his
offside,
foot
Gary.
is.
He's offside.
Yeah, he's gone. Offside. Unfortunate. Unlucky. But again, like I say, this is why I think he's played with more pace up top, because it's Crystal Palace playing this high line of football, if you like. And again, yeah, it's literally just on the underarm look. You can see his shoulder. Yeah, I mean, you could see it, if I'm honest with you, from where he was.
It was perfectly placed for offside as well to check, because the pit line across the pitch was exactly where they were running from.
It was, yeah, absolutely.
The line across the pitch.
Yeah, absolutely right. It was one of them where you didn't have to look twice, wasn't it?
No.
It looked very tight from the eye line. Just a shame. If you'd have played it first time rather than getting a touch on it, it would have been onside. That's how close it was. It was just literally that touch out of his feet. But again, great link-up play between Wisser and Gordon
100%.
to get the goal. Anyway, 0-0 at St James's Park in the 21st minute. Crystal Palace and Newcastle. So, again, it shows that we can get behind them with a bit of pace. Good ball into Mateta there from Wharton. Headed clear by Shaw for a corner to Crystal Palace. It seems very much like this basketball game at the minute, isn't it?
Yeah.
End to end.
Yeah, I think it proves as well that if Gordon gets the chances, he will score. It looked an easy finish because it was an open goal, but it wasn't a give me that one. He was stretching for it. So we've been calling him out for not scoring, but if he gets the chances, looks like he will score.
Yeah. Absolutely. Ball into the box from Crystal Palace. Again, looking at that back stick. Header, though, is just gone straight behind from Lacroix for a goal kick to Newcastle. And like I say, it is interesting to see, like I said, it's hard just to pick, a 11 that you're going to think is going to do a job. You've got to look at the opposition to see how the opposition play as well, haven't you? To see what type of style, possession-based. Hall's under a bit of pressure here. And again, indecisive, gives the ball away to Crystal Palace in the defensive third. Ball into the box now. Well done, Chow. Sees the danger and puts the ball out of play for a corner. But again, it seems down this left-hand side between Hall and J7, making it vulnerable. And it seems to be where Crystal Palace have noted our weakness, if you like, and are putting a lot of pressure on us. We seem to be really struggling.
Hall's had a lot of credit, had a lot of praise over the last few games, but he hasn't. Going forward, he's been all right, but defensively, he's been a bit shaky in this one for me.
Yeah, exactly. Crystal Palace again with that corner into the box. It's cleared by J7 this time, again towards the halfway line, and nobody up top for Newcastle, as there never is. So it's easy back to Henderson. Again, Anthony Gordon trying to put half a press on. Henderson goes long again, looking down that left-hand side. The ball is allowed to bounce, and it's headed up to Mark Gay down on that left-hand side. Gay again plays the ball back to Wharton. Wharton square. Again, with options for a shot, but Anthony Gordon just gets a toe to that, and the ball is then taken back into Newcastle possession with Lewis Hall now. Out to Anthony Gordon, back to J7. All 5-yard passes, these boys. Into Tonali's feet now. Tonali looks up, and again, he's just looking for Murphy over the back of Gay. Gay's got the chance of getting it back to the keeper, Henderson, and he does so with a delicate header.
You know what, again, Gary, there with Murphy, some players would have run faster. Murphy wasn't at full pelt there, and even just sort of put a little shoulder into the defender or something. You're going to give a free kick. It's just not his game. He's just.
Yeah, well, you see, you say that Murphy wasn't at full pelt there. I think he was. I think Murphy again.
He was.
I don't think he's got any pace. That's the thing.
If he was at full pelt, I think he was running through toffee. In which case, never mind the frozen pitch.
yeah. I really do. I think, like I say, Murphy. And again, you look at the ball over the top. If that was Elanga, and again, you look at games where Elanga may be the one that that can unlock a door. I think this game is one of them. You know what I mean? Because they're playing such high lines, playing with the three at the back that always seem to support. But the wing seems to be wide open for somebody to exploit. And again, for me, you've got the left-hand side covered. Right-hand side still yet to be debated. Good ball in from Morley to Bruno. Bruno now centre circle, gives it to Hall. Again, a little bit of space for... Oh, it's a poor ball from Hall again there, trying to get Anthony Gordon down the left-hand side. And again, Hall is getting his head looked at, if I'm honest with you, because again, I think Crystal Palace at the minute are in his head, and he's unable to actually get anything going, even when he's got the ball. Again, just hoofed to that right-hand side. And again, Crystal Palace just seem to be able to pick this ball up, even when it looks as though they're clearing the lines. Played back to Gay from Hughes. Will Hughes again adopting more of a left-back situation at the moment with this new system that Crystal Palace are adopting. It looks like Will Hughes is down on that left-back situation, but then comes in field to obviously shore up the midfield when they lose the ball. Again, Lewis Hall sees that one and he does well. He gives the ball to Anthony Gordon, gets the ball back. He's got a bit of space to run into. Play the ball early. Oh, again, you know, you've got a chance to play the ball behind the defender where there's an option there. Lewis Hall, what are you doing, lad? You take an extra touch and the space is gone.
But again there, Gary, Gordon, he did get fouled, to be fair to him. He got fouled here, but he's still down. He gets body checked, but he's still down when Hall is putting that cross in. And as soon as the player starts again, he's back up on his feet.
Yeah. I think, like I say, that is the trouble. Anthony Gordon plays with his emotion, you know what I mean? And again, it's like throwing his rattle out of his pram, isn't it? When he doesn't get the decision go his way. And it's very much like I've seen the J7, you know, that Brazilian, if you like, in him.
Yeah.
Obviously thinks he's Brazilian. I wish he was. Oh, well done, Morley again. Dante's pass 2, plays the ball into Bruno. Bruno now to Murphy on that right-hand side. But again, Murphy's got 2 players round him and he's not going to get past Mitchell. And again, it's easy for Crystal Palace to get the tackle in. But it has become a Newcastle throw. So we are deep in the Crystal Palace half. Still on the look for this first goal.
Movement.
Yeah. Ball thrown into Bruno. Bruno does well. And again, what are you doing, Murphy? Bloody standing offside again. Jesus Christ.
Right across the lane. You can see right across the lane.
There is no need to stand still there. Give him a rollicking, mate.
The way he runs, he might have been sprinting to get back on side, like saying that.
Yeah, looks like he's got his bloody lacy stew together. Henderson now with his free kick for Crystal Palace. Goes long over the top. Again, Miley underneath it. Beats Miley though. And again, Chow heads it only back to Will Hughes. Gay picks it ball up. Wharton now, again, playing in this deep 6 position. Plays the ball inside to Mitchell. But again, poor ball looking for Hughes. Given 1-2. But again, it's a poor ball from Murphy, that's giving the ball straight back. Well done, Lewis Hall this time now. Sees the danger, intercepts that ball, but again, runs directly into a Crystal Palace player. And he's given the free kick to Crystal Palace. There's a couple of players, unfortunately, on the diagonal. There's going to be a talking to Lewis Hall here from the referee. That's your final, he's saying.
Yeah.
What's he doing? He's asking him to stand. What's happening there?
Oh, they're not doing a check, are they?
Are they?
Oh, that's nothing. That's nothing if they are.
I don't know why you asked him to stand there then. It was like he was at school. Stand there in the corner and now face the wall. You naughty boy.
Stand there for 3 seconds and think about what you've done.
Yeah, exactly. Crazy. Anyway, it's a free kick to Crystal Palace, just on the edge of the centre circle in the Palace half, given to Gay. Again, the ball straight away aimed towards Mateto. Not had much change out of the defence as we speak. Again, Lewis Hall out, has the ball taken off him, but he's got it back with Tonali into J7, up to Wissa, who again plays with the outside of his foot. That's given Gordon a bit of a run on the left-hand side. Gordon into the box. Oh, it's deflected off of Bruno. And unfortunately back to a Crystal Palace player and are able to clear. But again, only towards the halfway line, and Chow picks that ball up. And again, it's going to be out for a Newcastle throw-in. It's scrappy, it's scruffy. Newcastle are fighting for every second ball. And again, Crystal Palace aren't comfortable in possession, I must admit. And unfortunately, Newcastle aren't doing a lot to get the ball into the danger areas.
I don't think we're particularly comfortable in possession, Gary.
No, exactly. But we've shown a lot more in the final third. Ball out to Bruno for Murphy. Again, poor ball in from Murphy. Again, Mateta battling to get that ball back. And again, J7 unfortunately handles the ball in his attempt to win that ball back. But again, it's given the ball straight back to Crystal Palace in a good position for Newcastle. But again, Murphy, who's obviously on the field of play to try and get decent crosses in, didn't beat the first man there again. Not having a great game. And if you look at our diagonal, Murphy on the right wing, Lewis Hall left back, two players in really good positions that can be vulnerable to allow Crystal Palace to attack. So ball down the line, and again under pressure, Klein gives the ball out for a throw into Newcastle straight away. Johnson there being a little bit of the S-housery, kicks the ball out again for Newcastle not to be able to take that quick throw in. Referee has a little word with him. Lewis Hall decides to go all the way back to Fabian Shaw. Shaw now gives the ball back to Lewis Hall on this left-hand side. Lewis Hall goes central into Pope on the edge of his box. Again, Popey just trying to get players to move away from him. Shaw again got room because there's no press from Crystal Palace. They've gone very narrow to block. And again, Lewis Hall trying to put the ball forward early. Gets blocked by Johnson for another throw into Newcastle. In a very similar position. Thrown into Toon this time from Lewis Hall. Lewis Hall now plays the ball up on the halfway line with Anthony Gordon. Again, no movement forward, so he's had to come inside again to J7, who goes back to Shaw. Shaw looks across on the angle and sees Miley on the halfway line. Miley turns, gets the chance to give Murphy the ball early, goes back down the line, but again, Murphy gets blocked, keeps hold of the ball and plays it back to Chow. Chow, again, has got options square of Shaw. Shaw now, out to Hall. Hall up to the line to Gordon. Gordon tries to get it out of his feet, but again, Crystal Palace giving the ball back. Anthony Gordon tries to get that ball back, and this time Brendan Johnson pulls him back, and it's a yellow card for Johnson, who's just been told by the referee to be a good boy, and he's not taken the hint. So he's in the book. Very scrappy, mate. No fluid to the game, is there?
No. Do you think it'll be a shot from here or a cross?
We haven't got anybody that can cross from here, never mind bloody shoot. I don't know what it is with our set piece coach, but we've seen, apart from something new from corners, with everybody going to the back stick. And I must admit, it's literally copy and paste from Arsenal, who seem to have done very well at doing things like that. Lewis Hall now with the ball in towards that back stick. It's headed clear by Crystal Palace, and again hoofed up in the air rather than clear by Crystal Palace. But there's players down.
Head injuries.
Head injuries in the Crystal Palace box. And it looks like it's Pino. I think it's Lerma. Sorry, Lerma down and Chow that have collided with heads there. They're both down.
Oh, just coming together, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a hell of a coming together as well, if I'm honest with you.
Just one thing on the set piece, Coach Gary, that kicking the ball straight out of play from kickoff seems to have gone out of the game now.
Yeah, again, we go back to the fact that, I understood it, and I am not adverse to it, if I'm honest with you, because you are up the other end of the field when you're attacking and you're putting under pressure. But again, did you see anything come of it, in that final third? It's like giving the ball to them straight away. And because there was no positive effect from doing it, we've reverted back to keeping possession. And again, that's something I understand as well. Try it. If it ain't working, don't keep, there's no point in keeping with something that ain't working. And I suppose that can be also said about this 4-3-3 formation that doesn't seem to be working very well. But again, I also understand why he keeps it, because it's something that they work on week in, week out. And when you've got very little time now on the training field, to try and change something now for a positive would be very difficult to achieve.
Just a quick update on the Premier League scores. Obviously, Leeds and Man United drew 1-1. Everton are being beat by Brentford 1-0. We're obviously 0-0. Spurs 1, Sunderland 0, and Fulham 1, Liverpool 0.
Woo! There you go. Exactly what we said, wasn't it, at the start of the programme? Everybody's taking points off everybody.
It's off everybody, yeah.
You know, and to be fair, Steve was absolutely right. You know, it's not that everybody else is not going to play, but you can't control what everybody else is doing. You can only control your own destiny, can't you? And that's what I said. For us, you know, that puts pressure on other teams. And how much have we heard? And if I'm honest with you, it felt over the last couple of days that I've been in an Aston Villa fans forum, because the amount of people now of our own fans have been talking about how good Aston Villa are. I do think that I've been involved in the wrong chat. But Villa are only doing what we did last season. You know, they're on a bit of a run. When you go on these runs and you get yourself high up the field of play, you know, things change. And that's how this is. If you can get 5 or 6 runs together, then the actual looking at the table changes dramatically because of how close everybody is. And that's what I said. Don't look at 14 as your league position. You've just got to look at where everybody else is going around you. And unfortunately, like I said, it's a strange season this year. Apart from Arsenal, and you can say Aston Villa, who seem to be competing at every level, everybody else seems to be taking points off everybody else. Long ball across for Anthony Gordon to Murphy, down the line to Bruno. Bruno tries to backheel it, but again, it's blocked down that side by Mitchell, and the ball comes to Lacroix, who again finds a cracking ball out to Pino. Mateta and Johnson in front of him. Pino holds the ball up. Wharton plays the ball into Hughes, just on inside the Newcastle half. Played back down towards Pino. Chow gets a foot on it, but Pino's managed to get hold of it. And again, he's driven into that corner, and the chance and the opportunity has gone. Bruno now on the defensive, gives it into Morley in a difficult position, but Morley plays some lovely football there between his feet, manages to get it out to J7, up again towards Bruno, down the line to Murphy, who gets a tap on the legs by Lacroix, and it's going to be a free kick to Newcastle.
I'm not sure did Crystal Palace have to make a substitution there? They didn't, did they?
No, he's just literally out. Yeah, he's a bit groggy, to be fair. But I'm looking at him on my other screen walking round, and he certainly looks groggy when he was walking round, bless him. And they are making a change. Yeah, they are making a change by the looks of it.
I thought Tonali's down as well at the minute.
Yeah. Jaden Canvot is the replacement for Lerma. So there you go. Lerma's off, and Canvot is on. I don't know anything about this lad, I must admit.
Not a clue. It's a lower back that looks like Tonali's been clattered in.
Yeah, Tonali's been, he's like literally in the top of the hip. And that joint seems to have got in, but he's hobbling on that right-hand side at the minute. He's not running freely. Ball over the top from Lewis Hall again, trying to get Anthony Gordon. And again, it's Canvot's first touch of the ball, and it's out for a throw into Newcastle. They've thrown it back into Shaw, giving it in on that left-hand side to J7, who's tried to get it into Anthony Gordon. It's tackled, but the ball's fallen well to J7, who's driven down that left-hand side. Bruno now, again, just trying to get something going. Tonali stayed on that right-hand, on the inside centre, but again, the ball is forward through to Mateta, who's driving one-on-one with Chow. Chow sees the danger, gets himself in front of Mateta's run, and does an excellent job for me. He's been an absolutely wonderful signing this year. Because that was, again, this is how Crystal Palace play. One stays high all the time. They play central. They box the midfield out. But again, Malik Chow sees the danger, and he just literally...
He trusted himself with his pace there as well. He didn't dive in or do anything stupid. Just knew that he had the pace to get back and get that and win that ball.
Yeah, Tonali doesn't look healthy, mate, does he?
No. He's keep holding the bottom of that bag.
Yeah.
Be
Anyway,
interesting to see what he would do, because he's got options, hasn't he? Could if Tonali does have to come off, you've got
Lewis Hall
Maile.
again with a terrible ball.
You've got Maile that
Anyway.
could step into midfield and bring one of the two right backs back on.
Yeah, it depends on the fitness as well, though, isn't it? Now it's like I said, I can see. I mean, he's running a bit further. Wisser now running into the box again, tries to cross it, but there was nobody there really for him to cross to. Good ball again behind the lines. You can understand why Wisser's there. Ball in from Miley, comes to Bruno. Bruno sees the chance to get Wisser in, but again, nobody really in there apart from Anthony Gordon and J7 on the edge of the box for him to pass to, and the ball's out for a corner. 3 corners apiece at the minute, so there you go. Even on goals scored and even on corners. So it's like I say, they're very much on the counter-attack, Crystal Palace, looking to break us through the middle. But it certainly looks like Malik Chow has got the beating of Mateta up top. Miley this time with an outswinger to the near post, headed over. But again, he's asked them to take that again, because there's something happening in the middle of the park there between Chow and Hughes. He's saying take it again. There was some holding there by Will Hughes, look, and he goes down.
Hang on.
Yeah, that's not a penalty. How is it not a penalty?
And why on VR looking at it?
Yeah. Was it because the ball hadn't been taken? Probably it was out of play. That's the only thing that got him off that one. Anyway, it's been retaken. Lewis Hall with a shot. Ooh, great shot from 20 yards. The ball again fallen to the Crystal Palace though from the hands of Henderson, and it's cleared long. That's better from Lewis Hall. I don't mind him shooting from there.
No, definitely not.
Pope with a square ball, again looking for Lewis Hall. Lewis Hall gets it to Gordon off the chest. Up in the air with a challenge from J7, but it's fallen to Tonali, who gives it to Hall. Up to Shaw, who stayed tall. Lewis Hall again looking, hesitation again from Lewis Hall, but then he stays and gives it ball back to Pope under the challenge from Johnson. Pope goes central, but again it goes to nobody in particular, Chow, and everybody out of position at the minute. Shaw picks that ball up, plays the back heel into Bruno on the twizzle again, and again it's fallen to Crystal Palace, who go through the middle, but again it's fallen safely into the hands of Pope. We've got to be careful, but we're not going forward too quick at times, because we are out of position when we keep players up the top of the field. So it's something that we need to be careful of. Ball over the top, and there's a chance here for J7 if he's clear. J7 with a shot, and it's a goal. Oh, he's offside.
Offside,
I was going to
say.
Everybody stood still. What's going on here?
A little bit he's seen.
Yeah, just a touch. Again, look at the space that he was allowed to go, but he's miles offside.
Mate, it's
Not
offside.
a little bit.
Just a little bit.
To be fair, he controlled it well.
Good finish.
On the edge of the box, and it was a great finish, yeah.
I think the fact that neither of us celebrated, we knew what was coming.
Yeah, great shot that was. It was just too close to Henderson, wasn't it?
He hit it too well, if anything.
I'm going to say he did, yeah. Again, long ball under Shaw, heads it up in the air though. J7 again heads it up in the air, no particular movement from that. Lewis Hall, Will Hughes there. I would say Lewis Hall. Will Hughes tries to do a spectacular shot, but it's well over the bar.
Will Hughes must be a canny age now.
Yeah, I mean he's one of them players. He's a bit part player, isn't he?
Yeah.
Like I say, he can look really good at times, but again he's a very unsure type of player. Lower Premier League player. He's all he'll ever be, to be fair.
Seeing that, he's only 30. Being 30.
Yeah, he's been around a bit. Ball again trying to break with Tonali, but it's been pulled back for a free kick on Bruno. Just inside the Crystal Palace half, given to Lewis Hall. Lewis Hall goes back to Shaw. Shaw looks up and again can go square to Chow. Chow now just plays the ball inside to Miley on the Bruno. And again, it's a poor ball, but the ball's deflected forward. It's First time clearance. Murphy plays the ball inside, but again, it's not a great ball from Murphy to J7. It's just battling in that midfield, but the ball's come out to the right-hand side with Brendan Johnson now to Crystal Palace. Johnson looks up, driving in towards that box square. Mateta with a shot, and it's deflected off a Newcastle player out for a corner to Crystal Palace. This is what I'm saying. It's scrappy, but there's an out every time for Crystal Palace with this formation that they're playing. Crazy how this game's going at the moment. It's like I say, now one side looks threatening until there's like a mistake to a degree, and it's even there. You know, the ball is not under control by either side, and it's just a clearance into the channels, and it seems to fall into a Crystal Palace player. 46th minute, ball into the near post. It's headed clear from Miley back out for another corner to Crystal Palace. 5 minutes of injury time.
It does look at times with us as well at the back that Chow's in open player. Chow's the only player that's actually defending for. He seems to be covering everywhere.
Yeah, absolutely. Another ball into the box. Again, it's headed over the bar this time from Crystal Palace and Mount Gay, and it's out for a goal kick. Again, a lot of zip on that one, so you got too much head on that one, Mount Gay, because like I say, a slight touch on that with the amount of pace that's on there would have been a goal, I would imagine, for Crystal Palace. Got to be better in that middle of the park, if I'm honest with you. We are a bit lax at times, winning that second ball, like you say. Seems to be the problem.
I don't think any of the midfield three are giving themselves any credit in this game. I can't remember any of them doing much.
What the fucking hell is Murphy doing now? What's that type of ball from Murphy? Again, we won the header. It went down to Murphy, and Murphy's just trying to put the ball over the top for somebody to run onto, but there's nobody anywhere near it. So what did he see that nobody else did? Headed cleared again by Crystal Palace, and this time there's a chance because Crystal Palace are high up the field if we can move the ball quickly, but again, it's slowed right down, and it's allowed Crystal Palace to get some shape back. Miley now down this right-hand side, gets it out of his feet, plays it into Tonali. Gets the ball out to Murphy, back to Miley. Chow, inside to Bruno. Again, really tight on that right-hand side, Newcastle. Plays the ball square to Hall. Bit of more space on this left-hand side. Gordon dinks the ball forward, but again, it's J7 who wins that ball, but it's fallen to a Crystal Palace player who again clears it to the halfway line, and it's back with Chow now. Chow looks up. Only a couple of minutes left. The ball's forward towards Anthony Gordon, who's tried to reverse it round the corner to Wissa, and it's picked up by Henderson. I could understand what he was trying to do there.
Yeah.
Anthony Gordon with that reverse ball, but again, just a little bit too far away.
You don't mind him trying things like that, do you?
No, not at all. J7 again being dominant in the air from those long clearances from Henderson. It's only come back to Crystal Palace who go long again. Hall with a header up towards Anthony Gordon, and it's fallen to Wharton. And again, it seems in this midfield battle, Crystal Palace seem to come out with the ball all the time. Down the line with Klein, it's deflection from Hall, and it's out for a Crystal Palace throw. Halfway in the Newcastle half. Very little from the two fullbacks, if I'm honest with you, Klein and Mitchell. Like I say, they are playing a different role with this. It's a flat forward midfield, the way they're playing. But it's a strange setup. And again, Wharton miscontrols it, but manages to get hold of it and plays the ball centrally, but it's only come to Miley. Miley plays in Murphy on that right-hand side. Murphy, again, under a lot of pressure. Does well, to be fair there. I don't know whether that was judgment, but again, runs straight into a Crystal Palace player. Well done again, Bruno, though. He sees the danger, but again, it's fallen to a Palace player. Wharton now on the challenge. He brings it inside to Hughes. Outside now to Pino. Pino has got options. Mitchell, Hughes! Oh, he's put it wide. That's the best opportunity of the half so far, I think. It's fallen to Crystal Palace and he's put it wide, and Glasner's got his head in his hands. He's asking questions. What the hell? And again, Newcastle caught flat there, not following the runner. Everybody turned to face the ball. Will Hughes carried on his run through the middle. J7 stopped and turned to face the ball. And that just literally opened up the opportunity for a shot. And again, Glasner was on the verge of jumping in the air for joy in the 49th minute. and he can't believe it's gone wide from Will Hughes. Oof. Let's off for Newcastle. Shaw now goes long and again looking for the hopeful percentage balls. The half clearance hasn't only fallen to Louis Hall though, who goes back to Shaw, who again goes on that diagonal. Again, it's straight for Gay, who tries to clear his lines, and it goes straight to Miley. So again, it's very poor from both sides on the halfway line now with Tonali. And the referee has seen enough and said, full time. I wished, because it's a crap game of football.
It's absolutely awful, isn't it?
It is. It's very bitty, and like I say, you can see where both sides are trying their best to make things happen, and it's like it's two teams lacking of confidence. There's no real, how could I put it? There's no real out for any player. It's whoosh. It's just rushed football, and it's making it look a very, like I say, bitty game. Buddy, I'm just going to go to the young boys' room. If you can just hold the fort for me for a second.
Of course I can, no problem. Yeah, it's been a really bitty game, guys, hasn't it? Just nobody's really been able to just get control and, get the foot on the ball and get us sort of moving forward. We've just been, it's just been a slow game so far. I'll try to do some chats as we're going through, if you just give us a second. Oh, no. Sorry, I pressed the wrong button there. Give us a second. Sorry, guys, that was me. So I wonder if Palace owner regrets messing us over Gein when we were first interested. I don't know, they've got another season out from won an FA Cup, haven't they? So it can't be all be bad. How will go to Chelsea because everyone wants to live in London, apparently. Potentially. He is from down that way. Yeah, that was my bad, guys. I'm sorry. I'll tell Chris what I did. Gruff, you sound like Eddie. Palace have had great chances. Yeah, they have had good chances, but we've had good chances as well. So it's a little bit as Gary said, it's a little bit of a slow game. Just it's been a poor game. So hopefully Eddie in the second half sorts things out and can sort of change things around a little bit, because we need it. We need some changes from the team. Miley's a joy to watch, Adrian, you think? It's not been bad. I don't think any players particularly shone themselves out. I think he's not been... For some reason, they haven't really attacked Miley down that flank. It's all been via Hall. So it's a strange one. It's been a strange half, really. A really strange half. Hopefully the second half gets better. Two mid-table teams playing. Well, we are mid-table team at the minute, aren't we? So, yeah, it's been a poor start, a poor half of the game. So, it is It is strange. It's a strange old game, this one. It's a strange things that seem to be happening in it. I don't know what we can really do to change things around. Maybe make some substitutions at half time. It has been a strange first half to the game. Gary, I think I've knocked things up on the stream.
Why?
I put the highlights on by mistake. Well, the adverts and highlights on by mistake.
Oh, that's all right. That's okay.
Yeah.
You've took them off.
Yeah.
As long as they're not showing in the match, we'll be good. It's been a frustrating half.
I'm swimming the pillow now as well, mate.
Yeah, I don't blame you. It's probably as best as you're going to get, mate. It's been a frustrating half, if I'm honest with you. And again, it's the formation of Crystal Palace that seem to be blocking out any joy with this box midfield of Johnson, Hughes, Wharton, and Pino. And again, you play this back five and they squeeze up really tight to Crystal Palace. And again, it allows Newcastle options to get down and in behind them. But it's quality of the football. Unfortunately, a couple of times they've looked good by committing bodies forward, but again, you can see what Crystal Palace do as soon as they win the ball back, which seems to be against us all the time. And again, I do get frustrated with J7. He moves over to Lewis Hall's position a lot of the time, and it does allow our midfield to become a little bit vulnerable at times. He's been great in the air, J7, but we need him more midfield than ever against Crystal Palace, rather than flowing out towards that left-hand side. And like I say, you have got Johnson, who's coming from that inside right position out to the right-hand side, and he is causing problems with Lewis Hall. But it's the pressure of Klein as well. And again, J7 needs to be in and around him, but I think sometimes he goes too far on that wing. And like I say, every time the ball is falling in the midfield, we seem to be outnumbered. So I'd like to see J7 more central in this second half, if I'm honest. Let's have a quick look at some chats. And like I say, apologies. P-Poor passing, says Vendetta. I can't put it up on the screen. Slower build-up for 95% of the half. Then for the other 5%, when we play quick, we look dangerous. And again, that seems to be the situation, doesn't it? When we play football, and again, look at the diagonal. Murphy's done very little. He seems very. We are in a situation now. Like I say, you're carrying one player, which is Murphy. I think Lewis Hall has had a poor first half, if I'm honest with you. We just need to be a little bit more content. But, for me, the first change I would make now is Harvey Barnes for Murphy. And I would say to you, there's no more that Murphy and Hart, can do for you. He's had a go. It's not worked. So throw Harvey Barnes on, because you get a little bit more quality with Harvey Barnes in an attacking situation. He's going to give you a bit more of an out. And like I say, who's the one that you should be attacking? And I totally agree. Why aren't we attacking Klein more? And for me, if I want to see Joe Linton anywhere, I want to see him in the triangles with Anthony Gordon and Lewis Hall trying to isolate Klein a little bit on that right-hand side. They've just brought this new kid on, this Canvo. He's the ball-playing centre-half. He's a talented young boy, but at the end of the day, he's fresh to the game. He's not match speed yet. So I would have straight away, once that change was made, gone isolate Klein. Let's see what we can do. He looked a little bit dodgy for me, Canvo, when he first come on. A couple of his chances weren't great. I've just had a couple of things sent to me by Connor while you guys were chatting. And again, Newcastle versus side starting with a back three. That's an interesting one, isn't it? Won every game against every side, the last 10 Premier League games that a team have played with a back three against us. And this goes back to December 30th, 24, when Manchester United played the 3-4-2-1. We won 2-0. All the way through to Burnley, who played a 3-4-3. against us, and we won 3-1. So, like I say, this seems to be a situation very much that swings our way. The problem is, like I say, their setup, the way they play with this box midfield, is allowing them to play with these wing backs, if you like, that drop. They don't have to run too far. You know, Johnson and Pino are doing a lot of the legwork for them, especially for Cloyne on that right-hand side. But Mitchell is playing really high up the field. And then what you get is Will Hughes just drops into that left full-back position, and they go to a 4. And then it allows Cloyne then to be in that midfield. So it's very difficult to beat this system at the minute. Obviously, he goes up to talk about Ilanga's knee. It must be an injury much worse than we first thought. And again, I'm just looking at some of the stats for the first half. 61% possession to Newcastle, to Crystal Palace's 39. But as daft as it looks, and this is the big thing about stats and possession, 61%, and yet we've got less expected goals than them, because obviously we've not created anything of any stature in their box. 0.29 for us, 0.37 for us, and they've had 7 shots to our 3. But we've had the 3 shots on target. They've had not 1 shot on target from their 7. Both had 1 big chance missed, and they obviously winning the corners. But again, accurate passing, we've beaten them quite comfortably. The same as the accuracy, if you like, of those passes. So it is poor in front of goal when you think about it, because like I say, you know, when you think you've only had 3 shots at goal, yes, albeit they've all been on target, so they're 100% regarding shots at target, but they've had 7. They're away from home. We're at St James's Park. Is that good enough, Bokeh?
It's not, certainly not. Can I just quickly do this one? Random's gifted a membership, and it's gone to British Bosch. So
Britain's Bosch.
British Bosch, and thank you very much, Random, for the gifted membership there. It's just been a frustrating half, really. And I think both sets of fans would feel exactly the same. It's just been frustrating. There's nobody got control of the game. You know, sometimes if you're under pressure, you can sort of get the counter attack and things like that, but neither team's actually been able to do that because neither team's had control of the ball.
No, exactly.
I think you said halfway through it's like a game of basketball where it's sort of just end to end, and let's face it, at this point I don't think I could pick a team that'll win. Fair enough, they haven't had many shots on target, but I would say they've had better breaking through us. They've been better at breaking through us than we are with them. Whereas ourselves, we probably had the better chances. But again, there hasn't been any really clear-cut chances apart from Crystal Palace's with Hughes when he went through. And really, at that point, you should have scored. I would think nine times out of 10, a player scores them type of goals.
Yeah. And I mean, like I say, we're just talking about Will Hughes, and that's the type of player Will Hughes is. He can be bloody infuriating at times because he's a bit part player. But I mean, we are, you know, like I said, when we get behind, we look as though we can do something because of the way Crystal Palace sets up with, you know, a very high line, if you like, at times. And that's what's infuriating because, again, you know, it's our lack of possession-based skill, if you like. We are very, very good once we've got that space around us. And you saw when they tried to close the space down, with the one-touch football, we were able to get in and behind and create, obviously, the offside goal, which won't count anyway. But what I'm saying is you can see that there was a development that can appear if the players are switched on. And that all come from quick movement of the ball, quick feet, and playing the ball through the middle. That's what we've got to do more of. But again, when the ball's gone out wide, for me, we've not showed that much quality. You know, like I said, we've not isolated Cloyne, who is getting on in years now. Anthony Gordon should have the pace to get in and behind him without much of a problem. For me, the problem's been the right-hand side. We've had nothing down that right-hand side. And somebody I think Mr. Hughes said in the chat there, you take off Murphy, and again you lose that defensive situation. It's not about losing the defensive situation. You're at home. The best way of defence is attack. You should be pushing their fullbacks further up the field. And if you've got a player in who can retain possession of the ball in the final third, in the offensive third, then it forces their fullbacks further back. So there shouldn't be a defence needed. So for me, that's what I'd be looking at in the first 10 minutes of this second half. If it ain't happening, then make a change that makes effective change. Like I say, ball retention for me in the final third is what gets you goals. And at this present moment in time, we're outnumbered because, they're putting 2 bodies virtually on every player in the final third. So these are the situations where you have to gamble. You have to have that spare man that's going to be willing. I mean, Molly's done it a couple of times from that right back. Lewis Hall has been a bit stagnant going forward for me in that first half. We need to get Lewis Hall further up the field for me and really drive them back. And hopefully we'll get something in this second half. The teams are out on the field. Wissa is looking to kick us off. Bruno G is just having a tablet. He's obviously not 100% there, so he's obviously having a pain killer. Probably got a bit of a hangover from the New Year party. And we're off. All the way back to Malik Chow. Again, looking for that diagonal for J7, but it's headed clear from Canvo. So it's a throw into Newcastle. Hall now from the throw in. Gives it back to Shaw. Back to Hall again. Facing his own goal, Lewis Hall. He's got no pressure on him. He could have turned there, but he decided to go back safe. And it's all the way back with Pope, who again gets the ball out of his feet. A little bit of press from Mateta, but it's, again, not played to anybody in a black and white shirt, really. And it's straight back to Crystal Palace, who hoof the ball back towards Mateta, who's under pressure from Chow. And again, you look at the bodies on this left-hand side because of the formation, and it's easy for them to play around us. Mateta there with a hand into Tonali's kisser, and he's down, holding his mouth, and the referee stopped the game. Now, I had a word with him now.
I didn't say anything, did he?
Just on the way past there, he just has a little bit of a word in his ear. Keep your arms down. I mean, it was nothing malicious. It was just it was actually his shoulder. It wasn't his arm, it was his shoulder that lunged into his face. With the ball down with Anthony Gordon on the left-hand side, Gordon looks over the top for Wissa to run on the diagonal. Henderson sees the danger, hoofs it clear back into the Newcastle half. And again, Shaw with the ability now to pick up that ball. And again, nothing from Crystal Palace on the press, keeping their shape, keeping it nice and tight in the midfield. And again, going with Anthony Gordon, who's under pressure straight away when he gets the ball from Klein. Plays the ball again. J7, who stayed out on that left-hand side. It's really weird because we are so lax in the middle of the park. Again, ball over the top looking for Murphy and Wissa. And it's a poor clearance from Crystal Palace there in the midfield, who nearly gave the ball away to Tonali in a promising position, but they managed to get the ball back. Looking at Voltamada on the bench there, and he's bright orange. Botman.
If the bibs are overball by Gary, I don't think there's any chance of Botman coming on.
Well, like I said, I think with the amount of games coming up, for me, they all need minutes now, especially to get up to match sharpness. And it's up to the gaffer now to decide which ones he decides to throw them in at, because I think it's crucial to give them match minutes for match sharpness going into the amount of games we've got coming forward, mate. It's a free kick to Crystal Palace inside the Newcastle half, central. And again, it's just everybody going on that defensive mindset. Again, it's must not lose mentality rather than must win mentality by keeping somebody higher up the field of play. And again, Wissa goes in the back line. Why?
This
yellow card there for a Crystal Palace free kick being wasted time there. Yeah, I mean, crikey, but only in the first 5 minutes. Mitchell there getting the yellow card for delaying the free kick, which is criminal, really, isn't it? This early into the second half, puts himself under a lot of pressure. Ball eventually comes into the diagonal of the box. It's headed by Crystal Palace. Again, poor clearance by Newcastle. Headed back in. Tonali now with a little bit of a lump forward, but it's only headed back towards the Newcastle goal by Crystal Palace. Tonali eventually gets that ball. Headed forward by Murphy to Bruno, who Murphy gets the chance to get the ball forward. And again, Wissa with the diagonal, but it's easily cut out by Will Hughes, who's covering fullback in those free kick zones. And again, it started very bitty. Newcastle just need to control this midfield. Ball, what's you doing, Shaw? Who is it to? I mean, it's just criminal. It's just a ball that's just nonchalant. You know, it's to nobody in particular. He's just passing into a zone. Crystal Palace go back to Henderson. Long ball forward to the halfway line from Henderson, again towards Mateta. It's picked up now by Johnson, who's running deep into that box. The ball's into the middle, but Pope claims that one above Mateta, and he's thrown the ball centrally to Tonali, who's able to get the ball moving again. Plays the ball forward to Bruno, who's tried to reverse ball into Wissa, but again, it's too close to a Crystal Palace player. Again, Crystal Palace on the forward line, give the ball away too easily. Come on now. It's so poor, it's ridiculous. Nonchalant passing. And again, now we've got Crystal Palace again trying to move forward. And again, they're so poor, they give the ball straight back to Newcastle. In the final third, both teams are just really lackadaisical when it comes to creating opportunities for each other. And again, just one poor pass breaks down all the good work that you've done. And again, a ball down the line trying to force the issue to Tonali. But Tonali does well there to win the ball back. Tries to get the ball into the box. And Lacroix's moaning that he got a push there. But he didn't. He didn't look as though there was much on that, to be fair. It looks like he just fell over there, Lacroix, under a bit of pressure from Tonali.
Oh, no, that wasn't fun.
Tonali just literally blocks his run, if you like. And Devaney's coming on now. Again, it's for Crystal Palace, so that's their second substitute.
This has to be an injury, doesn't it? Because he'd have done that at half time, so he wasn't wasting another chance to sub, wouldn't he?
Well, it looks like it was that Klein who's come off. Looks like Klein's come off and Devaney's come on, so they're probably going to a flat four now and playing an extra midfielder, because Devaney's more of an attacking midfielder. Ball underneath the bar there from the cross, and Henderson has to claw that out. Like I say, it was one of those ones directly under the keeper, under a lot of pressure from Chow Henderson, and he manages to claw it out for another corner on the opposite side there, Henderson, for Newcastle. A lot of good pressure. So it's going to be interesting to see how these play now. Because like I say, I don't see Devaney as a fullback. Lewis Hall with a free a corner to the edge of the 6-yard box. And again, what are you doing there? Miley leaves it to a degree. And there's a ball in the middle to Johnson, who was wide open and clear.
We were luckily
there was absolutely. But again, Wissa was messing about. But again, Lewis Hall is able to take that ball from his stride, plays the ball along the line to Murphy, who eventually gets the ball under control. We slow the game down a touch, which I'm glad of, because again, it looked as though Newcastle were going to be ripped wide apart there. Anthony Gordon goes to make the run. Bruno sees it, plays the ball into space that's nobody occupying, and again, it's easy for Crystal Palace to kick the ball out of play. But Bruno plays the ball in again. Lewis Hall now back to Shaw. It's very difficult to see what's going on here, if I'm honest with you. Ball out this time to Miley on this right-hand side. Does a 180 down the line to Murphy. Murphy again throws the ball into a dangerous area, being occupied by a lot of Crystal Palace bodies. And again, Crystal Palace win that ball back. But again, sloppy play from Crystal Palace. It's a ball down the inside left position to Anthony Gordon. Anthony Gordon comes inside, looking to get the ball off his foot. But again, it's cleared. It's deflected from Anthony Gordon. whose body language tells you exactly what's going on. Head to the floor. Opportunity again, half an opportunity opened up there for Anthony Gordon. He took one touch too much. And again, better ball from Crystal Palace there to Johnson, and he was through because it wouldn't be offside, but the ball was played behind him, so he had to check his run there from Crystal Palace. And again, it's just two teams really struggling in front of goal, isn't it, mate?
I think what we need is someone just to get on the foot on the ball for a couple of minutes, just to, I know Win hates it, but a little bit of pendulum football, just, I'll let you do this one.
Yeah, Johnson there just trying to get in behind us, but again, plays a ball out or inside to nobody in particular, which was able to be challenged. The ball's back with Will Hughes, gives it to Mark Gaia again. Pino now on the half turn, on the edge of the box, tries to play in Mitchell. Half a cross shot, defended by Murphy. And again, he's trying to play it down the line. Deflection comes into Miley. Now Tonali's down the line from a ball played by Bruno, but it's well challenged by Gaia, who's been told that's a free kick. What's going on here? Glasner now has got a yellow card from the referee for comments being made. I didn't see that as there's too much in that, if I'm honest with you, from
I don't think that was a free kick.
Mark Gaia's free kick. There was enough of the ball shown there. Yeah, it's a good ball. It's a good challenge for me from Mark Gaia.
Oh.
I mean, now I've seen the opposite side. I take that back. Yeah, I take that back. But what I'm saying is the linesman doesn't see or doesn't show a flag for that. So it'd be interesting to see what the referee saw of that one. Anyway, the ball is back with Lewis Hall on that left-hand side, just inside the Newcastle half. Shaw again drives the ball to nobody in particular, straight to a Crystal Palace player through the centre. And again, Canvale plays the ball out to that left-hand side. Devaney now picks the ball up for the first time, but he gets a challenge from Lewis Hall. Looks like he is playing on that right-back scenario, Devaney. All right of midfield. Does well, to be fair, to get that ball under control and beat Lewis Hall, but Lewis Hall drags him down for a free kick to Crystal Palace on the halfway line. Go on, mate.
Just confirming the yellow card was actually to Mark Gahey, not the Gazda, the manager.
Was it Mark Gahey?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
I don't know why.
Thank you.
I was thinking maybe because he picked the ball up and run off the pitch.
Run off the field, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
He was when the referee was just looking at Glasner, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was.
Because Glasner was mouthing off at him.
I don't know why Mark Gahey did that, to be honest. I don't quite understand what he did.
No, mate. No. I mean, you're right. He did pick the ball up and run off the field of play, so whether they class that as ungentlemanly conduct, that would be interesting. Anyway, Chow down the line looking for Murphy, but again, Gahey sees that one. The ball deflects only to Miley, though. Back to Tonali now. Plays the ball inside. Again, where's your midfield, boys? Where's the midfield? Again, picks the ball up, Bruno, and plays it back to Pope. Pope goes square and he sees Lewis Hall with a bit of space. Again, easy to run into. Goes over the top for Anthony Gordon to try and get on the end of, but again, Anthony Gordon can't control it in the air and the ball's out of play for a throw into Crystal Palace. Ooh.
Frustrating this guy, isn't it?
Oh, it's awful, mate. It really is frustrating because, again, there's opportunities to get behind them. And it's just the wrong ball, unfortunately. The right ideas, but just the wrong ball. Again, ball into that halfway line with Lewis Hall. Tonali and Lewis Hall hugging that touch line. Oh, look at that.
Jesus,
I mean, J7 standing still. Hall goes past him and he plays the ball square and J7 doesn't move. It's just awful. Again, Shaw looks up, sees the chance to get Anthony Gordon on the run. Whistles there. Could be a mix-up between Henderson. Henderson gets his head to it. Does it fall back to Devaney? Devaney tries to get round goal side. It's with Anthony Gordon. Goes square to Murphy. Can he pick this ball up? Miley picks the ball up, plays the ball into Murphy. Murphy looks up and he just fires it in low and hard, but it's fallen to Miley, who gives it back to Murphy for another attempt to get the ball into the box, and he can't do it 2 times, never mind once. Get him off the field of play, for God's sake.
He's being awful. He's being absolutely terrible.
What are you doing, lad? What is he giving you as a clear-cut opportunity to deliver a ball into the box?
The whole point of playing Murphy is that we see him as being the best crosser of the ball, and his crosses have even been shot in the day. So,
Yeah.
as you say, get him off and get somebody else on.
J7 wins that tussle in the midfield with 2 there. Does well, brings the ball into Tonali, into Morley now down this inside right position. Murphy again with a dodgy pass to Tonali, and again the ball's won by Crystal Palace, who have got 3-on-3 situation here. Pino plays the ball out to Johnson. Johnson gets out of his feet. It somehow comes through to Pino, though, who fires the ball into Shaw. Couldn't get a shot on target, really, to be fair. Shaw does well. Takes the ball out to the left-back situation and brings it ball back to Bruno, who goes out to Morley, who's got a bit of space to control this ball again. Does well, draws Mitchell in, plays the ball around him, carries on his run. He's got players. We've got Chow now on the right wing. Come on, play the ball again safely into Morley. Chow's carried on his run into the box. Bruno, he's in 2 minds. Bruno, you could see what he wanted to do. He dropped his shoulder. He's in 2 minds, and he's clattered into a Crystal Palace player who's gone down. But the referee's not blowing up at the minute, and Will Hughes is going to try and get something from this, and eventually he does. It's Wharton who's down for a Crystal Palace, who's looking as though he's had something trod on his boot or something like that. I don't know who it was, whether it was Bruno's follow-through. Nothing malicious in it, to be fair. I mean, Chow there just took it on his shoulders to carry on his run down this right-hand side. But, I mean, there was... I don't know what it was with Murphy and what they're seeing that I ain't seeing. Because at the minute, we are looking more dangerous to give them the ball on this right-hand side than we are to move forward with the ball.
I don't get why Murphy's still on the pitch, to be perfectly honest. He's offered absolutely nothing today. Mind you could say that about a few players.
Yeah, Ramsey's coming on, Barnes is coming on.
Murphy J7.
Yeah,
reckon.
I mean, we've got to have more protection in the midfield. I'd be surprised if he takes Tonali or Bruno off, because, like I say, as much as Tonali, like I say, he's trying to work, he's just not got enough protection around him. So we look really awkward at the minute in midfield. It needs somebody, like you say, to put the foot on it. Well done, Bruno there. He sees the opportunity, drops the shoulder, plays in Lewis Hall. Andy Gordon gives Lewis Hall on the left side of the penalty area. Into J7, it's fallen to Wissa. Tonali! Oh, it's blocked on the 6-yard box, and it's cleared awkwardly by Crystal Palace. And again, Mateta on the ability to get that ball out of his feet. Well done, Anthony Gordon. But Anthony Gordon on the slide is being penalised by the referee, saying you're out of control, even though I didn't see a lot in that either, to be fair. And he gets a yellow card for that. But again, Pino loses control of the ball and he goes and slides in, and he has, he can do that. But again, I suppose what he's saying is you're not in control of the slide. Your boot's elevated. I think referees now just don't see what a tackle is anymore.
To be fair, if we're going to start having yellow cards and things for like that, basically they may as well just take tackling out of the game.
Well, like I say, you might as well, start taking all tackles out of the game, because that me is not even a
free kick.
A defence. Yeah, it's not even a defence. Anthony Gordon comes off.
Ooh, it's Gordon off.
For Harvey Barnes, which is okay. I'm not. Like I say, I'm not in any dismay with that. T now comes on for Lewis Hall. And Tonali is coming off. That's an interesting one. For Ramsey. So Bruno...
I don't get why Murphy's still on.
No, mate. That's what I said. I don't know what he sees that I don't. But obviously, he's the man in charge. No Voltamada at the minute after that triple change. But like I say, they've kept Miley on and taken Lewis Hall off, who again has had a poor game, I must admit. So Tino's come on to left back. So I'm glad he's getting a few minutes, if I'm honest with you. Bruno now picks the ball up, feeds the ball into Ramsey, who's gone into the Bruno position now on that right centre of midfield. Bruno now in the 6. Miley goes inside, plays the ball to Shaw. Let's get some urgency going now with this ball forward. Shaw goes over the top, looking again for Murphy. But again, he's not looked like getting any of them balls. Ramsey picks the ball up, though, on the right-hand side. Again, runs more or less into Mitchell. And now Guy tries to clear the lines to Pino. He's running backwards, to be fair. Again, a blind pass into midfield. Tino, half challenge there. And it's Wharton running free. Again, we've got 3-on-2 here with Crystal Palace. Into the box with Johnson. Shoots. But again, doesn't really cover himself in any glory there. But it was 3-on-2. And again, was that right to put Tino on so early? He was covering, but again, with that knee injury coming back, didn't commit himself to the challenge, which allowed Crystal Palace then to get that momentum in the offensive third. Luckily for us, it wasn't a clinical finish. And it, like I say, let us off a little bit there. Mateta and Johnson were through on goal. But like I said, lucky, I think, Newcastle. What do you think, mate?
Yeah, definitely. I think the day, Gary, looking at this game, we'll just need to get a scruffy win here. Forget about the performance. Just get a goal and get the points and get away from this, because...
Yeah, there's a chance here for Worcester to get through, but again, he's under a challenge and he goes down easy. Yeah. But again, doesn't come Newcastle's way. Pino picks up the loose ball, again, fires it easy. Devaney now out on that right-hand side, got lots of room to run into. Tino goes across to him, ball's played in towards Mateta, but again, with no conviction, it's just half cleared. Again, Wharton picks the ball up. Gay now, Hughes. Again, all their defensive players playing higher up the field of play than Newcastle's do. Devaney plays the ball back to Canvo, who again, Lacroix sitting on the halfway line now, just picking up that loose ball, plays it into Hughes. Guy now. Asking questions of Newcastle Crystal Palace now. Fired into Mateta, just outside the D for the penalty area. Again, Hughes picks the ball up. Again, Crystal Palace looking to control the ball a little bit more now and just pin Newcastle back. Hughes again just going across to Lacroix. Canvo. Down to Devaney, who's come on and again fires the ball into Johnson, but it's a great tackle from Shaw and again wins the ball back. Ramsey just clips the ball back towards Miley, and again he's just trying to keep hold of the ball. Newcastle now back to Pope. Again, it seems as if they can easily play into these little areas now because the legs starting to run away from Crystal Palace. Good run from J7 here. J7 into Harvey Barnes. Harvey Barnes, his first touch. Again, drops that shoulder, looking to get to the byline. But again, can't beat Canvo. And it's out for a corner to Newcastle. That was better.
It is. Do you think he might go with the two up front in this game?
No.
Not reckon?
No. It'll be like for like again. It'll be, even though, for me, it desperately calls out for it. By seeing Ramsey on for Tonali, I think it's answered that question for you because we haven't got a natural 6. Oh, off the top of the crossbar there from that corner kick. And it's Bruno again looking for the Olympico. Off the top of the crossbar. Didn't think he would have beaten Henderson, even if he...
The keeper would have had it, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But it bounces off the top of the crossbar. That's how close it was. And the corner of the goalpost. And it goes out for a throw into Crystal Palace, deep in their own half. And again, it's Murphy who gets his head on that throw-in. And it gets it back for Newcastle possession. With Malik Chow now on the halfway line. Plays it inside to Bruno. Bruno again drops the shoulder under a lot of pressure from Hughes. Hughes does foul him, but the referee's allowed play on. J7, Tino, out to Harvey Barnes now, just on the edge. Gets a bit of a chance to shoot here, Harvey Barnes! And again, it's Lacroix who gets his body in front of that ball. Poor play from Miley that time, who can't control it. Well done, Murphy, though. He forces the issue with Mitchell. Murphy then plays the ball into Harvey Barnes, gets it out of his feet, trying to get a shot off goal. Can't get out of his feet, plays it into Miley instead. Now Murphy, back to Miley. Right-hand side, Miley into the 6-yard box, but again, it's cleared at the near post by Crystal Palace. Falls to Bruno. Bruno goes down under the challenge from Wharton, and it's a free kick in a good position, this, for Newcastle.
Last couple of minutes, we're beginning to take a bit of control of this by the look of it, Gary.
Yeah, I mean, like I say, they look leggy, Crystal Palace.
Yeah.
I must admit, they do look leggy. And again, it's that mind game. When the game's not going for you, when you're in a bit of a rut, we've seen it with Newcastle, haven't we, mate? You know, the game's just not flowing for you, and the players just look exhausted, and that's what that mental hitting that wall does to you. Sometimes you just can't beat your mind rather than the physicality of the game. And again, it'll be interesting to see whether Fabian Schär can keep this under the bar. That rhymes to a degree. Fabian Schär under the bar. Please.
Is it Schär taking it, is the question?
No. It looks like Murphy's been given the...
Murphy. He's right-footed.
Yeah, is he going for that near post? Is he going to try one? The Murphinho. Come on, Murph. Do something.
Prove her wrong, lad. Prove her wrong.
Yeah. Is he going to... he's dinking one into the back stick. Again, it's nowhere near a player. Headed clear. But it's Barnes who throws it into the back stick again. There's a chance. Yes! Bruno! Thrown in the back stick, and it's Bruno who gets on the... who was it that got the knock on there? Was it Miley who got the assist?
Didn't see, mate. Didn't see.
I think it was Miley who got the assist. Get in! 70th minute, Bruno gets the goal. Like you say, it's a scruffy game, but get the win.
Yeah, just get the win and get out here, I think is the answer here.
Woo! Yeah, I don't know who got the assist there. A great ball from Barnes into that back stick. It was flouted in by Miley. It was headed clear by Lacroix. Come to Barnes, who again put it into the back stick, and I'm sure it's Miley. It is. Miley gets a toe to it, plays it back to the square of him, and it bounces off the floor to the perfect angle for Bruno just to get his head to it. And again, he's just in front of Devaney, who's come in off the bench, beats Devaney to the ball, and he's just got to get it on target, and it's a goal to Newcastle. Well done. The captain again gets us out of jail.
I don't think there's any questions about that one whatsoever either, is there?
No, nothing at all on that one, I don't think. Again, it's just keeping it tight, isn't it? Liverpool have just equalised against Fulham. Florian Wirtz has got a goal by the looks of it.
I'm not quite sure about kissing the camera, I don't know if I agree with that.
No, exactly. It's gone fuzzy. Ball has come back to Lacroix. Yeah, there you go. And again, you want to see that 5% bounce now. You've got the goal. Yeah. You know, get that control of the game. Really get at the press now. And let's see what we can do.
Do not
Uche has come on for them. I don't know who's gone off, though, to be fair. Could be Johnson, I suppose. I'll have to have a look. Yeah, it is. Johnson's gone off. I say it's usually similar position to what Uche plays, if I'm honest. So Uche on for Johnson. Again, we're down this left-hand side with Harvey Barnes. Plays it into Wissa. But again, crowded out. And Uche and Wharton managed to get it back to the keeper, who Henderson fires it down the line. And Chow there just puts it into the sky. The snow on that one. But Will Hughes manages to get that down. Plays the ball into Uche. Uche's first touch. He's good. His second, he's blooming awful. Ramsey picks that ball up now. Plays again, looking to drive forward. But again, play the ball. You're getting moved. He's lost the ball. Hughes plays the ball in Mitchell down this left-hand side. Mitchell gets it into the box. And Chow manages to get it up to Murphy, who gets tackled again. Gaye now. Again, we're creating our own problems here. J7. Bruno.
Go on.
Now run. Harvey Barnes. He's got Wissa in front of him. Wissa. Again, it's not the right ball, and it's given straight back to Crystal Palace. And again, Gaye. Hughes, Wharton, just inside the Newcastle half, plays it forwards to Uche. He's got Devaney on the right-hand side, gives it into Devaney now. Tino facing him up, he comes back to Wharton. Wharton looks to get something going. He plays it against square to Mark Gay. Gay goes left this time. Pino again. These guys look as though they're running through mud. Murphy with half a challenge. Pino still retains the ball into the box. Tino this time with a challenge, and it's only come back out to Pino. Lacroix goes again to Devaney on that right-hand side. Plays the ball into the box again. It's Shaw who heads the ball half clear. Bruno, don't bloody chest it down there. It's picked up again by Devaney. It's come out to Mark Gay. Picks the ball up to Mitchell. Mitchell into the box. Pino tries to dummy it. It's fallen to J7. And now there's a free kick to Newcastle.
Lads, get out.
Fell
No from the
Wharton.
back.
What are we doing there, lads? Well, you know what we say about edge of the seat bums on fire here. Look at that. He's saying,
Gotta
get up. Yeah, got to get up.
What's this
They're
mentality?
screaming at his players.
Yeah. What's this mentality where when we go ahead that would just drop back? I don't get it.
Yeah, it's crazy. Got 5 again in the box there. There's no need. A bit of a half-hearted pass there from Shaw to Tino, but again, no press from the forwards of Crystal Palace. Nice ball up. Oh, Murphy, what is that, lad? But look, luckily there's no Crystal Palace player anywhere near it. And again, it's just poor quality in a black and white shirt. And again, straight away, we've allowed Crystal Palace to get on the front foot. Mateta out to Pino on this left-hand side. Again, Pino was offside. But how poor was that? Seriously.
You can't string 2 passes. Well, to be fair, neither team can string 2 or 3 passes together.
It's just, what was Murphy? He just hoofs the ball in the air. Then J7, because of the way they've gone forward, Crystal Palace, all that time to bring the ball down, and then he gives it a strange pass. Voltemada is undressed and ready to enter the field of play. Again, nothing really coming to Wisser at the moment. He's done a lot of good runs in behind. Nice little touch from J7 there to carry on with Bruno's run. Bruno sees the option with Morley. Morley now with the option to play that ball into the danger area. It's good ball in. And again, it's cleared well by Lacroix out for a corner. And again, Wisser pumps the crowd with that happy fist and says, come on. It was a good ball. Just not enough in front of the Crystal Palace defence there for Wisser to get on the end of. But it was nearly a great ball. Again, Miley's not really done himself any harm, has he? Playing in this right-back position. Not really been tested at all. He's kept his head. Like I say, he's got the assist as well from right-back. Doing really well. Ball into the box. Headed cleared again by Crystal Palace. Hoofed up in the air by Wharton. Not far, though. And again, that's challenged by Pino and Tino. It's come to J7. And now there's a ball pinged into the back stick. It's left for Miley. Shaw, who stayed in the box. It's a header! Oh, it's nearly an own goal. It nearly deflected from Canvo into his own box. And Wisser was on the back stick and Barnes. They couldn't get on the end of it. Better play. Great ball. Left by Shaw in the first instance. Headed in towards goal by Harvey Barnes. Again, saved by Henderson in goal. It comes out nearly to Wisser. But again, it was just Canvo who just gets it from underneath his feet and pushes it. Look at that. A double touch on that one. It could have fallen straight to Wisser's feet with that tap in again. Yeah. Wisser goes off. And that is his last play, last touch. And the big boy's on. 6'7" giant Voltemada.
First touch Voltemada, come on.
Let's do it. Let's do it. Ball into the box. And again, it's a scramble. It's in! It's in! Is it Voltemada? No, it's Chow! Malik Chow with the shot after the scramble on the 6-yard box. Malik Chow gets the goal. Does a Wisser special. Yay! And now it looks comfortable.
Yeah. Well done, Chow, son. Good corner as well, you have to say. Really good corner. Did you see the shoulder pump there, Gary?
Yeah. I was just reading Townie. Every time he says Lacroix, I think of Adamant. Oh, brilliant. Come on. Here we go. Again, great corner. Really into the danger zone. And again, lots of bodies in there. Henderson couldn't really do it. He flaps at it. The ball breaks onto literally the 6-yard line. And it's just a toe poke in from Malik Chow, who, again, deserves this because he's been the one in defence that's looked really solid. And again, it's just a striker's instinct, if I'm honest with you. Yeah. Just throws a toe at it and gets the goal. Just deserved. Newcastle 2, Crystal Palace 0. 79 minutes gone. Henderson again goes long, looking to try and get something from Mateta, who's shown nothing at all today. J7 there does well with that battle. Ball falls again. There's a lot more urgency now. Ramsey gets his foot to that one. Again, ball just prodded forward for Crystal Palace, but it's fallen again to Newcastle. Bruno there just with a dink out to J7, who's more or less in the left-back position. Uche wins that ball back now for Crystal Palace. Again, trying to shape up with a shot. Plays the ball back to Wharton. Wharton dinks the ball into the back stick. Pino with a head. Chow with a header out. Moley with a header out to the edge of the 6-yard box. Gay with a shot. Chow with a block. Uche with a shot. J7 with the block. And again, Newcastle scramble this ball out with Lacroix now. Back to Gay on this left-back situation. Inside to Wharton. Wharton's got a bit of time to look up and try and compose a pass. He's blocked by Bruno. Bruno plays in Harvey Barnes. Harvey Barnes sees Tino. Give him the ball, Barnesy. He's got a chance now to play the ball in the opposite direction. He plays it into Tino. Tino with it looks up. Plays the ball into nobody. And again, it's offside. Tino was offside. 2 bodies on the right-hand side for Harvey Barnes to choose. And he tries to play in Tino. What are you doing, lad? Give the ball to the right-hand side where there's players over. Does my head in. The game is so bloody easy.
See, it's just the decisions at times.
Yeah. Absolutely, mate. Incredible how sometimes, you can... listen, we can see the game a lot easier up here. Well done, Cher. Look at that quality into Bruno. Again, one-on-one with Matt. Tino now picks the ball up, plays the ball into Ramsey. Looks more controlled at the minute with Newcastle. Again, Crystal Palace fumbling at everything, if I'm honest with you. They are really on the back foot now. Again, Newcastle just playing the Brazilian style, tippy-tappy, 5-yard passes. And it looks more like a training game now rather than a game that we were struggling for 70 minutes to get anything from. Ramsey plays the ball now into J7. A lot more space opening up for Newcastle. Give the ball now. J7 with Harvey Barnes in the wide open, and he delays and delays and delays, and it allows Devaney to get his toe on the ball. Frustrating as hell, man. Anyway, Hughes. Again, Crystal Palace playing the short passes again, just trying to get Newcastle to get towards them and then trying to fire the ball up towards Mateta. Again, that's Tino. You've got to be better than that. Uche wins that ball. Again, Tino, it could be a little bit too early for Tino to be in this game. Devaney with the ball across. J7 playing more as a backup left back now. Gets the block on that ball and it's out for a corner to Crystal Palace. Whew. And again, I was surprised to see Johnson in, if I'm honest with you, for Devaney. I quite like the look of this young lad. He's such one of these underrated players, but he always gives you a lot of energy, and he can play in a multitude of different positions. We know Eddie Howe likes that style of player. There is players out there that can do jobs for you, if you look. And it's just really strange. Anyway, went into the box with Wharton from the corner. Headed out again by J7. Thunderous header, that one, if I'm honest with you. Back out the way it come to Wharton. Bit of a challenge between Barnes and Bruno. Bruno now with a chance to get the ball forward. Plays the ball into Murphy. He gets it out of his feet. Can Murphy get out of second gear? Yes, he's got the ball. He's headed with Pino. He can't beat the two of them. No, he's still got the ball, Murphy. Murphy dinks the ball into the box. But that's to nobody. And it's easy for Henderson. Well done now, Murphy. Because he did make a run there. Even though he couldn't get out of second gear. He made that run. He playing into their half. Again, Lacroix trying to beat Big Voltamoda, the big German. He's not going to do that. He plays it back to Henderson, who goes long to to Fabian Shaw. Shaw heads the ball forward, only to Will Hughes. Picks it up, Wharton now. Again, sloppy ball out. Tino sees the chance to get that ball. Tino on a run now down that left-hand side. Beats Canvo. Again, does a lovely turn, heading towards the byline. Plays the ball into Volta-Messi. Volta-Messi with a little bit of a chance. Plays the ball behind him. Plays the ball out to Bruno. Bruno to Murphy. Digs to the back stick. It's beaten everybody, but it's come through to Harvey Barnes. Again, Newcastle all over Crystal Palace at the moment, but not really playing a killer pass when they got the opportunity to do so. Again, wrong options at the wrong times, for me. Ball back in for Harvey Barnes. Voltamada, just again a bit sloppy with the ball, but he's managed to get the ball back. And again, it's just easy for ball back to J7, who again just slows the ball up. Plays the ball in to Tino. Again, goes out to Ramsey on that left-hand side now. Who goes all the way back to Fabian Shaw, who's playing in much deeper role now as the anchor man in the defensive format. Again, plays the ball simple to J7. Again, just inside the Newcastle half, trying to draw the attack from Crystal Palace. Again, just trying to get in and behind them now. And then Miley, high up the field of play, trying to get on top of that ball. Again, Crystal Palace not really given anything in quality coming out, giving the ball straight back to Newcastle. Again, difficult for them to get out now because Newcastle just have that confidence of having this 2-goal cushion. We've got to be really good now at keeping hold of that ball. Good spot from Tino for Harvey Barnes into the box now. Harvey Barnes trying to play J7 in. Again, it's cleared, but only to Tino, who's on that left-back position. Again, drives into his right foot. Get the ball square, gives it to Shaw, gives it back out to Ramsey. Lovely ball into Barnes. Barnes dinks to the back stick. Again, Murphy's got the opportunity to play the ball back. But again, it's half a commitment from Murphy. And again, he's just given a goal kick because that is all it deserved, if I'm honest with you. There was no commitment to that ball whatsoever from Murphy. Didn't want to get hurt. Last throw of the dice for Crystal Palace, bringing 3 bodies on.
Walter is definitely not a 6-yard box player, is he?
Oh, here we go. Now Murphy saying, I've hurt myself. I've hurt myself. I'm going down. My hamstring's tweaked. Who's coming off? Let's see. Mateta. He's had an awful game, if I'm honest with you. Not really been involved at all. And who's coming on for Mateta? Don't know who this young kid is at all, if I'm honest with you. It's a cracking hairdo. Wharton's coming off as well. He's not had a great game, if I'm honest with you. Even though DX was giving him a massive shout out in the build-up to the match. Not really done very much at all. And again, so Pino's off, Wharton's off, and Mateta's off for Crystal Palace. 3 influential players, I suppose, that have been at the heights of Crystal Palace. They've all seen better days today. And on comes Drakes Thomas, Rodney, and Essay. Right then, let's see if I can find these in and amongst all this lot. That'll be an interesting fight.
Murphy's coming off for Willock as well.
Murphy's coming off for Willock, great. Essay's on. I don't know whether any of these are going to be playing, guys, so you're going to have to bear with me. In actual fact, I can't even find the one.
Murphy's straight down the air tunnel, so it looks like it might be a pull somewhere.
Yeah, it looked like he was holding on to his hamstring, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So it's interesting to see what's happening there. So again, 88th minute. And like I say, it's nice to see Willock on. And to be fair, times I've seen him down this right-hand side, he's not done a bad job. I'd like to have seen him have a go down this right-hand side a lot more, if I'm honest with you. Ball headed clear by Crystal Palace. And again, it's only come to Voltamada, who's got 3 bodies round him. And he does well there, Voltamada. Again, he goes driving forward, gets a little bit of a tackle from behind from the new lad that's just come on. I think that's Drakes Thomas. And it's a free kick to Newcastle. Around about the 40-yard mark, central of the penalty area. So there you go. Yeah, Drakes Thomas just drags his heels. Like I say, he's just really light on that one. Takes one for the team, Drakes Thomas there.
He hasn't got the sponsor on the front of his shirt.
Well, I think he's a junior, because I don't even know. He's not even in my team, so I don't even know where he's come from. Maybe he's from the crowd.
No, I'm saying, do you know the sponsor across the front? He
Yeah.
hasn't put it on.
No, that's what I said. I think he's his number's 84, isn't it? 84? Ball into the box again from, I think that was Chow's outside of his left boot there. Ball's come out to Willock, though, on this right-hand side, who again trying to beat his player. He goes down. Mitchell does well there to block him. Again, Crystal Palace trying to play themselves out of danger, but again trying to play too deep in their own half, and it's picked up by Bruno, who manages. Oh, that should have been a Newcastle throw, to be fair, but it's gone Crystal Palace's way. Palace again take the ball, and then Lacroix gives it to Canval. Denby now down this body language from a lot of the Crystal Palace players are deflated, if I'm honest with you. Coming up to the 90th minute now. Again, it's Mark Gay again driving forward from the back line into the Newcastle half, keeping hold of the ball again, showing good captaincy. Again, nice ball from Denby down into that right wing area, and trying to get something going. And again, Uche is just blocked out by the Shaw, and I think that was Bruno. 16-year-old. There you go. Joel Drakes Thomas is 16-year-old. That's come on for them. That's probably why, like I say. Yeah,
so on the front, it's a gambling company, so they're not allowed to do it on under 18s, are they?
No. Oh, 5 minutes of injury time, guys. We're in the injury time now. Newcastle, two goals to the good. Free. Go on, mate.
And he's still not looking happy on the sideline.
Well, like I say, I think it's you can see it's probably as frustrated as we are, because there's been opportunities where we could have put this game to bed a long time ago, and again we've chosen the more difficult route rather than the simplistic route, if you like. So it's an interesting one. But like I say, for me, keeping a clean sheet now will also do us the world of good, because we've been leaking goals far too easy, and we've seen even with Crystal Palace, as poor as they've been. Oh, well done, Malik Chow again, doing that half-turn ball forward. Great ball, and Harvey Barnes now on this right-hand side, running towards goal. Oh, it gets a foot in. Whoa, where have you missed that? Willock, how have you missed that, lad? Oh my God, he's got an open goal, and Willock puts it wide of the post. That's what I'm saying. This is where we've got to be clinical, because these are the chances that we've been missing when it's been 0-0. Great ball out from the back. Harvey Barnes does superbly well to break the lines. He's running through on Henderson. He gets a shot. Henderson blocks the ball. And then Willock, 8 yards out. Oh, my God. How have you missed the goal? I mean, he's not even on target. That's criminal, mate.
Why did he go for power there? All he had to do was placement.
Yeah, that's criminal.
Basically, pass it into the back of the net.
Harvey Barnes wins that ball back again in the centre circle. Now Morley with a run forward. He's trying to see Walter Messi on that right-hand side. He's inside right. He picks the ball up on the edge of the penalty area. Again, drops his shoulder, comes deep, and again looking for options. Bruno goes past him, but again, there's too many Crystal Palace shirts, and they block that one. And again, it's Drakes Thomas now on the halfway line. The 16-year-old just trying to bring the ball forward for Crystal Palace. Again, Miley and Malik Chow doing a job just to block the run, playing the ball into Uche. And again, Fabian Shaw, too strong for Uche. And the ball then goes safely back to Pope, who takes his time to pick this one up. Gives a few more seconds out of the game. I can see, what's happened to Tino? Oh, there he is. I can see him now. I could see J7 in the left-back position, but I couldn't see Tino at all. But he's come across to the central position to give some cover to the lads. Pope looks long. Gay gets clear with the header up towards the halfway line. Again, Drakes Thomas heads the ball down, but only to Harvey Barnes, who's come over to this right-hand side. Isn't it funny? They've put Willock on there. You know what you were saying about moving players around? Yeah. They've put Willock on now, and straight away, Willock goes left, Harvey Barnes goes right. Why? It's criminal, mate. Because I'll tell you something now. If that chance had fallen to Harvey Barnes, he wouldn't have missed the target. I'll tell you now.
But would Willock have had that shot, I suppose, is the other side of the coin. So,
well, I mean, would Willock have that mentality to beat the offside? Yeah. Well, I suppose that you're right. Anyway, a little bit of a give and go here, trying to get behind with Ramsey and Bruno. But again, Crystal Palace get bodies behind, dinks the ball down the line, looking for Will Hughes. Dummies that ball, I think. Don't know whether he meant that, but Uche couldn't keep the ball in play under control, and he gives the ball straight back to J7, who goes back to Pope, and again just runs a little bit more of the seconds down. Ball now into Chow, and Shaw drives the ball down to this left-hand side, and Ramsey taking hold of that ball, fires the ball into Shaw, who just gets rid of that ball from his deep line, and again, Crystal Palace driving into the half space. Again, Drake's Thomas for Crystal Palace doing very good, actually. The number 86, just trying to slow the game down and keep control of the ball. Drives the ball square to Hughes, who, again, looking to get the ball forward. Again, Newcastle with a black and white wall in front of the box, just blocking anything coming forward from Crystal Palace. But again, no press on that ball. Ball now to the back post with Mitchell. Mitchell heads it forward, and again, it goes square. And luckily for us, we've got a player. None of the Crystal Palace players gambled on that one. And now there's a tackle on Bruno. We all now into time added on by the referee. There shouldn't be much, to be fair. But again, we've done really well. And that's it. Newcastle 2, Crystal Palace 0 is the final score. Not as comfortable as it sounds. And like I say, still with the points in the bag, and that's all that matters. Newcastle end up in 9th after today's game. So again, you can only play the team in front of you, and the result is all that matters at the end of the day. Performance wasn't fantastic, but at the end of the day, the points is that's what counts. And to be fair, with the opportunities that we had towards the end of that game, it could have easily been 4 if we'd have taken those chances. I am going to let the rest of the team take it on board into the post-match analysis. Boki, your final thoughts, mate, before you join Chris and the crew going forward?
Just a bit of a slog, wasn't it? A slog of a match. Managed to get there in the end, and I suppose, as I said, halfway through the second half, get the win, get out of here, and hopefully this builds up momentum, and we're getting players back, so we'll start to get a better run of results going, and better, obviously, in game. What better for people to watch in game?
Yeah, thanks, Tony. Did enough. Game plan, maybe. Wait for them to tire. Yeah, potentially, mate. It was that, but they really looked as though they were running through mud, blowing through the backsides towards the end. From myself, I want to thank you all for joining us. I want to thank the lads that did the build-up. Great build-up. And thanks for Boki for being my right-hand man today. Like I say, join Boki, Chris, and the rest of the crew in the post-match analysis. And I will see you on the next one. Thanks for watching. Away the lads!
Lasses and pens.
Take care, all. Don't forget to smash the likes before you go, though. Doesn't half help us. And thanks to all your kind comments. Christina, you're a star. Thanks, everybody. Take care.